Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, can we kindly take our seats? We're about to begin. Please take your seats. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Permanent Secretaries, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 21st Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program Partnership Platform, popularly known as the CAADP. And it's also the commemoration of the 16th Africa Day for Food and Nutrition Security, under the theme From Malabo to Kampala, Accelerating Just, Resilient Agri-Food Systems Transformation for Nutrition and Sustainable Growth. My name is Janet Edeme, and I head the Rural Development Division, and I'm also the acting head for the Agriculture and Food Security Division at the African Union Commission headquarters in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and I will be moderating this opening session. So without taking up too much of our time, it's my singular honor and privilege to welcome Dr. Telesfo Ndababamenye, Minister of State, Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources of the Republic of Rwanda, for his welcome remarks. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much. Distinguished ministers, His Excellency Moses Virakati, African Union Commission for Agricultural Development, Blue Economy and the Sustainable Environment, His Excellency Nardos, CEO and AUDA NEPAD, members of Parliament in Rwanda, head of delegation of Pan-African Parliament, government officials here present, development partners, colleagues and friends farmers, private sector leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It is my great honor to welcome you all to Kigali for the 21st CAADP Pan-African Platform and the 16th Africa Day for Food and Nutrition Strategy. On behalf of the government of Rwanda and the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources in particular, I extend my warmest greetings and appreciation for your presence and the continued commitment to advancing Africa's agricultural transformation and the food security agenda. This year's theme, From Malabo to Kampala, Accelerating Just, Resilient Agri-Food System Transformation for Nutrition and Sustainable Growth, properly captures the spirit of our collective ambition. It reminds us that Africa's future depends on how effectively we move from commitment to coordinated action, shifting from the talk to the real action. We must sustain the momentum of the Malabo Declaration and build on it through the CAADP Kampala Strategy and the Action Plan, which stands from 2026 to 2035, ensuring that our agri-food system are not only productive, but also inclusive, no one left behind, nutrition sensitive, and resilient to shocks. So as we commemorate the 16th Africa Day for Food and Nutrition Strategy, we are reminded that food security is not just about producing more, it is about producing better. We need to change the ways we produce. It is about ensuring that every African, including everyone here, all of us, every African, especially children and the vulnerable groups, has access to safe food safety, nutritious, what type of food, and affordable food. Food should be available to everyone. This day calls upon us to strengthen the link between agriculture, nutrition, and health, and to make nutrition as an integral part of Africa's agricultural and development agenda. So we still believe that the sub-themes guiding our deliberations provide a clear roadmap for action. We have to know where we're going. Together, we emphasize that the transformation we seek must be inclusive, innovative, and grounded in sustainability. Rwanda, as a country, stands fully aligned with this continued vision, guided by our national plans and strategies. We continue to invest in climate-smart agriculture, empowering youth and women entrepreneurship, and promote value chains that enhance nutrition, most importantly, create jobs, and most importantly again, and drive economic resilience. So as we engage in the coming days of this workshop, this conference, let us work together to make sure that we identify practical pathways for accelerating the Kampala strategy, and making Africa's food system a true engine of prosperity and nourishment for all. Finally, I invite you to take some time to explore and enjoy the beauty of Rwanda, from the vibrant streets of Kigali to a number of hills. You have to enjoy the rich culture and the warm hospitality of Rwandan people. May your stay be both productive and memorable. Thank you once again. Welcome to Rwanda, a land of 1,000 hills. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those warm welcome remarks, and also for encouraging us that we really need to identify practical pathways on how we accelerate the Kampala strategy and the action plan for implementation, and also ensuring that we have access to safe, nutritious, and accessible and affordable food. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor now to invite my sister and the Director for Agriculture, Food Security and Environmental Sustainability at AUDA NEPAD, Madam Estherine Fotabon, for her opening address. Madam Estherine.
Good morning. Your Excellencies, the Minister of State for Agriculture and Animal Resources of the Republic of Rwanda, Your Excellency, Commissioner Moses Vilakati, African Union Commissioner in charge of Agriculture, Rural Economy, Environment and the Blue Economy, Excellency Mr. Ord Anderson, the Chair of the Development Partner Working Group, Your Excellencies, Ministers from African Union member states here present and those that are online, development partners and friends of CAADP, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me not forget the representative of the farmer organizations that are here, the media, all protocol observe. On behalf of the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, I extend warm greetings and sincere appreciation to the government and the people of the Republic of Rwanda for their outstanding hospitality and partnership in hosting this important continental gathering focused on the 21st CAADP Partnership Platform and the 16th African Day for Food and Nutrition Security. We are especially grateful to the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources, Dr. Olivia Kamana, and his entire team for their tireless coordination and leadership on the, of course, the Minister and the Head of State in ensuring that this meeting becomes a reality. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, this year's 21st CAADP Partnership Platform and the 16th African Day for Food and Nutrition Security mark a historic moment for Africa's agricultural transformation journey. From Maputo in 2003 to Malabo in 2024, and now to Kampala 2025, the CAADP framework has remained the backbone of Africa's commitment to agriculture-led growth and food security. Yet, after 2 decades, the results have been mixed. The Maputo era focused on investment commitments. We know of the 10% that needs to be committed by member states to agriculture and food security. The Malabo era sought accountability and delivery, and we are all very conversant on the biennial report. Now, with the Kampala CAADP Declaration and its strategy and action plan, Africa must enter a new phase, the decade of implementation and impact. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this gathering in Kigali provides a platform for reflection, renewal, and readiness. The Kampala Declaration is not just another policy document, it is a bold commitment to build resilient, inclusive, and sustainable agri-food systems that deliver zero hunger, equitable livelihoods, and environmental sustainability by 2035. Member states are now preparing to domesticate this vision through national agricultural system investment plans, which we famously known as the NIPES, align with the CAADP targets. This requires moving beyond planning to execution with accountability, guided by evidence, partnerships, and country-led innovations. Distinguished participants, if there is one message that we wish to underline today, it is that Kampala must be different. It must be different from Maputo, with a focus on commitments, different from Malabo, which emphasize accountability, but building on, of course, the experiences from Maputo to Malabo. Kampala must be about delivery and transformation. As my commissioner, who is seated here, kindly reminds us, it must show delivery. When we go to the countries, what does Kampala implementation look like? What will that animal look like in terms of impact? It must be measured in hectares that are restored, markets that are expanded, youth that are employed, women that are empowered, communities who are well-nourished, value chains that are strengthened, and agro-processing industries striving to turn agricultural potential into prosperity. Our collective task is to ensure that this decade does not end with another set of unmet promises, but with tangible improvements in the life of farmers, women, and youth across this beautiful continent of ours. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, as I conclude, let this CAADP be remembered as the turning point when we translated vision into action, when we built real partnership that mobilized investments, repurposed policy measures for efficient and inclusion, and ensure that Africa's farmers, private sector, and government work hand in hand to achieve the $100 billion investment target and zero hunger by 2035. AUD and NEPAD stands ready, working with the African Union Commission and the regional economic communities to support countries through the domestication guidelines, technical assistance, and the alignment of existing investment frameworks to the new CAADP Kampala agenda. As we open this important forum, let us do so with renewed determination. Of course, it is befitting, and I'm looking at my dear brother Godfrey Barua, who all knew was the previous director, that worked very closely with ourselves to prepare the CAADP Kampala strategy and action plan. As we are here in Kigali, I want to say that it is befitting that we are closing the Malabo era and ushering the Kampala area, which is the third decade of CAADP, that we are doing so in Rwanda, a country that, as reflected in the biennial review reports, and we have had 5 of them, has demonstrated leadership and steadfast progress in agricultural transformation and CAADP implementation. Let the spirit of Kigali ignite Africa's readiness for implementation, inspire bold partnerships, and remind us that the next decade must deliver results that matter for Africa's people. I thank you. Merci beaucoup. Murakoze Siani. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Esterine Fotabong. And thank you for highlighting that we need to see a difference between how Maputo and Malabo had been implemented. Kampala must be different. Kampala must deliver, Kampala must transform, and we need to transform our visions into actions. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the farmers are actually at the center when we're talking about the agri-food systems transformation, ably captured in the Kampala CAADP strategy and action plan. So it's my great honor and singular privilege to invite the President of the Pan-African Farmers Organization, Mr. Ibrahima Coulibaly, for his remarks. parler en français.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Jeannette Edemé. Pour ceux qui ne comprennent pas le français, je vous invite à mettre vos casques parce que moi, je vais m'exprimer en français. Excellences, Monsieur le ministre en charge de l'agriculture et du développement rural, Excellences, Monsieur le commissaire, honorables parlementaires, Monsieur et Mesdames les hauts fonctionnaires des espaces d'intégration et de l'Union africaine, chers collègues des organisations de producteurs, tout protocole observé, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est un honneur pour moi de prendre la parole devant cette auguste assemblée au nom de l'Organisation panafricaine des agriculteurs et de m'adresser à vous en ce moment très crucial. Depuis Kampala, nous avons une boussole claire, une déclaration et un plan d'action qui court de 2026 à 2035, soit une décennie pour transformer nos systèmes alimentaires et en faire des moteurs de résilience, de valeur ajoutée, d'emploi. Le message central est simple. Si nous plaçons les petites exploitations au cœur de la mise en œuvre, nous passerons des promesses aux résultats. Kampala ne doit pas être une déclaration de plus, mais une manière d'agir. C'est-à-dire, nous devons ouvrir les marchés, fluidifier la logistique, réduire les pertes, accélérer la transformation et les chaînes de valeur locales, investir dans les solutions utiles du numérique à l'irrigation efficiente. Cette ambition ne réussira que si elle devient tangible pour chaque exploitation. Chaque coopérative, chaque PME rurale. C'est là que l'inclusion devient une condition de performance. Inclusion des femmes trop souvent sans actifs ni crédit. Inclusion des jeunes porteurs d'innovation. Inclusion des territoires ruraux, longtemps éloignés des investissements structurants. Un système alimentaire ne rebooste que s'il est juste. Il n'est juste que s'il offre des opportunités à sa base productive. Pour en revenir à la question du financement, l'enjeu n'est pas seulement de mobiliser plus de ressources, mais de les acheminer effectivement jusqu'au dernier kilomètre. Cela suppose des paiements digitaux à faible coût, de l'assurance indicielle et des récoltes pour gérer les chocs, de la finance mixte pour attirer l'investissement privé et de l'ingénierie de projets pour convertir nos idées en portefeuille bancable, alignés sur des calendriers réalistes et des standards partagés. En un mot, moins de dispersion, plus de pipelines d'investissement solides. Rien de tout cela ne réussira sans les organisations paysannes. De Maputo à Malabo et aujourd'hui Kampala, une leçon s'impose. Lorsque les organisations paysannes co-conçoivent et co-implémentent les réformes, les résultats sont plus rapides, plus durables, mieux ancrés dans les réalités locales. Il est temps de passer de la consultation à la codécision. Nous demandons à être considérés non pas comme des bénéficiaires, mais comme des partenaires de mise en œuvre du plan d'action de Kampala, de la planification au suivi, en passant par la reddition des comptes. C'est dans cet esprit que nous proposons un programme continental d'appui aux organisations paysannes pour la mise en œuvre de Kampala, arrimé aux plans nationaux et régionaux. Son objectif est de renforcer la capacité des organisations de producteurs à contribuer à la co-conception des politiques, au déploiement des investissements et à la redevabilité. Le cadre de gouvernance sera complété par l'Union africaine, l'ODA, NEPAD et les communautés économiques régionales avec la participation directe de l'Organisation panafricaine des agriculteurs, des plateformes régionales et des organisations nationales des producteurs. Un ancrage pays via, bien sûr, les équipes NACIP pluridisciplinaires. À un niveau élevé, le programme trace 5 lignes de force. Premièrement, développer des instruments et outils concrets et vous chers, interopérables, solutions de paiement, d'identification, assurance adaptée, modèle de projet et tableau de bord de suivi. Deuxièmement, investir dans les capacités des organisations de producteurs, des administrations et des écosystèmes d'appui, formation modulaire, ingénierie de projets bancables, normes de qualité, achats publics locaux. Troisièmement, accélérer l'accès aux intrants, à l'eau, à la mécanisation de proximité en rendant l'offre fiable, traçable et abordable jusqu'au dernier kilomètre. Quatrièmement, soutenir la transformation locale et les PME rurales pour capter plus de valeur sur le continent et répondre aux marchés régionaux de la ZLECAf. Cinquièmement, organiser la mobilisation coordonnée des ressources publiques, privées, finances mixtes et diaspora, et le partage structuré des connaissances et des données afin d'orienter rapidement les décisions et d'ajuster l'action en continu. Concrètement, nous proposons une mise en œuvre par portefeuille dans chaque pays, prioriser quelques filières et territoires, bâtir des chaînes d'investissement cohérents, irrigation efficiente, collecte froid, stockage, énergie verte, qualité et traçabilité, connecter dès l'amont les partenaires financiers au plan régional afin de traiter les enjeux transfrontaliers, l'accès aux semences, les engrais, les normes d'intelligence des marchés, facilitation du commerce dans le cadre des RACIP et au niveau continental, mutualiser les outils, les données et l'assistance technique pour gagner en vitesse, en qualité et en cohérence. La redevabilité sera un pilier. Nous proposons des indicateurs clairs et lisibles, accès effectif aux intrants, adoption des paiements digitaux, couverture d'assurance, réduction des pertes post-récolte, dans les marchés publics via les OPA, des femmes, des jeunes, délais de paiement et coûts logistiques. Ce que nous mesurons s'améliore, ce que nous améliorons inspire confiance et la confiance attire l'investissement. Notre appel est clair à la Commission de l'Union africaine et à l'ODA, NOPAD, aux communautés économiques régionales et à la ZLECAf, aux partenaires techniques et financiers, au Parlement panafricain. Joignons nos mains avec les organisations paysannes pour faire de ce programme un instrument pratique de mise en œuvre du plan d'action de Kampala. Donnons-nous des procédures simples, des guichets proches du terrain et un calendrier d'exécution réaliste. Les producteurs africains sont prêts. Ils ont l'énergie, l'ingéniosité et la volonté de contribuer au changement, à condition que les règles du jeu soient claires et que les moyens arrivent à temps. Si je devais résumer l'esprit de Kampala en 4 verbes, je dirais intégrer, investir, innover, inclure. Intégrer les producteurs au marché et aux décisions. Investir dans les infrastructures et services qui réduisent les coûts et augmentent les revenus. Innover avec des technologies et des financements adaptés. Inclure celles et ceux qui sont à la base de notre souveraineté alimentaire africaine. Faisons de 2026-2035 la décennie des producteurs africains. Ensemble, transformons la déclaration et le plan d'action de Kampala en résultats visibles dans les champs, les marchés et les foyers africains. L'Afrique a la vision, les institutions, les talents. Il ne manque qu'une chose, agir ensemble. Et c'est ce qu'il faut maintenant. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Nothing will succeed without farmer organizations. I love those 4 I's, Mr. President. The integration, the investment, inclusivity, and innovation. And I think also setting up that continental program for farmers to be able to contribute to the implementation of the CAADP Kampala. I think that is also very innovative. And of course, the Commission and AUDA NEPAD, we stand ready to work with our farmers to ensure that we move Kampala from vision into action. Thank you very much. Talking about inclusivity, we've been working very closely as well with our development partners. They have been with us from Maputo to Malabo, and we're expecting that they are also continuing to be with us when we go into the Kampala Declaration implementation. So ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, Your Excellencies, I would like to invite Mr. Odd Eric Anderson, who is the chair of the CAADP Development Partners Coordination Group, for his remarks. Odd.
Thank you, Janet, and good morning. Excellencies, honorable ministers, representatives of AU member states, the African Union Commission, AUDA NEPAD, development partners that are here today, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of farmer organization, I ride on the protocols established before me. First of all, allow me to express our sincere appreciation to the government and people of Rwanda for their hospitality. I have been here, was it last year, and the minister also invited us to enjoy the beautiful country of Rwanda. I didn't manage that time. I had hoped that I'll do it this time and actually meet the farmers out there and learn firsthand why Rwanda continues to perform so strongly in the CAADP biannual review. Although, unfortunately, it was not possible this time either, but next time. It's clear that we are discussing the Kampala agenda in the right place and at the right time. Rwanda leads through results. It's an honor to address you today as chair of the Development Partners Coordinating Group, actually the outgoing chair. And Janet, yes, at this Kigali Partnership Platform, we reaffirm our shared commitment to support Africa's agri-food systems transformation under the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program. You really don't need to say the whole word of CAADP. I think CAADP has been with us now for 20 years. We have lived through CAADP, many of us, to the extent that it has become a family name. My wife knows about CAADP, my kids, probably my neighbors know about CAADP. I suggested even that we'll call our dog CAADP, but my wife refused. You're not bringing CAADP home. There's a limit. But it shows how CAADP has really been ingrained in our professional lives and also somehow our personal lives. But of course, there are limits. Since CAADP's inception back in 2003, development partners have stood with Africa, providing financial, technical, and policy support to advance agricultural growth and food security. And we have seen important progress that we should recognize. We also recognize that significant challenges remain, particularly in achieving our shared goals of poverty reduction, food security, and inclusive growth. Through the Kampala Declaration, African leaders have set out a renewed and very ambitious agenda, one that moves beyond agricultural-led growth to integrated resilience and sustainable agri-food systems. So let me emphasize 4 points. First, Africa is the lead globally as a continent in adopting the food systems approach. Secondly, the leadership is both timely and significant in the global sphere, given the global challenges we know all of us face. Third, this transformation is essential for the welfare and prosperity of Africa's people. And the last point, which I think will be important for us to discuss during this platform meeting, is that governments and investors of all kinds are looking for CAADP to become more result-oriented. So, just to reiterate, development partners reaffirm our readiness to support implementation of the CAADP strategy and action plan. But however, I think we should, from our side, be clear, Achieving these objectives require more than public funding. Business as usual is not an option to reach the target set in the Kampala Declaration. We all know that international development financing is under pressure, and in the context of continued geopolitical and not least market disruptions such as Russia's war against Ukraine, we must together ensure that investments are efficient, that public investments are efficient. This includes also for us with our constituencies back in our home countries, and that they actually leverage private sector capital to build sustainable market-driven solutions. To this end, we commit to work closely with African leaders to develop the tools, mechanisms, and partnerships needed to unlock private investment and accelerate progress. We also acknowledge and welcome the renewed leadership within the African Union under the Commissioner, His Excellency Moses Vilakati. Your Excellency, your energy and commitment are evident, and they come at a pivotal moment. Stakeholders are calling for action and measurable results. This came very clear in the CAADP meeting in Lusaka. Where are the results? So we need your energy to be able to, for Africa to be able to deliver the results outlined in the Kampala Declaration. But we are also confident that this new leadership will deliver, and as we now move from the Malabo Declaration to the Kampala Declaration. Development partners have been proud companions on Africa's CAADP journey since the beginning, and we look forward to continue the strong collaboration in a decade ahead towards a resilient, food secure, and prosperous Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ord, for expressing the recommitment of the development partners in supporting us in our journey going forward now into implementing the CAADP Kampala Declaration Strategy and Action Plan. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, we've also had one very, very supportive partner who has also been with us and supporting us in the implementation of the CAADP, and this is AGRA. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor to invite Mr. Jean-Paul Ndagijimana, who is going to be speaking on behalf of Her Excellency Madame Alice Ruweza, who is the President of AGRA. Jean-Paul, hope I didn't murder your name.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, especially our Minister of State, Dr. Therese Faure, Excellency Moses Vilakati, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment at the African Union Commission, Excellency Nardos Bekele Thomas, Chief Executive for the African Union Development Agency, New Partnership for Africa Development, AUDA NEPAD, parliamentarians, including member of our parliaments in Rwanda, distinguished colleagues from African Union Commission, AUDA NEPAD, EAC Regional Economic Community, ECOWAS, and others, development partners, farmers organization, civil society, youth in the room, private sector representative, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I add my appreciation to the previous speakers and applaud the warm reception and generous hospitality of our government, the government and the people of Rwanda. As she mentioned, my name is Jean-Paul JP Ndagijimana. I represent AGRA here in Rwanda. But today, I'm honored to transmit to you greetings from Ms. Alice Ruhweza, the president of AGRA, who delegated me to represent her and convey her apologies for her inability to make it due to other official exigencies. She sends her best wishes. The 21st CAADP Partnership Platform comes at a defining moment and should serve as a pivotal time as we reflect on the gains of the past 20 years, Maputo Malabo 2003-2025, and renew our resolve to make the next 10 years a decade of impactful, transformative delivery. Good news that coming from the fourth biannual review enlightened us to the progress made. I think we also know that there are still gaps. 26 countries have improved their performance since the third review to the fourth, but none of them are fully on track to meet the Malabo target. As alluded to, we look forward with anticipation to the result of the fifth review. And meanwhile, these fundings are really calling us for bold, corrective, and collaboration actions to move from commitments to measurable outcome. Some of us were in Kampala at the beginning of this year. The African Union Kampala CAADP Strategy and Action Plan 2026 to 2035 that we have started really putting in gears to implement in our countries expanded our scope from the focus on agriculture sector to a broader agri-food system ecosystem, and this was further emphasized for those who were in Dakar at the Africa Food System Forum, which reminded us that the center of gravity going forward is not only about agriculture production, but rather it's about people, prosperity, and our planet. It noted that innovation, policy alignment, and private sector investment should complement government efforts towards transforming Africa's agri-food landscape, creating pathway for inclusive, resilient, and sustainable food system. For over 20 years, AGRA has worked across selected African countries to support the delivery of the country-led transformation, building on countries' own national priorities and different CAADP compacts. For example, in Nigeria, farmers in area of intervention are now accessing climate-smart advisory service. In Kenya, farmers in the area of intervention have adopted regenerative practices. Here in Rwanda, over 30,000 young people have engaged in horticulture and poultry value chain, creating dignifying and fulfilling jobs for themselves. Through the partnership with other institutions like Africa Development Bank, over 129 million have been mobilized for the building a better tomorrow for youth in Tanzania. These are some of the stories of country-led progress that evidence that transformation is possible when partnerships are anchored in capable and reliable leadership. The 2024 Africa Agriculture Status Report, launched here in Kigali, highlighted that Africa's private sector, particularly its micro, small, and medium enterprise, referred to as the missing or hidden middle, now drives nearly 80% of food economy transactions. Yet, access to finance, infrastructure, markets remain constrained. Expanding blended finance, de-risking investments, and nurturing agripreneurs must therefore define our next decade of action. A few years earlier, in 2020, the agriculture sector status report again here in Kigali reminded us that Africa's cities are the continent's largest and fastest growing market. Valued then at about 250 billion annually, feeding our cities sustainably will depend on strong linkages between rural producers and urban consumers. So investments in logistics, investments in cold chain, and smarter data-driven planning will be key as we execute the new strategy. This African Union Kampala CAADP strategy and action plan that goes from 2026 to 2035 emphasizes, among other principles, the need for partnership and shared responsibilities, even in the face of subsidiarity. It notes that countries and regions need to work together. Hence, we must strengthen the spirit of partnership that has defined CAADP from 2003 in Maputo to Malabo and now to Kampala. Government must create enabling environments, and the private sector must innovate and invest. Development partners must align their support to country-led strategies, while parliament, civil society, and farmers' organizations promote participation, voice, and accountability. As AGRA, we continue to strengthen partnership between government, private sector, youth, and farmers' organizations. We work in developing and supporting mutual recognition agreements, known as MRA, and the regional food corridors exemplify how partnership can turn policy into practice. Through Beira, Nakala, and Zambezi corridors, we are working with different partners and governments in support of initiatives connecting farmers to regional market, reducing post-harvest losses, and unlocking trade with the framework of Africa Continental Free Trade Area, known as CFTA. These corridors, whether it's the north or the west or the east, represent practical pathways for Africa to achieve food security and regional competitiveness. Again, for AGRA, agri-food systems transformation is not just a mere aspiration. It's a shared socio-economic and moral commitment to Africa's farmer, especially women and youth, as we look towards the implementation of this new strategy that kick off next year. Where investments and support of AGRA will go will mainly be in three particular areas. We will be working with you and others to make sure there is financing and investment in agri-food system. Countries need to own the process. Countries need to lead and mobilize domestic resources. They need to leverage blended finance and embed digital and climate innovation into investment frameworks, as well as ensure that national agri-food investment plans are clear and are implemented through flagship and programs that are trusted and bankable. Second, we will continue to empower youth and women. At AGRA, we elevate youth and women as co-creator of solutions. We want to bring them on board on policy design and policy implementation. We want to ensure there is equal access to finance and productive resources, technology, and market. And thirdly, we continue to support government and other players to deepen accountability and use of data. Because we believe countries must utilize evidence, data in planning, and be deliberate to institutionalize data-driven decision-making, and using the biennial review results will be a good measure to guide and track progress. As I finish, my President Alice asked that I make at least a few calls. The first one is really to call us to move together. And he's saying, let's move from dialogue to delivery. Some of us, including Rwanda, now we have policy formulated that need to be effectively implemented. Rwanda was among the first countries to have a food system-centered NAIP called the Agrifood system towards a resilient and sustainable food system. Second, let us strengthen coordination. We need to ensure that efforts at national, regional, and continental levels are coherent, are harmonized, are efficient, and are mutually enforcing. Third, we really need to be intentional and reinforce inclusion and resilience. We need to put Africa youth and women at the center of agri-food systems, innovation, and strengthen climate-smart practice that safeguard livelihood and ecosystem. And finally, let us have the discipline of effective delivery with robust accountability systems, institutionalized data-driven decision-making, and use of the biannual review to monitor progress and guide adaptive action. AGRA reaffirms its commitment to work with all of us under the leadership of the African Union Commission and ADFNS in supporting the implementation of the African Union Kampala CAADP strategy in translating these commitments into concrete investments, flagship, and innovation that benefit all Africans. I thank you for your kind attention. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jean-Paul Ndagijimana, for delivering those statements on behalf of Madam President of AGRA, Madam Alice Ruiza, and kindly extend the regards and greetings from this meeting to Madam President. I think we've also taken note of the commitments from AGRA, the issues around financing and investment. We will still come knocking on your door for that. And like Madam Estherine had also mentioned, we're looking at 100 million for the next 10 years. So maybe 10 million plus a year. So AGRA will be coming knocking on your door. And of course, the issues around inclusivity, ensuring that our youth are also empowered, and we don't see them only as beneficiaries like the farmers had also mentioned. We want to see them as co-creators as well, and also solution providers. And the issues around accountability, reporting, ensuring that the data from the BR report is actually useful to our member states in terms of reforming or reviewing or producing new policies to support the agri-food systems transformation agenda. I think I liked your quote in terms of making sure that this decade, the next decade we're going into, it needs to be impactful with effective deliverables going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Jean-Paul. The United Nations organizations have also been very supportive of the CAADP agenda, whether we're talking about the World Food Programme, my sister is here, Lydie, or we're talking about the International Fund for Agricultural Development or the United Nations Food for Agricultural Organization. The UN agencies have also been very supportive and been good partners, going hand in hand with the African Union, talking about ADFNS and the AUC in delivering on the CAADP agenda. So I would like to call forward to the podium Mr. Kofi Amegbeto, who will be speaking on behalf of Dr. Abebe Haile, the Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Africa, FAO. Dr. Amegbeto, please.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda, Excellency Commissioner Moses, Honorable Members of Parliament, representatives from AUD and NEPAD, Regional Economic Communities and Development Partners, representatives of farmers, youth, and the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning again.
Good morning.
I am privileged to address you today on behalf of Dr. Haile Abebe Gabriel, Assistant Director General, Regional Representative of FAO, Regional Office for Africa, who unfortunately could not be with us today due to other engagements. He asked me to convey his sincere appreciation for your presence, commitment to the continent-wide CAADP framework. I will now share his remark prepared for the occasion. FAO is deeply honored to join this year's CAADP Partnership Platform and Africa Days of Food and Nutrition Security, a pivotal moment as Africa transitions from Malabo to Kampala, from commitment to actions, and from plan to implementation for results. Over the past 2 decades, Africa's agricultural transformation agenda has journeyed through Maputo and Malabo declarations. These frameworks mobilized important political commitment, but as we all recognize, they fell short of realizing their ambitions, largely due to weak implementation systems, insufficient domestic financing, and fragmented coordination. The Kampala Declaration represents a renewed commitment for all of us to build just, resilient, and inclusive agri-food systems that generate jobs, wealth, and nutrition for all. In this spirit, FAO wishes to emphasize 3 key imperatives. Number 1, it is to strengthen country ownership. True success will depend on how member states take full ownership of their national agri-food system investment plans and align them with the CAADP Kampala framework. External support can catalyze progress, but only national leadership, accountability, and coherence across ministries will sustain it. FAO stands ready to continue supporting governments in evidence-based planning, implementation, monitoring, and policy coherence, ensuring that each country's path reflects its own priority in the context. Number 2, this is about scaling up domestic resource mobilization and investment. Domestic resource mobilization, public and private, is the cornerstone of sustainable investment. It is important that member states live up to their pledges to allocate increased budget dedicated to agri-food systems, not as a cost, but as an investment for a better future. So they need to create fiscal and policy incentives that attract local capital, empower small and medium agribusinesses, and de-risk private sector. Engagement remain urgent. In this context, FAO welcomes innovative initiatives such as the Commodity Compact model and the Common African Agro-Industrial Parks, an African Union flagship framework that brings together governments, private sectors, and regional bodies to accelerate agro-industrialization, strengthen regional value chains, and unlock large-scale financing. Notably, through the Hand-in-Hand initiative, FAO has supported mobilization of approximately $10 billion across Africa, spanning both regional programs and country-specific investment plans. In 2024 alone, about $1.07 billion was mobilized, reflecting growing momentum and commitment toward transforming Africa's agri-food systems. Number 3 is enabling agro-industrialization and agri-food system transformation. Agro-industrialization involves moving beyond primary production to include value addition, manufacturing, and agribusiness services. It is about building integrated, efficient, and resilient food systems that create jobs, reduce imports, and strengthen food sovereignty. The common African agro-industrial parks exemplify this vision. They concentrate enabling infrastructure, de-risk anchor investors, integrate smallholders and SMEs into structured value chains, and harmonize regional markets. FAO is proud to support the Common Agro-Park Initiative to work alongside with the African Union, Afreximbank, ACFTA secretariats, and partners during this bold idea, to turning this bold idea into a continental reality with 2 pilots, the Zambia-Zimbabwe and the Côte d'Ivoire-Ghana agro-industrial corridors being established. FAO supports countries in transforming their agri-food systems by providing technical assistance in policy development, investment planning, and inclusive governance. Through several initiatives, I'll mention hand-in-hand initiative, One Country, One Product, Digital Village Initiative, among others. FAO helps countries mobilize resources, strengthen institutions, and build human capacity to create resilient, equitable, and sustainable food system aligned with national priorities and continental framework such as CAADP and Agenda 2063. Together, we can make Africa's agro-industrial corridors a source of inclusive prosperity and sustainable growth. The agro-industrialization can be achieved not with the handheld tools, but with effective mechanization. It is in this perspective that FAO and partners are organizing the first Africa Conference on Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization in Tanzania, 25th to 28th November this year. You are all invited to attend physically or virtually as we take decisive steps to promote agricultural mechanization in Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, the Kampala decade must be the era of implementation, accountability, and transformation. Let this be the moment when Africa truly delivers on its potential, not through rhetorics, but through tangible results in the lives of its farmers, processors, traders, and consumers. To achieve this, we must also confront the governance and institutional weaknesses that have too often undermined Africa's progress. Transparent, efficient, and accountable governance is essential to ensure that every dollar, every hectare, and every effort counts. We must strengthen institutions at all levels, from local governments to continental platforms, so that they can plan, implement, and monitor agricultural investments with integrity and inclusiveness. Equally, Africa's transformation will depend on its human capital. The engineers, agronomists, entrepreneurs, economists, and policy leaders who can translate visions into reality. Investing in education, vocational training, and research is therefore not optional. It is fundamental to manage our scarce resources wisely, enhancing productivity and building a generation capable of sustaining this transformation beyond donor cycles and political terms. This is the promise of the Kampala Declaration: a continent that governs better, invests smarter, and builds stronger institutions and people to secure the future of its agri-food systems. FAO stands ready to accompany these efforts in making this promise real. We therefore reaffirm our unwavering commitment to working with the African Union Commission, AUDA and NEPAD, regional economic communities, governments, and all partners to translate the Kampala Declaration into concrete outcomes, ensuring that Africa's agri-food systems become engines of prosperity, equity, and resilience. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kofi Amegbeto, on behalf of the FAO Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Africa. Thank you as well for highlighting some of the initiatives and programs being jointly implemented between the FAO and the Commission through our department, particularly the Common African Agro-Parks Initiative. We've also taken note of the Agricultural Mechanization Conference coming up next month from the 25th to the 28th, and also underscoring the issues around strengthening country ownership of the CAADP Kampala implementation. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor now to call to the podium my Commissioner, His Excellency Mr. Moses Vilakati, AU Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment, who will be giving us the keynote statement.
Zanele needs to come and do the honors here. But before I get to my speech, may I take this opportunity to thank the government of Rwanda for its hospitality once again. I'm told that this important gathering has been here a number of times, and therefore I would like us to put our hands together just for that. Secondly, to thank their hospitality, as always. Honorable Minister, I don't even know how many times I've been here, but the hospitality has always been splendid. Pass our regards to the government. Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, in the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources, Dr. Telso Dabamenye, honorable ministers present here from member states, parliamentarians, some I've already shaken hands with, from member states, Pan-African Farmers Organizations and its president here, development partners, Oitanepat and Rex, ladies and gentlemen, I bring warm greetings from the chairperson of the African Union Commission, Mohammed, or His Excellency Mohammed Ali Yusuf. And on his behalf, it is both a privilege and a solemn duty to welcome you to the 21st CAADP Partnership Platform meeting, as well as the 16th edition of the Africa Day for Food and Nutrition Security. Today is both a gathering, a defining moment for Africa's agriculture future. We meet here in Kigali, a city that symbolizes what is possible when commitment, vision, and a collective action align. Rwanda's performance in all the CAADP biennial reviews is living proof that transformation happens when political will is matched with practical implementation. I would like the minister at some point to share some of the secrets with other member states. When I joined the AUC Commission, I asked the team, why is it that the CAADP program has not been domesticated? I said, let us review the processes. Where is the problem? And I think Rwanda needs to give us a lecture on what it has done, how it has done it, so that we can all be aligned with what needs to be done. So, Honorable Minister, you have got an assignment. I want to quote His Excellency President Paul Kagame, who once said, agriculture is not just about food. It is about dignity, it is about prosperity, and the future of our continent. This is really captivating. This captures the heart of why we're here. Agriculture is the backbone of Africa's economies, the soul of our communities, and the path to shared prosperity. The African Union's 2025 theme is Year of Reparations, justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations, which give us our work to be deeper with a meaning. Reparations are about righting the wrongs of the past, transforming the present, and securing a future built on dignity, sovereignty, and justice. 15 years ago, some of you may recall, maybe the youth were not there, but you are warmly welcomed. Our heads of state and government declared Africa Day for Food and Nutrition Security in Kampala, driven by a simple but powerful conviction that Africa must feed itself, and no child should go to bed hungry. So we have made an important progress since then. Political commitments have deepened, regional coordination has strengthened, innovation has expanded, yet the challenge before us remains urgent and profound. We still have more than 280 million Africans who face hunger every day, 280 million. And nearly 1 in 5 children is stunted due to chronic malnutrition. Africa accounts for over half of the global increase in undernourishment, while climate change threatens to reduce agricultural yields by up to 20% in some regions by 2050. The economic stakes are equally high. Food inflation has exceeded 30% in some of our member states. If current trends continue, Africa's food import bill could surpass USD 150 billion annually by 2030. This would weaken our fiscal space and undermine sovereignty. Malnutrition already costs African economies up to 11% of GDP per annum, holding back development and human potential. These statistics represent children's future. These are our children's, farmers' livelihoods, and the well-being of communities across the continent. This is why the 2025 theme of reparations resonates powerfully with our mission. Africa's food systems bear the deep imprint of a history shaped by colonial extraction and structural inequities. True reparative justice must therefore also mean reclaiming control of our food systems, restoring the dignity of our farmers, and creating fairer trade and investment pathways. Reparations are not only about financial restitutions, they are about empowering Africans to build sovereignty, resilient food systems that serve our people first. This year's CAADP partnership platform coincides with the adoption of two landmark frameworks. One is the CAADP Kampala Declaration, and two, the CAADP Strategy and Action Plan 2025 to 2035. These frameworks lay out a bold and practical vision for the future of our Africa's agri-food systems, ensuring that food security, nutrition, and food safety remain central to the continent's development agenda. They chart a transformative path that places inclusion, innovation, and accountability at the core of action. This is particularly symbolic as this gathering is the last under the Malabo era. What is also of importance with the Kampala Declaration is that it is making a pronouncement that by 2030, 45% of the agri-foods must come from Africa. I think that is very, very profound. And therefore, it means we do not have time to deal with that. We just need to run. It's about time we run to implementation. A crucial part of this transformation also is protecting Africa's agricultural biodiversity. Globally, 75% of crop diversity has disappeared over the century. Africa is home to more than 2,000 indigenous crops, yet only a few dominate the markets and the value chains. This erosion weakens our resilience to drought, resilience to pests, and climate shocks, and undermines both nutrition and cultural heritage. Revitalizing neglected and underutilized species is not nostalgic, but a strategic imperative for adaptation, for sovereignty, and nutrition security. Food security, therefore, is a technical issue as well as a question of justice. No nation can be truly free if it cannot feed its people. This is why we must center the smallholder farmers, the women, and the youth who produce more than 70% of the food consumed on the continent. These communities have borne the brunt of systemic exclusion and climate pressures. Empowering them with access to finance, access to technology, and fair markets is both a moral and economic necessity. To turn these commitments into results, my 100-day action plan, endorsed by the 6th ordinary session of the Special Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water, and Environment, provides a concrete roadmap. it was important to start focusing, hence the development of the 100-day plan. This plan focuses on soil mapping and fertility management to build stronger foundations for food production, fertilizer development to reduce dependency, seed bank development and biodiversity protection to safeguard our genetic wealth, blue economy promotion to harness inland and coastal resources, and climate resilience building to ensure our systems endure shocks. This plan will be advanced through close cooperation and collaboration between member states, regional economic communities, development partners, civil society, and the private sector. I'm happy that some have already said, when are we starting to implement this? And that is how we need to move forward. Ending hunger and malnutrition is a development priority as well as a matter of justice and dignity. The CAADP PP meeting provides a space to align political leadership with technical solutions, to forge financing coalitions, and I'm happy I've already heard some good news from here, as well as to advance a shared agenda grounded in African agencies. We cannot afford to delay. By 2050, 1 in every 4 people in the world, I repeat, 1 in every 4 people in the world will live in Africa. So our agri-foods markets will be worth more than USD 1 trillion, representing both a tremendous opportunity as well as a serious responsibility. If we act boldly, with vision and unity, we can build a resilient, just and sovereign food system that nourishes every African and transforms our continent's place in the global economy. I look up to parliamentarians who are here to say, let's march to Parliament and ensure that the budgets, as well as our vision in each of our countries, ensures that food security becomes paramount. You can have all the funds and money in your pockets, but if you are hungry, you are not worth it. Let us make this decade, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the turning point. Let us ensure that the year of reparations is as symbolic as is catalytic, a moment when Africa reclaims its food systems, a moment when Africa restores dignity to its people, and we set a course for a just and prosperous future. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your keynote address, and also for highlighting the fact that transformation happens when there's political will. I think political will is the underscoring factor for us to be able to see the transformation. Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having a health break now. This brings us to the end of the formal opening session. We'll have a health break, and we'll also have a group photo. The health break is just outside this door, and the group photo as well, where we're going to have that outside the door. And we should be back in this room at 11:15. So the opening session comes to an end. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, please do not go out with the interpretation devices. Please do not go out with them. You can leave them where you're seated, but please do not leave the room with interpretation devices. Thank you.
Mwanga wa mwezi wa dhahabu unanielekeza njia, amani inatiririka moyoni, ndoto zinapata uzima, upepo wa asubuhi kama kunguru hewani, tunacheza na kuimba, milima na mabonde, mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba.
And if you're outside and still having your tea or coffee, and you can hear me, please come in and settle down so that we can move on with our program. If I have any ushers at the back, could you go outside and make sure everyone's in here? Up here. Okay. Okay. You may need to walk there. Who? Are you serious? At this time, when we are in the middle of all of this? Of all the things that could be happening now. Very well, we want to start the next session. Can I have your attention? If you're still having small conversations, you will have other opportunities at lunchtime and at tea breaks. Thank you. So we have another important session coming up, and before I introduce it, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Robert Ouma. I like to say I'm an Afro-optimist. I think the future belongs to Africa, and I'm really excited, like everybody else, to be in this beautiful city of Kigali talking about agri-food systems transformation. So before we get to the next session, we'd like to look a little bit at the agenda, and I'll ask my technical team there, could you project the agenda? You know, in such large meetings, it's normally very difficult to introduce ourselves, but we can still get a sense of who's here. So I'm just going to ask, perhaps by a show of hands, how many of us in the room work with the public sector, with the government in your country, national public sector? Just show me by a show of hands. Lift them. Let's give them a big hand clap and welcome them. We have quite a sizable group. Thank you so much for being here. How many of us in the room are from the private sector? If you are from the private sector, can I ask you to stand, the private sector? Really important part of, are you sure you're from the private sector? Let's give them a big clap. Thank you so much and welcome. That's wonderful to have you in the room as well. How many of you consider yourself, let me see, farmer groups, farmer associations? I know sometimes we also say they are private sector, but let me give them a special, by a show of hands, actually stand up, farmers. Oh, okay, there they are. Thank you so much. There are even women farmers back there. Thank you, Elizabeth, and your team as well. No farmer, no food on the table. That's correct. They're actually the people that we are here for. And how many development partners, if you consider yourself development partner, donor, please just stand. It's good to stand up so that people can see you. Special important group. Thank you so much. Let's give them a big clap. How about the African Union institutions? This includes the African Union Development Agency, AUC, REX. REX with an R, not W. Please stand, let's see you. AU institutions. These are the guys who help coordinate a lot of things on the continent. Let's give them a big clap. Who have I left out? Parliamentarians, AFSPAN, where are you guys? Please stand. Special important group as well. These are members of parliament. They make the laws, the policies, they hold our governments accountable, and we are glad to have you. So feel very welcome. Thank you, Francois, for reminding me about parliamentarians. I just want to see the split between youth and those who are not so youthful. So, if you consider yourself to be youth, hands up. Wow. Thank you so much. Let's give them a clap. I saw the youth and the young at heart, some of them. Okay, did I miss anyone? Non-state actors, okay. Non-state actors, civil society groups, that whole very important group. By a show of hands as well. Where are you? CNG? Okay. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Thank you for being here. Any other group we left out? Academia, research. Technical partners as well. I know we say development partners. Where are those guys? I see FARA, I see IFPRI, I see quite a good number, Academia 2063 and others. Thank you so much. There's a significant number. And part of the reason I'm doing this is so that we can facilitate that partnership in CAADP. One of the P's is partnership. So if you see groups that you consider to be extremely important during tea break, lunch break, and in the evenings, you need to make these connections to create important partnerships that can drive our agenda forward. Okay, so just a quick look at the agenda starting with today. We had the opening session already, which was great, very good welcome remarks that we had, and matching orders. The next session, which will start in just 30 seconds, we have two presentations there. One's on the new Kampala Strategy and Action Plan, and the other one is on the new CAADP Kampala Domestication Guidelines. And then shortly after that, we are going to spend some time thinking about the policy reforms and the kind of policy alignment that we need to accelerate the implementation of CAADP. All of this is going to take us up to lunch break, right? Could you move a little bit? We'll have an hour lunch. We are a bit behind time, but we'll hope to catch up. Could you shift this a little bit to the next? Oh, can I use this? I don't know. Let's see. No, I can't. This is good for slides. Our technical team, could you move it up? Or rather move it to the next, the afternoon session. Oh, there we go. Yes, so in the afternoon, we spent some time on a really important discussion. Updates on country readiness for domestication of CAADP Kampala, where we have countries, member states, AU member states discussing what they are doing, what needs to be done to be ready to implement Kampala for the next 10 years. Yeah, and I guess, countries learning from each other as well. And this session is extremely important. We've given a lot of time to it, so it will go all the way to the end of the day. And I think there's one more session, I don't quite see it here, but there's a closed meeting of we call it the business meeting, that includes AU institutions and some development partners. Okay, so that's how our day one looks like. And I hope everybody will have the opportunity to engage in different ways, to contribute as much as possible over the next 3 days. Make sure that your voice is heard and that you're able to bring your skills, your experience, your contribution, and that of your institution to this discussion. With that, I would like to shift to the session that we are about to have, which, as I said, is a really important one. It's about informing you and everybody else on the process that the African Union has led in the past few months to develop a new strategy that we are now proud of. We call it the Kampala for short, but also guidelines for implementing that strategy. And with us here are two ladies who have been part of the leadership of this process, and they will make short presentations on this. So it's my pleasure now to invite and welcome Dr. Janet Edeme, who's the head of Rural Division and also acting head of the Agriculture and Food Security Division at the African Union Commission. You met her earlier in the morning. She'll be presenting an overview of the new Kampala CAADP Strategy and Action Plan, which, as you all know, is from 2026 to 2035. We don't want to start with the assumption that everybody is familiar with this. So let's start by first being at the same level in terms of knowing what this is all about. And then we'll have someone else present on the domestication guidelines after that. So please put your hands together and let's welcome her. Could you please put up her presentation? You can use that.
Am I going to have my back to the audience? How about having it projected here as well?
Yeah, we need it also in front here. If you can do that for us, please. Yeah, so please listen to them and then we'll have some comments and engagement at the end. Yes. Yeah.
Then it means I need to move. Okay. Okay, so it's still morning. So you've taken it off from here now. Okay, I think we wouldn't want to waste too much time, so I may just have to, it's fine now. I can move to the center. Okay. Okay, it's working now. So as I had earlier introduced myself, my name is Janet Edeme, and I head the Rural Development Division, and I'm also the acting head for the Agriculture and Food Security Division at the African Union Commission headquarters in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. So I'm not going to take credit for this presentation. I see my former director, who is retired now. Now he's in private sector. Dr. Godfrey, can you stand up and be recognized? Thank you very much. Thank you. So Dr. Bahigwa had actually been the engine behind the deliverable on the CAADP strategy and action plan, the Kampala declaration, and the commitments. And so he's left it with us now to move it with regards to the implementation. So like Robert had mentioned, we don't want to assume that everybody knows about CAADP itself. So my presentation outline, I'll give us a very brief history of CAADP itself, the progress we have made, the challenges, and what we see in terms of going forward. And then I'll give a bit more information. I think this slide will be available for everyone to take back with them. The Kampala CAADP strategy itself and the action plan. And then take you through some of the key political processes that we normally have to go through at the level of the AU Commission if we would like to get an endorsement of any strategic policy and political guidance on any continental agenda. I think it's important that we are also conversant with that process. Okay, so brief history about CAADP. We are aware that we have the CAADP as one of our flagship strategies, contributing towards the African Union's Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. So maybe by show of hands, how many of us in this room know about Agenda 2063? So can I follow up by asking, how did we arrive at 2063? Any show of hands? Only one hand. So we just know about Agenda 2063, but we do not know how we arrived at Agenda 2063. And we are expected to own this. So in 2013, when we were celebrating the 50th year of the OAU and also transitioning to the African Union, our heads of states came up with what they called the 50-year strategic plan in terms of how we see our continent going forward over the next 50 years. So if you add 50 to 2013, you get 2063, okay? So that is how we came up with Agenda 2063. We have just completed the first 10-year implementation, and we are moving now into the second 10-year implementation of the Agenda 2063. And so the CAADP is also contributing as our flagship program for agricultural development on our continent. So in terms of a brief history, we had talked about Maputo. So our declarations are always named after the countries where we organized those summits. So we were in Mozambique in 2003, where we had the Maputo Declaration endorsed. Maputo Declaration focused on two key deliverables and outcomes. The decision was looking at our member states committing 10% of public allocation resources to agricultural development. Because from studies, 10% was the minimum we needed to be able to transform our own agricultural rates by 6% continuously, which would take our continent and our people out of abject poverty. So we needed the 10% to give us the 6%. And that is what we had been tracking when we endorsed the Maputo Declaration. So those are just the two key targets we were focusing on for the Maputo Declaration. So when we moved on implementing Maputo for 10 years, we got to 2014, then we had some reflections. How did we do in terms of implementing the Maputo Declaration? And we realized that no, we did not have all our member states allocating 10% of their national resources to the agricultural sector. But when we look at where they were before the declaration in 2003 and where they were after the declaration, there was a positive uptick. So we had some countries that were consistent in terms of the allocation of the resources. We had Ethiopia, we had Rwanda, we had Mali, and I think Burkina Faso. They were consistent in terms of sometimes 12%, sometimes 15% was going into the ag sector. So we now also realize that the private sector was also missing. So we had assumed that the government was going to do all the heavy lifting in terms of providing the resources. So the private sector was not well captured, and also in the Maputo Declaration. There was a lot of focus only on government intervention in the ag sector. So fast forward now to 2014, we were in Equatorial Guinea. That's why we have what we call the Malabo Declaration. So the Malabo Declaration also came up now with some targets that we should be able to track, monitor, report upon, and also take on board some of the other emerging issues that had not been captured or was not really a global concern, even on our continent, when we had the Maputo Declaration. Issues around climate change, issues of resilience, the shocks, etc. And also the issues around mutual accountability. Because there is what we need to do as a government, there's what we need to do as a private sector, what we need to do as a non-state actors, farmer organizations, etc. So Malabo was a bit more inclusive in terms of identifying other key stakeholders in the agricultural agenda and also coming up with some of the targets. So for example, we're also looking at targets around maybe tripling intra-Africa trade by 2025. We're looking at halving post-harvest losses on the continent. And also we're looking at issues around stunting, okay? So we began to have some targets that we're also going to be tracking in the Malabo Declaration. So some of the achievements we had in terms of implementing the CAADP. Number one, we had an enhanced political profile of agriculture. For the first time on our continent, we were the only continent that had the common vision in terms of how we want to see agricultural development going. No other continent had it. There was a time that the UN SecGen had also congratulated Africa that we're the only continent that had a common vision when you're talking about agricultural development globally. So that was commendable. Secondly, we had an increase in terms of investments in agriculture. Like I had mentioned earlier on, before the decision of the 10%, and after the decision of the 10%, we saw an uptick. So there was an increased investment. And also having CAADP raise the profile of agriculture, both at national, at regional, and also at continental level. And then there was ownership. This was not a top-down program. This was a program that was organic. This was a program that was developed together with our own key stakeholders. And then also in terms of another achievement we had was the issues around strengthening the national and regional planning systems. Our countries were able to come up with what we called the CAADP compacts. At the time when we were signing the compacts, we had 45 of our 55 African Union member states signing what we call the compact. So the compact was more or less a kind of commitment that was signed off on both by the government, the private sector, the women's organizations, the farmer organizations, producer organizations, non-state actors, etc., that they have sat together and they have identified specific priority areas as the areas of focus for their governments to put in their financial support and technical support into those areas. That is what we call the compact. And the compact was then transformed and translated into programs and projects for implementation. And then we also had what we called those national agricultural investment plans, which were developed from the compacts. And of course, issues around policy enhancement. So we're also able to use the CAADP to look at some of the existing policies and ensure that we had some synergy and some coherence, because you could have some policies in Ministry of Trade, which could be at cross purposes with policies in Ministry of Agriculture or Finance or Planning. So that CAADP actually supported us in terms of ensuring we had more synergy. And also in improving how our RECs, the regional economic communities, were also able to support our member states, and they were able to come up as well with their own regional agricultural investment plans. And then we had what we called the biennial review process. We were able to establish a very robust monitoring and evaluation system where our member states, we built their capacities, and then our member states were able to track, monitor, and report on specific indicators that was agreed mutually. And those indicators were indicators we had identified to be able to track the commitments in the Malabo. So for the first time, we're able to have a very robust tool that could help us. If you don't track anything, you can't report on it, and you can't assess progress. So another achievement was putting in place the biennial review process. Okay, so now reality hits, okay? The challenges. We had all of those good achievements, but unfortunately, Malabo will be ending by 2025, a few months from now. And the implementation has been slow. We've been implementing, but it's been slow. We would have appreciated it if it was faster, but none of our countries is on track, unfortunately, to meet the Malabo commitments. And those are some of the very sobering figures. 20% of our population, that's about 280 million Africans, are still experiencing hunger. Malnutrition still remains a very severe issue. The rising costs have made healthy diets unaffordable for about 925 million of our people. And of course, we also have the overnutrition, we have the non-communicable diseases, we're having growing rates of obesity, and this is also impacting in terms of our health and economic burden. Now, looking forward, we have identified about 5 drivers of our agri-food systems over the next 10 years. We are looking at Kampala more now in terms of an agri-food systems approach. Malabo had focused more in terms of an agricultural-led approach, looking at issues around improving agricultural production and productivity. But Kampala gives us that shift now, and we're having a more holistic view, looking at an agri-food systems approach. And we have identified about 5 key drivers that will lead this transformation. The first is around urbanization. We know that we're getting more urbanized, our feeding patterns have changed, and we're even going into preparing processed foods. So for me, if I come back from the office, I'm a Nigerian, if I have to eat pounded yam, I have to take the yam, I have to boil the yam, I have to pound the yam, etc., etc. Now I can go into the shops and I can just pick ola, poundo, whatever, put it on the fire, 10 minutes, my food is ready. So we are also looking at that in terms of the urbanization. And then we're also looking at issues around our economic growth. It's rising, we're having rising incomes, we're having an increasing demand from the urbanization for diverse and high quality food products. And of course, the elephant in the room, our population. We have a youthful population. And having this youthful population, we know teenagers eat. They eat a lot. We need to have the food to be able to feed this growing population. And then, of course, issues around innovation. Technological innovations, digital agriculture, biotechnology. These have the potentials in terms of being able to ensure that we can have the agri-food systems transformation agenda that we're looking forward to. And of course, issues around resilience also would be a driver. Issues around climate change, the issues around how climate change is impacting on agricultural productivity. So we've identified these as the key drivers that we really need to pay close attention to for us to be able to achieve the agri-food systems transformation that Kampala speaks to. Okay, so just a quick overview in terms of what the strategy looks like. So for the strategy, we have identified 7. I want to take you, first of all, let me backtrack. Let me take you through the process that led to Kampala. I think it's very important that I take you through that process. First of all, we also realized that Malabo had not been very consultative or very inclusive in terms of engaging with the different stakeholders in the different sectors on our continent. So we took that as a lesson learned. And so in the process of going from post-Malabo meant going towards Kampala. We now said we needed to have, first of all, stakeholders' engagements. So we worked with our regional economic communities to organize what we called the regional dialogues. And these were led by the regional economic communities, bringing together countries within their own space and discussing around what should be the key priority areas for our particular regions. And then we also engaged with other stakeholders, like our parliamentarians, our youth. We gave them that platform as well. And then we also included the non-state actors in that conversation. And then also we do have some non-traditional CAADP stakeholders who might not necessarily be part of the core mainstream agenda of implementing the CAADP, but we gave them an opportunity for them to also mobilize their own constituency and submit independent memoranda to the AU for us to take their priorities and their inputs on board in preparing the CAADP Kampala. And we had about 50 submissions were made that were submitted by these independent groups. And now when we had all of this information together and then clustering the different thematic areas, we could identify some trends in terms of the submissions we had received. We came up with 13 technical working groups. So we had working groups looking at issues around inclusivity, for example, another group looking at the theories of change, another group looking at issues around climate change, food and nutrition security, resilience, etc. So we had those 13 technical working groups, and they were open. They were open for anybody to join. So we had lots of individuals who joined, both Africans and non-Africans as well, who contributed to the 13 technical working groups. So it was a very consultative and very engaging process. And so we sat in Lusaka in Zambia, and we had a presentation of the outcomes from all of the discussions with the 13 technical working groups. Then we now put together a small team to crunch all of these priority areas. They sat for 10 days and worked on it to come up with the right shop. The AU technical experts and other experts worked with us for us to be able to transform all of the priorities that had been identified in the technical working groups into these high-level strategic objectives. It was a very intensive work to do. And then we had a validation of the objectives. Now we're able to collapse them in the right shop to come up with these strategic objectives. So we're looking at some of the differences between Malabo and Kampala. Kampala is looking at, like I had mentioned earlier on, we're looking more now taking on board an agri-food systems approach. And also we're looking at issues around a multi-sectorial coordination. Maputo, everybody was thinking it had to be Ministry of Agriculture. And there was no platform to bring on board ministries of health, ministries of trade, investment, etc. So we looked at it and said, no, for Kampala, we need a multi-sectorial coordination. We need to have those ministries talking to one another, not working in silos. Even Ministry of Health, we've talked about issues around nutrition. We would need Ministry of Health to be part of this as well. Okay? And then we also looked at the expected outcome from this multi-sectorial coordination. We're looking at issues how we can achieve the sustainable, resilient, and inclusive agri-food systems. And using our agri-food systems to address some of our own socioeconomic issues, particularly issues around jobs, issues around living wages, and also issues around social cohesion and socioeconomic stability. So colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, from the work that had been done by the experts in that 10-day ride shop, they came up with these 6 high-level strategic objectives. If you do not remember anything else I have said, kindly remember these 6 strategic objectives. First strategic objective in Kampala Declaration, how we are going to intensify sustainable food production, agro-industrialization, and trade. We had realized that most of our member states are not taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We're still processing, we're still trading in raw products with low value added. Issues around agro-industrialization and trade is very key. We need to contribute to the AFCFTA, trade amongst ourselves. We know what's happening globally. Issues around finance. How do we boost investment financing? My sister talked about the $100 million. It has to come from the domestic markets. It has to be domestically mobilized. There's no free money anywhere, no free lunch anymore. So we need to look at how, as a continent, we need to boost investment and financing. And of course, one of the key strategic objectives, which was a standalone, was the issues around food and nutrition security across our continent. We still have a lot of stunting cases, malnutrition amongst our citizens. And then the issues around inclusivity, getting everybody on board, the men, the women, the youth, people with disability, people living in conflict areas, people living in fragile environments, etc. The issues around inclusivity are very key. And then ensuring that we can build a very resilient agri-food systems in light of the climate change, the shocks that are happening, and how we can make the food systems very resilient. And of course, governance. We've spoken about governance, even the high-level presentations this morning also spoke about issues of transparency, mutual accountability, governance. Okay, so I'm not going to go into the details, but just to give you some of the key interventions in each of the strategic objectives. So if we are looking at intensifying sustainable food production, agro-industrialization, and trade, we're looking at how we can invest in regional value chains, improve trade facilitation, and strengthen input systems. To my right-hand side is what we are seeing as the intermediate outcomes when we are able to implement these key interventions. On the issues around investment financing as well, not just quantity, but quality of the investments. And there is a need for us to look at how we can strengthen facilities that would also support the development of bankable flagship projects. I think I recall when we were implementing the Maputo, we had the GAFSP, the Global Fund. Our member states needed to get an endorsement from the Commission before they could submit their bankable projects to access the financing from them. So we need to be able to strengthen such facilities for our member states to still be able to access the financing there. And some of the expected intermediate outcomes. I have very limited time now. And of course, issues around food and nutrition security. How we can also ensure that we are able to strengthen, exploit agriculture to improve nutrition, health, and One Health. And of course, issues around sanitary and phytosanitary standards. If food is not safe, it's not food. It can't be eaten, okay? So the issues around those key interventions are also going to be strategic for Objective 3. And Objective 4 on advancing inclusivity and equitable livelihoods. How do we improve market access? How do we ensure that our youth can have access to the markets and have them integrated in those markets? Issues around digitalization and agri-tech and improving access to productive resources, like women's access to land and land rights, youth access to land rights, fertilizer, soil. Those are the productive access resources we're talking about here. How to make sure that it is equitable and it's inclusive. Then issues around resilience, strengthening our institutional infrastructure to be able to address the shocks and distresses with the ongoing climate change. And of course, coming up with programs that will support in terms of ensuring that we can input resilience into the livelihoods of our citizens. And of course, intermediate outcomes. And then issues around governance. So we have governance in 3 clear pillars. One, in terms of leadership and ownership, working with our member states, our regional economic communities, to integrate the Kampala Declaration targets and also the strategy and action plan into the national agri-food systems investment plans and also the regional development plans. And of course, we can't overemphasize the issues around mobilizing resources, and sometimes our non-state actors can be very zealous in terms of the work that they do. But I think it's important for us to be able to manage and provide them with the necessary guidance. So streamlining the engagement of our non-state actors and how they are actually contributing in terms of implementing the CAADP Kampala Declaration is also very critical. And of course, building the capacities of our parliamentarians, strengthening their oversight functions, raising awareness so that when they sit in those subcommittees in finance or in agriculture, they are better informed to be able to ensure that relevant and sufficient resources are allocated. Then, of course, the issues around policies as well. And we're looking at the decentralization of the implementation of CAADP. CAADP doesn't need to be implemented by one of our colleagues sitting in the Ministry of Agriculture. Let's see how we can decentralize it. Local government, Kebele, districts, Woreda, whatever it's called in whichever country, to the grassroots level. And of course, the issues around strengthening our institutional capacities of our government, the government structures that are in place, they need to be strengthened. And then issues around the evidence-based decision. We are still going to be monitoring, reporting, and tracking through our binary review process. We are going to make it more robust, and we're going to ensure that we are able to take on board new indicators that are going to track the reporting on the CAADP Kampala. And of course, issues around coordination, we have to strengthen that. And we can't overemphasize the issues of enhancing resource mobilization and financial sustainability. We need financing that is sustainable, predictable, and consistent. So these are some of the ideas we had in terms of where we could get the money for implementing the CAADP Kampala. Public funding. Okay, public funding. So the 10% decision that was adopted in Maputo is still valid, and it's still going to be our first go-to in terms of where we get the public funding. And then we're also looking at the possibilities of maybe creating a special fund for the AU institutions to support us as well in terms of the coordination, the monitoring, the tracking, and the reporting. And for donors as well, we may want to look at counterpart funding, how we can leverage on donor support, donor funding for capacity building. Private sector as well, we will be looking out for them. And then there's a lot of this money we keep hearing about in the green climate financing. How do we also tap into the money that is out there when you're talking about green climate financing? And then we put this there. I don't know, some of our members says we're comfortable, some we're not very comfortable, that we needed to get a piece of the pie when you sell those minerals, the rare earth minerals, etc. Can we get a piece of the funding or the piece of the profits that goes from there to be able to fund the strategy? Of course, issues around the knowledge support system, communications, advocacy, making sure people are aware, people understand, and can articulate what CAADP means, and particularly the Kampala Declaration. This is still talking about our M&E, how we can strengthen it in terms of the reporting and building our capacity for us at the member states level to be able to report, to analyze, and to track the data for the indicators. You see how important we think communication is. Now, the key political processes we had to go through. I took you through the process in terms of the post-Malabo, coming up with the technical documents that identified those 7 strategic objectives. Once we did that, now we needed to have this presented to our heads of state. There is a process that we have to go through. Dr. Bahiwa sitting here knows what we went through to get this done. So first of all, we had to organize what we're calling an extraordinary session of the Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment. So basically this committee is a committee made up of our ministers of these sectors, but of course beyond the sectors, looking at issues on climate change, forestry, wildlife, biodiversity, etc. But this is just the name for that particular committee. And this committee meets every 2 years. So we had the statutory meeting of the committee in 2023. So the next took place in 2025, but this is why this was called an extraordinary, because we needed to ensure that our ministers could go through the strategic objectives, endorse it before we can submit it to the summit for them to approve. So we had that extraordinary session. We had the extraordinary session. And then after the extraordinary session, we now had to submit the report, the document to the representatives of our countries in Addis Ababa. These are the ambassadors. We call them the Permanent Representatives Committee. So we did this early December 2024. And then we now organized another extraordinary session because this was not a statutory assembly of the African Union. We organized this in January, so we didn't have Christmas, we didn't have New Year. Colleagues were online, 1st of January, Christmas Eve, everybody was still working hard to ensure that we could organize this extraordinary session. And it took place in Kampala. So that's why we call it the Kampala Declaration. So thank you very much, colleagues, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen.
Surely you can give her a better clap. It's not so easy to make such a presentation. Oh no, I'm still not satisfied. Let's try one more time. A big, big clap for her. Thank you so much. That's much better. You all had really nice coffee and tea and bitings there, so let's use some of that energy. So at least thank you so much, Dr. Edeme, for taking us through what Kampala is all about. Especially those 6 areas that she mentioned. We didn't want to assume that everybody knows. We didn't want to assume that everyone remembers. This only happened this year, and this is the first CAADP PP after our leaders met and made these decisions. So how is the AU going to implement these commitments? So our next speaker is going to speak to that. And if you do have comments and thoughts and so on, please write them down. So once we've got the second presentation, we'll have a few of them. But let's listen to her because it's important. This is what we want to achieve. How are we going to do it? How are we going to help countries, AU member states, to domesticate, to implement Kampala? Is that going to be different from the last 10 years or not? So again, let's welcome Madam Estherine Fotabong. She's the Director for Agriculture, Food Security and Environmental Sustainability at AUDA NEPAD to share with us these plans for domesticating these decisions. So please, Madam, the floor is yours. I think this will work. Yeah, and you can do it from here.
This one. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, my sister, Dr. Janet, for that very detailed presentation, giving a panoramic view of CAADP the last 10 years. So again, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, friends of CAADP, it is my honor to present some of the CAADP Kampala implementation guidelines. As Dr. Janet said, CAADP Kampala gets into effective implementation from 2026. Although it has been endorsed and approved by our heads of states in earlier this year. And so what we have done, we have used 2025 as a period to prepare for the effective implementation of CAADP from January 2026. As Janet indicated in the different slides that she presented, the Kampala reflects the lessons that we have learned from Maputo to Malabo. And I think it positions Africa to respond to new challenges. Challenges that includes climate shocks, that includes issues of food and fertilizer insecurity, that includes demographic pressures, and the need for green, inclusive, and resilient growth. We saw and heard some of those challenges earlier. So in this 2025, as I said, we have considered this as a readiness year. And for that, we have engaged with constituent stakeholders, including the permanent secretaries, which unfortunately, we will say perhaps did not have their right or the right attention and space given to them when we were implementing Malabo. We've had engagement with the farmer organizations, the critical constituencies as we move into implementation. But what I'm presenting here today is a critical element of the readiness effort that the AU institutions have engaged with the member states to prepare. And that will be the Kampala implementation guidelines that gives us the critical pathways that we need to engage in as we implement Kampala. I really wouldn't go to talk much on this slide because Dr. Janet has presented it, and we heard it again in the morning, the differences and the commitments and obligations that we had in the different eras. So the Maputo era, we know about the allocation of the 10% of national budgets and the increase of agricultural production and productive by 6%. The Maputo era, the 7 commitments, Janet has presented that, so I really do not have to go into all of this. And of course, the Kampala Declaration, which she said, if there's one slide we should all remember, is the slide that presented the 7 strategic objectives of CAADP, but I will come back to that. So the process of developing the CAADP guidelines, Kampala guidelines, have been a very consultative one. We've had technical consultations with all the regs and member states following the Kampala Declaration and adaptation by our heads of states in February. We've had expert reviews and peer exchanges with specialized institutions, research bodies, and think tanks to help us think of how we can structure and what should be the critical process and pathways for implementation. We had meetings with senior officials at the last STC that held last week from 21st to 24th October. Had the inputs of all our member states, their consideration and endorsement before we submitted it to our ministers. Janet spoke about the STC, so it's the Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment, composed of our ministers. So that's the premier policy making body of the African Union. And so the guidelines have been presented to our ministers for consideration and endorsement. And I am very pleased to report that these guidelines have been endorsed by our ministers. So before I go into the detail of the guidelines itself, it's important to just have a quick reflection of the evolution from Malabo to Kampala. What is different? I think Janet touched on some of that, but it's good to remind ourselves of the changes that Kampala is bringing to the policy, continental policy environment expected to be domesticated and implemented by our member states. So it's always good to remind ourselves that we have moved from an agriculture-centric focus to a more holistic agri-food system. So Maputo was agri-centric. Kampala is holistic agri-food systems. We are moving from and we have said this, maybe a compliance-heavy monitoring system through the BR, where we had more than 50 indicators to report back to. And now we have 22 core outcome targets, each with clear indicators. We have moved from broad declaration, the CAADP Malabo declaration. We had just the declaration. And after that was passed, we had to figure out what to do in terms of critical actions to implement it. But for Kampala, that is not the case. We have the declaration, we have the strategy, and we have the action plan. So we already have a fair share of understanding and ideas what are the critical actions that should be undertaken at the national level to support implementation. And Dr. Janet, I think the last or two slides she presented went to a bit of a detail of what is expected for each of the strategic objectives. So the slide just, and I think we try to capture the 6 strategic objectives that Janet presented, and the 22 tells us on the 22 targets and the 48 intervention areas. So this is what is contained in the Kampala Declaration, Strategy and Action Plan, what I just mentioned. So coming to the Kampala implementation guidelines themselves, what is it? The structure of the guidelines has an executive summary. It has a section on introduction and content that speaks to the rationale for the development of the guidelines, the vision, the strategy, strategic objective, as well as the core commitments. Then we have what I would say the heart of the document, the critical aspect of the guidelines on domestication and implementation. And we have 4 key elements. So that speaks to the process of domestication. So when we live here today as member states, as civil society, and go back to our countries, and we say we want to start the domestication of CAADP, what are the processes that we have to follow? What are the steps that we want to follow? And when we do that, what are we expected to see in terms of outcomes of that domestication process? The 4th aspect of the guidelines in terms of its structure gives us annexes and supporting tools. So when we go to our countries and we want to start the exercise of setting up the different technical committees, for instance, what do we have to do? What are the terms of reference of such committees? So we have these different annexes and different tools that have been designed by different institutions that we have collated and will be part of the guidelines. And also we've identified areas where there are gaps that perhaps new tools have to be designed to give member states the tools and mechanisms that needs to be in place of member states and IREX, tools and guidelines that need to be in place for domestication. So what are the objectives of Kampala guidelines? One, the guidelines, they seek to strengthen leadership and coherence across institutions and stakeholders. The guidelines seek to generate and use data for targeted, evidence-based investment, development and design. And the guidelines seem to support the development of bankable investment plans that are aligned to continental and regional priorities. And of course, the national development plans and strategies of our respective member states. And lastly, the guidelines are there as strategic objectives to help to institutionalize accountability and learning, and to ensure that we have continuous improvement throughout the performance feedback loop of implementation of the CAADP Kampala declaration and strategies. So the next 10 years, using our different mechanisms of reporting, we should be able to learn and report back so that we continuously improve on our developmental outcomes. So, coming into more detail on the 4 critical processes and steps of the Kampala guidelines. The first one is on leadership, coherence, and stakeholder alignment. So what we have generally termed governance. And here, what do we want to see? As I mentioned, when we go back home and we really want to start Kampala implementation, of course, we're not starting from zero because the member states have had and have been implementing the CAADP domestication and the CAADP NIPES in their countries. But given Kampala, we need to reflect some of the challenges and the findings that we have in the BR tells us that we have to course correct. And so we are looking forward with the Kampala implementation guidelines. How should member states organize themselves so that we can course correct and address some of those challenges and weaknesses that have been observed in the last 10 years of Malabo implementation. So on the governance aspect, the leadership aspect, member states should secure political endorsement of the Kampala Declaration. That is the first. Of course, it has been signed by our heads of state, so they've endorsed it. There's that political commitment. But that has to be translated into some concrete things when we get back to our countries. Those include stakeholder engagement. And stakeholder engagement in the Agrifood system lens means that we are engaging with all the ministerial departments, with all the actors, civil society, farmer organizations, all private sector, all the critical actors have to be engaged, and the mechanisms have to be put in place, parliamentarians place. I keep omitting you, but you should be rest assured that you are actually number one. Because if we don't have the 10% budget or whatever allocations that member states are putting through their NIPES, then we have to be asking the parliamentarians, because that responsibility of allocating budget rests with them. So your role is of critical importance. So that stakeholder engagement is not something that we can cut short. We have to have it in place. We have to have the interministerial coordination committee. We have to have the technical working groups. We have to have the ministerial level, multi-level alignment. So it's not just a conversation at the central level, but it has to be decentralized conversation. Our municipal level engagement must be involved, because when we speak about impact, it's at the level that we want to see results. So they have to be engaged in this process. We have to see the knowledge systems that are in place. So member states, on a very step-by-step, in a process form, needs to be able to establish these APEC coordination mechanisms, the interministerial platforms. We need to constitute our NIPES teams that is multi-stakeholder, interministerial. We need to be able to map and align existing policies. What do we have in place, and why did we perform 10%, 20%, 50% in achieving zero hunger? Do we have the right policies that help us to do this? Or do we have policies that mitigate against each other and conflictual? We need to be able to do that, map those policies so that we can see where the gaps are. Once we do this, setting, or once member states and the regional economic communities, because as you remember, we have the NIPes for the countries and the RIPes for the regional, at the regional level, and the process is the same. So we start with part one, with the leadership, and move to part two, which is the analysis and diagnostics for evidence generation. I think, we cannot overemphasize the importance of having an evidence-led process. And for this, we need to be able to, on a step-by-step basis, conduct different types of analytical work. We need to conduct a food system mapping, identifying the actors, the flows, and the bottlenecks. We should not assume that these are known. We have to do these things in a systematic way to be able to guide through evidence on the actions to take. We need to do a status assessment that will include the establishment, the national baseline, to just establish the national baseline against the 22 targets that are contained in the action plan. We need to undertake a goals and milestone analysis, identifying what are the options, and set out realistic Kampala goals and target. So country A options will be different from country B. While we have these different tools and analysis, the outcome will be different for different countries, because the reality on the ground, the political economy of the countries are different. So this mapping will contextualize what is relevant and what is of priority to the countries. And lastly, we need to do a policy and program opportunity assessment that identify and recommend, prioritize activities or investments, so to speak. So maybe what we really should be retaining here is we need to do all of this for two things: to help us when we get to the third phase, which is the actual investment. Once we have done our stakeholder engagements and consultation, we have mapped, done the assessment of the baselines and the policies that are there. And then we come to answer the question, so where do we need, as a member state, to address, what kinds of policy do we have to address? What kind of policy reform, policy engineering should we do? And what kind of investments should the country prioritize? What value chains should be given priorities and investment plans developed for them? All of this delivered through the NIPes, or NIPSIPs, as they might be called now, or RIPSIPs for the region. These terminologies and acronyms are always interesting, but we know we are talking about the National Agricultural Strategic Investment Plans and the Regional Agriculture, or food system agriculture investment plans. That tells you I'm all in this business when I go back to agricultural investment plans, but we are now talking about the food systems. So this will help us, this phase of investment design and planning will help us to see what are the critical and priority value chains that member states want to focus on, and what are the policies areas that they want to address. This morning, I think Commissioner Vilakazi spoke about his 100th plan and some areas of priorities. And of course, these are just some areas, because if we go back to the slide on the strategic objective that was presented by Janet and myself, and let's just take an example on strategic objective 1 on production. What do member states have to do? Because we need to be able to support concrete things on the ground. This is where the change comes from. This is where the transformation is going to come from. If we want to increase agricultural productivity, obviously, we should know what kinds of soil do we have. Just an agroecological mapping is important to identify the agroecological zones, the soil type that is there. So we need to intentionally do these things. It's not going to happen, just from the sky, but we have to be intentional that member states must prioritize understanding these important issues of soil health and the kind of soils that they have, because it will help them determine what kinds of crops and in which regions to grow them. Fertilizer development. We all worried 2 years ago when there was the crisis in another part of the world, and we had a crisis in this continent because we could not deliver fertilizers to our farmers. Really, that should not repeat itself after 20 years of CAADP implementation. So understanding this is important, and understanding it within the context of also building resilient agri-food systems. So we need to understand that. The issue of seed banks, and I'm just giving these ones, relating them to one strategic objective. We cannot, in the context of climate change, talk about production and productivity without understanding and having a seed system that looked and embraced both biotechnological and indigenous seed systems. We need to be able to do that. And we need to protect our farmers by developing seed banks. So these are just examples on deliberate and concrete things that member states should be paying particular attention to. And I can go on and giving examples for all the other strategic objectives. But these are critical ones that we must be prioritizing and we must be reporting back on when we come and assess how we are performing in transforming our agri-food systems. Climate resilience, blue economy, agribusiness and value chains, these are all critical. And of course, it's not a shopping list because we cannot have everything, but there will be some other areas and issues that are important for that member states based on the full Kampala strategy and action plan that Janet presented, but also the national development plans of that country. Because CAADP is not operating in isolation. It's operating within the context of the developmental objectives of a particular country and what is the trajectory that they want to take. So these are some of these things, and some of the work that we will have to do with the countries is to support them in developing and building capacity to have bankable projects and having robust planning systems in their countries. Support the work on policy and institutional reforms, adaptive and implementation capacity. I think this morning, my brother, the head of the farmer organization, PAFO, spoke about a capacity building program. The point here is when we are looking at capacity, we're not just looking at member states. We are also looking at other critical actors that need to contribute in the implementation of Kampala. So the guidelines make provision to accommodate all the critical stakeholders. And lastly, so when we have done our investment plans, we have gone through and have the meetings, we have had them reviewed by AUC and NEPAD. We have called a business meeting and we are getting resources to implement them, and we are going into implementation. Again, let's remind ourselves what is important is the implementation so that we get that impact on the ground, measured by the things that we spoke earlier. Then we come back to mutual accountability and monitoring and reporting and learning, where we define the core outcomes, indicators that will be streamlined to the 22 and targets as we mentioned earlier, building on the biennial reports. This will be reviewed and reflected to incorporate the critical indicators that will help us to be able to report performance for Kampala implementation. of course, establish our monitoring systems that will be at the continental level, the regional level, but also at the country level. We need to operationalize the digital EBR dashboards for real-time reporting and adaptive management. I think a lot of investment needs to go here because one of the lessons we learned, the 5 BR reports, is the issue of data, availability of data, collecting data, analyzing this data, reporting on them in a consistent manner across board, so that each member state can be fairly represented in the BR report. And each of the strategic objectives we have to be improved. The last reporting periods, we haven't done very well in reporting on the private sector. That has to be improved because we have all agreed that we are not going to get transformation and the expected result if we don't have more active participation and involvement of African private sector and other private sector in the agri-food system. But we need to be able to capture their performance and report back on this in the whole BR process. So, colleagues, these are the four core critical steps or processes that we need to undertake. On step by step, as you see to my right, this gives you just a step by step in terms of activities that member states should undertake when it comes to domestication of CAADP. And when we do that, when we follow that process, and it's not a linear process because member states are in different stages. And a member states can do its own rapid assessment and say, all right, maybe we want to give more emphasis on undertaking the evidence-based analysis that is needed. But each member state have to prove that we have done step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4 in order to be CAADP Kampala compliant. So, as I mentioned, we have presented this to our member states and it has been approved. Thanks to the commissioner, his leadership, and the technical team that is working with our ministers have embraced and approved this as the key instrument to support Kampala domestication in our country. So we have no excuses. The political will is there, the work has been done. When we go back to our countries now, we must move. I won't go into all the word. I think the main message that is important here is that these guidelines has been endorsed by our ministers, and in January, it will be presented to our heads of states for their approval and endorsement as well. We will, in terms of next steps, which is what I'm already moving to, so it will go to the heads of states, but also we will then look at a capacity building program that will make sure we have systemic support being delivered on a timely basis to our member states. And that will include just organizing and coordinating the expert base, the expert knowledge that we have in the continent, and those where we need support from outside, engage with them to get that support and make sure that once a member state writes to AUD and NEPAD and the commission that they want to start the implementation process, I will know. I can call on FAO, on WFP, on AGRA, on IFPRI, and other critical technical partners to come and have their technical staff deployed to the country for support. We're going to also do a lot in terms of just coordination. And this platform that has been a flagship of CAADP over the years is going to be reinforced. We think this is the most critical platform because it brings all the critical partners to be able to sit in one room, to share experience, to share knowledge, to look at where the critical gaps are, and to agree on actions that each and every one of these actors have to undertake. So implementation, well, yes, while it's the responsibility of member states, is a whole society approach that includes the member states, the civil society, the farmer organization, the private sector, and this platform gives us the space where we can all come and share how we are performing. So please don't come and say country A is doing poorly, because we can also say, what has the non-state actor, what have they done in terms of advocacy, in terms of awareness raising, in terms of support on the ground with communities? So what have the development partner do in terms of resource allocation, technical support? And so it is, again, I will end, these guidelines gives us the process that we need to follow step by step and the outcomes that we want to see. Thank you for your kind attention.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Estarin, for presenting these technical guidelines. Let's give her another big round of applause. I think that was a great job. It's not very easy because this is a lot of information to present in one sitting. And I don't envy her. It wasn't easy, but she did very well. So thank you so much, Madam, for that. I had promised that I would give all of you a chance to ask a few questions or perhaps make some comments. We are very late, so it will just have to be a few people so that we can at least factor in one more presentation before we go for lunch. So you've heard about the Kampala Declaration, Strategy and Action Plan. And then you've heard about the guidelines just presented by Estarin. What's coming to you? What do you think? Does this make sense? Is there something glaringly missing? And all of these things have actually now been approved through the African Union system. Just last week, these guidelines were approved, and so we are almost ready to go. But it would be interesting to get some comments. Could you, where are the ushers? Could you help me to get microphones to people? I want to get 1 or 2 or 3 comments. And if you'll allow me, I might go by the categorization that I had. Maybe get from a member of parliament, then from a rec, and maybe from a youthful or someone young at heart. Could you bring the microphone right here? I believe that's where the MPs are sitting. Yes, I've seen your hand, so I'll take a few. For us to get as much comment as possible, let's stick to a rule here. It's called the KISS principle. Keep it short and sweet. Let's not attempt to make speeches. Just make your point, come to your point straight away. No protocols are needed here. They were made in the morning on behalf of everybody. So let's start with you. Maybe just your name and your comment. Is that working?
Thank you very much. I'm not going to go into protocols, but I must recognize the great presentation by Dr. Janet and Madam Futabo. I want to focus more on the policy implementation around the governance because I have followed the 2 presentations and the African Parliamentary Network on Agri-Food System had been in the process of this development up to the declaration, the strategy, and the action plan. Now, what concerns us most is the National Agricultural Investment Plan of the member countries. A lot has been said about it, but as members of parliament, we just want to understand whether do the AU just believe that they have a comprehensive national agricultural investment plan in member countries, or do they have a program to accompany the countries in reviewing or setting up this investment plan? Because to us, that is where this implementation begins. Because let's take the case of a country where that already has a national development plan. Now we have to review to make sure that it aligns to the CAADP declaration and the strategy.
Yeah.
So I think that the AU should be thinking of doing something in that direction, so that the review and the monitoring should be very inclusive and should be able to track discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. That's Honorable Bamet from Cameroon, right? Yes, thank you so much. Could you just pass it across there to the next gentleman? Yes, please. Start by introducing yourself.
Okay, good morning. This is Professor Serge Emaleux. So I have 2 questions. So as we are moving toward the Kampala implementation, I would like to reflect back on Malabo. What has happened in Malabo, with Malabo Declaration in the implementation, and to which extent we have overcome the roadblocks which we have experienced there. So to that, I have 2 questions. First, to what extent were the Malabo Declaration targets fully integrated into National Development Plan and translated into specific costed and actionable sectoral strategies?
Okay.
What was there a line or fragmented between policy and different ministry, agriculture versus health, and versus finance? That's the first question. And second, what was the actual percentage of the national budget allocated to the agricultural sector year compared to the 10% target? And how much of that spending was nutrition sensitive or targeted directly at reducing post-harvest losses and improve food quality?
All right, thank you. Very loaded questions. I have a lot of experts here. These are not just for the 2 ladies here. We have a lot of biennial review experts that help develop a lot of this work. Some of them might respond. I'm not sure I have time for much more. That's an... Okay, then the gentleman behind you. Why don't you start?
Thank you. Bonjour. Je m'appelle Madi Sissé, je suis professeur à l'École supérieure polytechnique à l'Université Cheikh Anta Diop de Dakar et président de la Société africaine de nutrition. J'ai bien écouté les 2 communicantes et j'ai bien lu le nouveau partenariatship qui est extrêmement important et qui met en lumière, qui donne une place importante à la nutrition dans sa globalité et également aux systèmes alimentaires. Mais il est quelque chose d'important pour pouvoir lutter contre la malnutrition. Il faudrait avoir une approche holistique qui puisse intégrer l'ensemble des acteurs. Et quand je parle d'acteurs, je pense à l'industrie alimentaire, je pense à la technologie alimentaire, je pense aux consommateurs, je pense surtout aux chefs cuisiniers. Parce que le problème que nous avons en Afrique, nous avons des ressources qui ont des qualités insoupçonnées sur le plan nutritionnel, sur le plan organoleptique. Mais souvent, ces ressources alimentaires ou bien ces aliments traditionnels sont considérés comme des produits exotiques, entre parenthèses. Donc, on se pose la question comment développer et comment nous devons développer une approche holistique pour que l'ensemble de ces acteurs de la chaîne de valeur puissent être intégrés pour pouvoir apporter leur pierre à l'édifice. Merci beaucoup.
All right, just behind you, Henry Roberts from the Non-State Actor Coalition. Yes, you have a microphone there.
Thank you, Robert, and thanks our sisters for a very, very excellent presentation. I have a couple of questions. The first one is, as you know, the concept of multi-sectorial collaboration is not new. Inclusivity is not new either. It comes from Maputo. But Malabo stressed a multi-actors, multi-sectorial collaboration. Have we done any research to find out why it didn't work? That's my first question. My second question is, on the issue of the NASIP, the National Agri-Food System Investment Plans. Are we expected a member state? Well, I didn't introduce myself. Let me introduce myself. Let me start over. My name is Henry Roberts. With the non-state actors, I'm the co-chair of CNG and the chair of NCONSA. I'm also one of the regional experts on the boundary review process. But my question is, are we expecting member states to develop new knives, which is the now we're calling NASIP, or should member states be upgrading the present knives to reflect Kampala? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll probably take the last one. Who is it gonna be? Quite a lot of hands. Is there somebody who is representing youth? Are you? Okay, could you take the microphone that side? As they're taking, maybe I'll give you the chance as well. Your hand's been up a lot. Go ahead. The gentleman with the black fez.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm a youth and I also work for the government of Nigeria.
Okay.
I'm very particularly interested in the domestication of this to the informal system, to the youths that don't have access to this information. Are there plans and the guideline to reach them? How do we communicate this in the layman term so that people, both the local government communities, can adopt this and ensure that it is implemented to the highest? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Abdul Razak Ibrahim. I'm originally from Nigeria, but I work for FARA, Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, where I lead the institutional capacity in future scenarios. So we do a lot of foresight work, establishing communities of practice across Africa.
Okay.
And I would like to say that, you know, Kampala is presenting an opportunity for us at all levels to institutionalize strategic foresight. You know, as countries move forward into implementing or developing their NIPes, I think there's an opportunity there to really first establish, strengthen communities of practice of foresight, and also implement foresight. That is one way to really ensure that mutual accountability that we always talk about.
This is looking forward for, you know, many years ahead, what's going to happen.
As a matter of fact, we do have a side event on foresight later today from 6 to 7.
I know you are taking the opportunity to promote your side event. It's great. 4:30 to?
6.
Okay.
6 to
all right.
7:30.
All right. Excellent. Thank you so much. I want to come back to get some responses, but I'm tempted to look at some of the experts, and maybe I will take your guidance, Dr. Edeme and Madame Estarin. We have got people here that are intimately familiar with the history of how Malabo performed. I'm looking at Dr. Ulimwengu there. I'm wondering where Dr. Diop is. Some of these questions are not really for you. They can respond as well. John, do you want to talk to us about this earlier question about the lessons and the extent to which we achieved or did not achieve? And in particular, was the budget, the target towards the budget, the 10%, achieved or not? If you could collapse that into a minute response, and then I'll come back to my panel here. He's right there behind you. Just introduce yourself and respond. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Robert. Overall, yes, not so many countries have achieved the 10% budget allocation. But again, it is a process. We need to differentiate achieving the 10% budget allocation and the increase. We observe an increase in investment, public investment to agriculture sector, although not many countries. On average, I think it's around 5 to 6% across the continent. So that's one. But second, as I said, it's a process, right? It's a cumulative process. And we hope now that we extend it to food system, the 10% budget allocation, in addition to the $100 billion coming both from the public and private sector under the Kampala Declaration. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. In the BR process, we have a terminology, we call it progressing well. You may not have achieved your targets, but you've made significant progress, and we recognize that, and I think that's partially what John is hinting at, that we've made some significant progress. So let me come back to the two ladies here. You had some of the questions that are coming from the audience. You could take any that you want to comment on. I wonder if these things are working. I'll just... It's working.
Okay. Well, thank you for the contributions and the questions. Let's start with the one from my brother from Cameroon. Well, I think he was speaking on behalf of all the parliamentarians. The guidelines that we just presented gives a step-by-step process. And that process is accompanied by the African Union institutions. So AUD, NEPAD, AUC, and the REX to support member states to develop their national agricultural investment programs, or the REX to do their regional agricultural investment programs. So I did speak about the capacity building program, but in addition to helping with the design of tools for analytical work, or helping to design the templates that will be part of these guidelines, once the member states go through the process and have designed their NIPES, we have what we call the independent technical review, which is really undertaken by a group of experts from the AU institutions and other technical partners to review what has been developed and see whether it's, in this instant now, CAADP Kampala compliant. You know. So the member states, as I mentioned, if you go back tomorrow, back home, and you want to start a process next week, please write to us, and we will send a mission. Already in the readiness phase that I mentioned, we have been undertaking this 2025, the colleagues, our teams, NEPAD, AUC, and some of our partners, including AGRA, academia, IFPRI, and so on, we have constituted technical teams that have gone to member states to do a quick appraisal of where they are. Mind you, we are entering the third era. So member states do have NIPES, or what some might not call it NIPES, but they do have agricultural, agri-food system strategies and programs that have to be NIPE compliant. So they don't have to start from scratch, zero. I don't think any member state will be starting from zero. I think there was a question like that. Let me just add to that. No, there is some, already they have policies, they have investment plans, they have programs. What we will do is go in and support them to review what they have and make what they have CAADP Kampala compliant. Speaking to the 6 strategic objectives, looking at what kind of indicators they have to be able to report back on the 22 and 48 that targets and indicators that we have in the declaration and action plan. So to keep it short, yes, we will accompany the member states, and 2, they don't have to throw everything that they have to start from ground zero, no. build on what already is in the country, using these guidelines that we have, do a self-assessment of their own, and invite us to come and support them with technical assistance to be able to undertake the process. Of course, we are also having conversation with our development partners so that we can also have some predictable source of financing and resources that can support this domestication process. At the country level, the development partners are there. They have their development partner working groups that should be part of this domestication process. And at the continental level, we have our colleagues, the development partner working group, that we are working together to reflect on how both technical and financial assistance can be brought to the level of the countries to support the domestication process. On the communication and youth, the young man over there, my son, yes. I think what you said, I can just concur and agree with you, and that we need to engage more and support you so that the message of Kampala can be taken to the youth. You understand your constituency, and how do we communicate a brief version of what we have just presented so that the communities, the local communities, the young people are not lost in some very technical language. What we really tried in the guidelines is to use a very simple English. We are not all, we don't all speak the king's language, but we have tried to make sure this is not a document that only technicians will understand. We want this document to be accessible and available to the public. So it will be on our website, but again, through the programs that we have with the youths, we'll engage with your constituency so that you can communicate this Kampala Declaration and the guidelines, because the whole idea is for everyone to be able to use it. So we are very open and welcome, your availability to work with you. I think that will be it, yeah?
I think there was only a question regarding maybe some of the lessons learned from implementing Maputo and then going over into Malabo. In my presentation, I had indicated that in Maputo, we only had 2 expected key deliverables. The 10% to give us the 6%. Those are the 2 we had. And I had also indicated in my presentation that there wasn't a lot of emphasis in terms of the role of the private sector in the implementation of the Maputo Declaration, which we found was a kind of gap. We expected only the government to actually drive the improvement in terms of agricultural production and productivity. And we recognize those as some of the gaps that needed to be captured in the Malabo Declaration. I also indicated that we really did not have targets per se, like we did in Malabo. We just had the declaration, the 10% and 6%, and that was it. We didn't even have a monitoring tool in place as well to be able to monitor how the countries were doing. So those were some of the changes we had and the lessons that we had learned in terms of moving from Maputo all the way to Malabo.
Thank you so much. And let me just add that this process of developing this Kampala Declaration was quite comprehensive. There were 6 regional consultations, and each of them involved reviewing, looking back, reflecting. And then there was 13 technical working groups that really went into a lot of technical areas and reviewed, and all these reports are available. They present you with an analysis, a very comprehensive analysis of what happened during the Malabo period and how Kampala is correcting for some of that. So I would urge everyone to go back and look at this source material. It's very rich. And in the BR process, every year, I think every other year, we have got what we call a critical analysis, which reflects on what are we learning, what can we improve, what should we change. And that's aside from the BR reports. So because of time, I think we have to transition. But as we transition, let's put our hands together and thank the two presenters for their very good presentations. I know that we're running short of time. We should be heading to lunch now, but I think it would make sense and would be responsible for us to start the next session, at least with the presentation for that next session, and we can proceed with it after lunch. To lead this session, I would like to invite Dr. Ildefonse Musafiri. Are you around, Dr. Musafiri? Where is he? I'm looking. Oh, there he is. This next session is extremely important. I mean, I keep saying that, but certainly this one strikes me as one of the more important ones, thinking about policy reforms for improved alignment and accelerated implementation of the CAADP Kampala. So he will lead us through that.
Good afternoon. I would like to proceed with a short presentation by Timothy from World Bank. So then the panel will be leading, we discuss after lunch. How many minutes do you want?
Sorry?
How many time do you want?
2 or 3 minutes. 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, so you can take 10.
Oh,
Then after we go for lunch, and then we proceed later.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. The before lunch presentation, much better than the after lunch presentation. Okay. So I've been asked to talk about accelerating policy implementation. And I'm going to slightly backtrack on and go back to some of the issues that were raised by my sisters. And I think the starting point, well, first of all, the world is changing so rapidly and so quickly. Most of our member states are under heavy fiscal pressures. Most of them are demanding an increased mobilization of private sector investment. Population is growing. We need to employ people. The youth need employment. We need to ensure that employment is equitable. We need to address the challenge of urbanization. We need to be resilient to all kinds of shocks. All this in the context of international financing for agriculture diminishing. So we are in a very challenging policy environment. And when we look at agricultural public support globally, the good news is that in around 2020 to 2022 globally, we reached a pinnacle of increased public support to agriculture. That is the good news. The bad news is that 60% of that support either went to price distorting or had harmful effects on nature and health. That is not a good outcome. The second piece of bad news is that for every dollar in public support, about 35 cents went to farmers. So it's not as if we're working in an environment where we have a huge amount of positive evidence to bring. There is positive evidence out there, but if you take an overall sweep of the policy environment, you will see that we have challenges ahead of us, challenges behind us, and we certainly need to be thinking of new ways of working. And what I took from that global perspective is the issue of the budget. And I think, for me, the budget is the starting point. The National Agricultural Investment Plan is a budget instrument. It is a provision of financing into the agriculture, agri-food sector, and it's, for me, the absolute starting point for how we look at accelerating the implementation of policy. The first question is, what is the alignment between policy and the budget? We have many policies in our member states and across Africa, and not all of those policies are aligned to the budget. What is the allocation of the resources to those budgets? My good friend Odd always reminds me that if you have an extension budget and you go out to the field and you ask an extension worker, do you always have enough money to put into your motorcycle to get to your farmer? Generally, the answer is no. So we can talk all we like about increasing efficiency and effectiveness, but unless we really get into the detail, the boring but a really important detail of how a policy is going to be executed and look through the execution process all the way down the budget, we can talk up here, but we need to be very practical down here if we're really going to be transformational and implement policies. Are we creating we talk a lot about the enabling environment for private sector. Are we really creating, is the budget really reflecting an enabling environment for private sector? Is the budget creating a predictable financing at local levels that will attract farmers and investment for farmers into local levels? Are we really setting the right performance targets within the budget to ensure that efficiency, effectiveness, and impact are being achieved? And are we creating the environment in which we can really enable innovation to take place? I'm going to take one example. I won't name the country, but we looked at the public expenditure review of that country. We asked, has public money gone into agricultural investment in a consistent and predictable manner? And the answer was no. And what's the outcome of that? Is if you're farmer and you don't have a predictable budget, you're not able to invest in infrastructure, you're not able to invest in human capital, you are going to see a declining output in terms of your research, you're going to see a declining output in terms of your innovation. So if you have an innovation as your policy priority and you're not matching that with innovation investment, predictable innovation investment, your policy objective versus your policy outcome are going to be dramatically separate. So, how do we move forward? I think we do, as my sister Esterine rightly pointed out, we build the right toolkits. And I think the first toolkit you get out of your toolbox is a solid public expenditure review. And I was a bit surprised in terms of the guidelines that public expenditure review didn't come through more strongly. I think they need to. They have been done in multiple countries across Africa. FAO and the World Bank are working together to make a database of public expenditure reviews. I think we all, civil society, researchers, we all incumbent upon us to go and look very closely at those public expenditure reviews and see where our relative themes are featuring in those reviews. The second thing is, as Estrine pointed out, I think we need to be developing toolboxes. There are billions of dollars worth of investment have taken place across Africa in projects, small projects, large projects. The knowledge from those projects is quite often forgotten and we start reinventing the wheel. I'm an old lag. I've been around for a long time. I've seen the reinvention of the wheel numerous times. We should be looking to ways to bring that information into a toolbox and then sharing that more effectively across our countries in Africa. And there are some examples. I know that Farah my good friend Wally is out here. They've been working on collecting information for a soil health toolkit. We should be working with partners to go to countries and say, here's a menu of tools that you can use to address your policy requirement. Let's make sure that you choose the right tool. Let's make sure that you have the budget to implement the tool. And we at the World Bank have been working on some climate smart action plan analysis leading to the identification of investments. These are some examples, and there'll be many more. And I think it's incumbent upon us to really emphasize the point that Estrin was making in terms of bringing those toolkits together and really finding ways to make those toolkits available to people. And I think this brings me to the other part. So we have on the one side the budget and all that can bring, and then on the other side we have the ways of working. How are we going to change our ways of working in order to accelerate the policy process? And Estrin and Janet laid out a very clear set of guidelines. I think the challenge for us is to really take a good hard look at ourselves and work out how we don't keep on keeping business as usual. I think we recognize the need for changing the way that we work. If I may, I'll take an analogy. I think that partly what has happened up to now is I'm a coach on a football team, and one of the problems with my football team is that if the ball goes over there, everybody runs towards the ball. And nobody stays in their position, nobody adds value, recognizes their own value addition, everybody wants to be chasing the ball. And I think in terms of looking for partnerships, all those words that we use very frequently, we need to be recognizing that the value addition of our various institutions needs to be recognized, allow those institutions to do their work, but building the synergies between institutions to maximize each other's value addition. And recognizing and being very clear about our value proposition, absolutely fundamental. And I say this particularly, I think, at regional and continental level. If we're all chasing the ball, then we're not going to get very far. But if we all think about and are very clear about how we are going to identify the priorities that we are going to work on, and in many cases, I think that means narrowing the priorities. We need to have a more results-based approach. That has come up a number of times in the presentations this morning. But I think policy, accelerating the process of policy implementation means being more narrowly focused, saying these are the fundamental issues we need to address. We're going to address those issues first. Then we're going to move on to a secondary set of issues. But demonstrating the fact that we're able to address those first set of issues, I think will go a long way to addressing the point that Estrin raised earlier on in terms of how we have been or how we haven't been successful in delivering CAADP. So really understanding our mandate, understanding the mandate of other partner institutions, working on ways to collaborate more effectively, and showing and presenting those results is very, very important. And I've been working very closely with partners in CAADP and IGAD, and with them developing very clear business models, so that the linkage between, what's the linkage between going to a conference, identifying a problem, coming out with a solution, working hard to implement that solution, what does that take in terms of our existing business models, and being very clear about where change needs to take place. I'll end with just two, I'm going to re-emphasize 2 points. One is that there's a huge amount of knowledge across the continent. I've worked on the continent for 20 years, and I've seen so many examples of success. And the disappointing thing is those examples stay in isolation, and we work in our little islands of excellence, and we don't care to engage with other islands of excellence. And I think accelerating the policy process means drawing out good evidence of what works, and then finding the right ways to communicate that evidence to a wider range of partners. And we started today by saying the importance of communication. And I think in this day and age, in this complex and challenging fiscal environment, we really need to focus on how we draw out and present evidence to our clients, and partners. And my final point is around partnerships. The world is changing, certainly from a World Bank perspective. We're changing, and our engagement with our clients is really changing very quickly. This means that we're looking at new instruments that can really scale up, change very rapidly. We're looking to how we can work with clients to make sure that knowledge is exchanged, but also how do we ensure that we're enabling the mandate of clients to be maximized. And I think the idea of partnerships and being clear about what you want from partnerships is absolutely fundamental. So I think the challenges are huge. I think the opportunity is there for us to really grasp new ways of working. And I think that we can do that by really, as was said earlier on, looking for the evidence in terms of what is being done successfully, looking at how we can change systems to make the budgets work more efficiently, looking at systems of how we make extension work more efficiently, looking at systems of how we make research more effective, looking at regulatory reform. But overall, we need to change the way that we're working and become much more results-based. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Timothy. I think I'm not sure if Hungry Ears had something, but if you did, just have another round of applause to. And as we proceed for lunch, let's reflect on this. We are now in a session of the economics of political decision-making. So we have plenty of decisions. How do we set the priorities? How do we narrow our priorities? How do we accelerate policy implementation on agri-food systems? How do we find the evidence? How do we communicate them? How do we use the evidence? How do we use evidence-based policy making as long as CAADP Kampala Declaration is concerned? So these are the topics I want to discuss in details after lunch. We have a group of experts that are willing to be introduced to you after lunch. Can we have maybe 45 minutes for lunch? Or because we're running out of time. We can do better. Maybe we can do better. If we convene at 2:20, is it not good? Let's convene here at 2:20 then, so that we take 30 minutes for this panel discussion to discuss this topic. Then we proceed with the other high-level ministerial segments. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Yes, before you go, let me just remind everybody that as you go out, there will be people giving you lunch vouchers. There are 2 restaurants, so those vouchers will tell you where you go. But for our guests and some of the senior leaders,
Can we have our seats, please? If our panelists are in the room, don't go out. Come in, come in, come in. We want to continue our discussions on the policy reforms for improved alignment and accelerated the Kampala CAADP implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's also my single honor to welcome you once again to these afternoon sessions of our CAADP session 21. It's also my honor to be the moderator of this first session. Again, our heartfelt appreciations to Timothy Robertson for his presentation. Timothy Robertson, who didn't do good justice, he's the senior agricultural economist. He came all the way from Washington, D.C. to brief us or to teach us how best policies are made in agriculture. So he showed us the World Bank perspective, but also it's now our time to translate it into our different contexts. We need to reflect on his presentation. Now we need to understand the political economy of policy making. As of me, I'm Dr. ADFNS Musafiri. I'm the special advisor to the Chief Executive Officer of ADNEPAD on agriculture and food systems. I'm happy to be your moderator. So we have a group of experts. Before I call upon them, let's reflect on some key points. We know that we need to put a new gear on this Kampala CAADP implementation, and we need to discuss which policies are the best. How can we choose the best policy for that? But also we know that on our continent, we have many policies. As far as agri-food systems are concerned, we have a lot of on our plate. We have a Kampala Declaration that came after Malabo and Maputo. We have soil health and fertilizer frameworks. African Union is very rich in frameworks, continental frameworks. We had seeds and biotechnology framework. We have climate change frameworks. We have many things that are capable to enable us to make best policies for agriculture and food system transformation. Now, but yet, as the Commissioner mentioned this morning, Africa is still suffering from a very low productivity of our major crops. And then we are still hungry. We thank God that we are coming from lunch, but you can't imagine the millions of people who don't have hope to eat anything. You have seen in the previous presentation that more than 600 million people in Africa go to bed hungry. And as this enough, some kids are still being stunted. And when you have stunted children, our future generations are compromised. Now the question is the policy a problem? Is the problem with the policy making? Why do you have these good frameworks that are very good, can read very well, but we can't translate them into tangible and actionable points that can deliver this continent? That's why today we choose a list of expert panelists who are going to help us to understand the political economy of policy making. We have Dr. Solange, who today is the acting Director General of Rwanda Agriculture Research Board. Welcome Solange on the board. She's representing the Minister of Agriculture who can make it today. A round of applause to our Solange, who has a very traumatic experience in this policy making and implementation. Solange will take the first one here. Number two, we have Dr. Priya Shibak. Dr. Priya works for the Food Action Organization on Africa Regional Office. Welcome, round of applause to our Dr. Priya, who will go to tell us about the perspective of FO perspective. We have Mr. Steve Muchuri, the CEO of East Africa Farmers Organization Forum. And I want to hear also the farmers' perspective. What are we missing? Number four, Dr. John Ulimwengu, a seasoned researcher from the Institute of Policy Research Institute. A round of applause to John Ulimwengu, who will tell us about the perspective of research. How can we implement policies in that perspective? Dr. Hall Fatubi, apologies. I think this is the man from Nigeria. From my knowledge, this is a professor. Professor Hall Fatubi. Since now he's from Nigeria, he must be professor. This from Farah. So I think you are Nigeria, like your title. They should write your title very well. For Fatubi, professor. Round of applause from Farah. You want to tell us what you can do better on the continent. Last but not least, Prof. Tilaum Amede from AGRA. He's the director of everything related to food systems and agriculture. I think it's the right person to have this for me. Round of applause to Dr. Amede, who want to tell us how can we do on our food system transformation as long as Africa is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, let me try to engage these panelists. I think now we try to do best. We have a gender balance. I don't know if 30 or 20%, but we made it. Now let me start by Dr. Solange. Since you are home, you are the host. So we have been this economics of policy making. Everybody talks about policies. But we know that the power of good policies in driving agri-food systems. Everybody knows. Everything starts by policy, then for instance, translate into something else. Now, I want you to reflect with us and tell us, do you think the continent or the country, your country in particular, Rwanda, have we done enough in that perspective? And we done enough or to deploy all these policies that can move us forward?
Thank you. Is it on? Okay.
Yes,
thank
please.
you. Thank you, Dr. Msafiri. I think the picture is rather mixed in terms of economies of policy making. The policy making and coordination has been very good from a continental standpoint. There are good instruments like Dr. Msafiri and others have said. However, we fall short on implementation. Like Timothy said before lunch, there is a problem between about translating the policy frameworks into actionable and pragmatic action points. So if you take an example, since we are into CAADP frame of mind, we realize that almost all countries have signed the CAADP compacts. They have developed their national agriculture implementation plans. However, very few have managed to put them into actions. When I zero in to Rwanda, we realize that Rwanda is among the few countries in Africa who have actually managed to adhere to their commitment since they signed the CAADP compact in 2007. They moved from Malabo, from Maputo to Malabo. Now we are looking forward to implementing the Kampala Declaration. We see that through our policy mainstreaming, we have through our PSTF5 strategic plan for agriculture transformation, we have been able to be almost religious in making sure the CAADP principles are actually adhered to. Because of that, we realized that Rwanda has been able to make rural transformation, be able to make improved agriculture transformation. There are something that Timothy said earlier before we went to lunch. He was asking, are our policies making a difference? Are they creating enabling environment? And in the case of Rwanda, that is a question that is always lingering in everything we do. For example, coming back also to the presentation that I think it is Esterine who made it earlier again in the morning, how do we make sure we translate the policy framework into actionable points? So she talked about soil mapping. So I'm proud to announce here that Rwanda now has finished profiling our soils. We know now what type of soil that we need, and correspondingly, we have formulated the fertilizer formulation that are not size fits all, but are specific to specific needs. We also have partnered with the Kingdom of Morocco to set up a Rwanda fertilizer blends. And also quite a number of our seeds, we provide them here inside the country. And we have adopted very aggressively and intentionally the climate smart agriculture so that we safeguard our soils on our 1,000 hills. So in a nutshell, I think the policies framework are there, the policy tools are there. What is missing is the intentionality of making sure those policies are not remaining on the shelves, gathering the dust, and we forget about them and we start doing other things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Solange. I think, yeah, you are right. We have lined up policies. We have enough policies. And then since morning I've been talking about the policies. Now, are they on the shelf? So that will be another problem. Maybe I will come back to you later since you are implementer of these policies and to hear how you are positioned to do better or to unfinished business. Now let me move to Dr. Priya. You work with FAO. The FAO is the food, and I think you have a big experience to work. You work with all the countries on the continent. I want to hear your perspective on the political economy of policy making on the continent. So with respect to agri-food systems. So how do you think these things are done? How do you relate to that?
Thank you very much for that question. I've got 30 minutes, right, to answer this. Kidding. So I just wanted to say from the outset that having a session today on the political economy of policy making is just so spot on. It really is critical and key to the whole policy-making process and the quality of the policies that are made and whether they are implemented and how effective they are. So really kudos to having this as a session to begin with. I think everybody in the room knows that policy-making is not purely a technocratic or let's say a technical process. It is inherently political, and it happens at the intersection of political motivations and economic outcomes, and in some cases, additional factors, perhaps health outcomes and other interests. And what this means is that it is a complex process. It's diverse across the continent. There's no one political economy of the policy-making process for Africa. There are as many policy-making environments and political economies as there are member states, and maybe more. It is all dependent on the stakeholders and the actors who are engaged. It is dependent on the interests, sometimes competing or conflicting interests of the actors that engage in the policy-making process. It is also dependent on institutional, let's say, proactiveness or inertia. We've also noted as FAO, as have other speakers, that capacity gaps, particularly in implementation, and our colleague from Rwanda just stated that immediately and off the bat, implementation is an issue, and sometimes the institutional capacity may be lacking. Sometimes, as the World Bank colleague was talking about, it may be the financing for the implementation that is lacking. What we've noted as FAO is, and I'm sure that is the experience of various stakeholders in the room, is that the ways that decisions are made, the way a policy-making process unfolds, is to some extent explicit in terms of the factors that influence that process. So some of them are explicitly shared with you. You know what they are. You know what influences the process, and you can act with those stakeholders or on particular levers of change. Some of them are implied, and some of them have to be interpreted. So there is a lot that happens behind the scenes in terms of factors that influence a policy-making process. And very often it can come down as a technical partner to the relationships and the quality and the depth of the relationships that we have with policymakers, with political leaders in our member states in terms of what moves ahead, how it moves ahead, and the quality of that policy making process. So this in the end is also related to the trust and the degree of transparency and the degree of collaboration that as external partners we might have with government counterparts in the policy-making process. This has a couple of downsides, maybe more than that. There's a lot of time that is lost in developing the relationships that might be required to reach that level of trust so you can get to that level of policy making. Sometimes from an economic point of view, you know what the right thing is to do. And I think we all know in the room what the solutions are. But then, as we've discussed, there might be other interests, there might be other motivations that might not lead to those particular actions being taken or policies being developed. And this might mean that the right thing is not being done. How can we try and overcome this? Because we don't have, unless we're looking to an extension of the Agenda 2063, and I don't think we are, and we want to accelerate that shift to enabling policy environments, then what we want to look at, I would say, are some key principles. And those principles are really looking at responsiveness of the policy-making process. We're looking at transparency of the policy-making process. We're looking at the accountability of the policy-making process and the inclusion or inclusiveness aspect. So the more responsive, transparent, inclusive, and accountable that the stakeholders involved and the process is, the more of an enabling environment we are going to be helping create in member states. And I think if we were all, and I think it was Tim who mentioned, it's up to all of us to sort of think through that intentionality and what it is that we're bringing to the table, what's the value add that we're bringing. If we were all able to sort of keep in mind some of these key principles when we are engaging in policy making, then we might get to that point of an enabling policy environment much faster. I'm not sure if I have more time.
Oh, that's very enough. Thank you so much. I think round of applause to Dr. Priya. I think you are bringing a very nice perspective. The good principles from my head, like if you are talking about trust, you are talking about relationships. Yeah, that's what maybe we expect from partners who so-called outsiders should not come teach a lesson, but come and build trust. So accountability, all the principles, I think it's very good to have. Now, Steve, I'll come back to you, Priya, on the four betas. I also to get a lesson from four betas. How have you been together? I'll come to that. So, Steve, you are the CEO of the Farmers Forum. Now, a boss on your own, but I want to know that you took liberty to advocate for a group of farmers. So, my question to you is, are you satisfied how policies are supporting farmers, how policies are made by policymakers supporting farmers? Are you satisfied? Or number two to that, are you pushing enough to enhance or to make things happen for the interest of the farmers? Just tell us what are you doing and how satisfied you are.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. First, when you look at the policy space that we operate within this region, you realize that right from the regional perspective to the national level, we actually have existing national agriculture policies. They are called different things and different names. I think the point where we start drawing the line is, are these policies transformational? Are they creating the impact that we actually develop them for? Or are they just papers that we have actually developed and they're just somewhere? I think from our experience, what we've seen is that there are a couple of challenges that these policies actually face when it comes to developing the strategies to implement these particular policies. Number one, and I think my colleague has talked a bit about them, is resourcing. What we've seen is that there's a challenge in terms of, are we putting enough resources, whether it's human resource, whether it's financial resource, and I think the World Bank person talked about it. We have a policy, but is it properly resourced? Is it properly, are we put enough money to it? That's number one. Number two, there's the issue of alignment. You realize being a regional institution, policies need to align from the national to the region, but even within the national level, agriculture is very broad. It has water sector, it has infrastructure, it has environment. From a point where these sectors then converge, is there alignment to ensure that we're not duplicating or having conflicting issues when it comes to the policy? The third area is actually in terms of mutual reinforcement or complementarity. You see, and a perfect example is this 10% budgetary allocation. Yeah, the Ministry of Finance has its own way of thinking. Our policies in the different areas reinforcing each other. And I think the challenge that CAADP has faced is that issue of budget allocation. Then there's the issue of interest, and she talked about it. We have a problem in this region, political interest. In Kenya, where I come from, we're importing rice today, and we don't know how much will be imported. That is going to affect the value chain. So there are those competing interests that also have to be managed. And then there's the issue of accountability. Do we have a process where all the actors, stakeholders, government, public, whatever, are we analyzing the impact of these policies and then developing new ones? But what you find is that either we embed new ones on existing ones, we do slight amendments, we don't make changes. For example, the CAADP process, it's 20 years. Have we done a proper assessment to see what has been the impact, what has worked and what hasn't worked? As a federation, we cover 10 countries. And for the last 4 years, we've supported more than 36 policies at the national level, at the regional level, and even at the sub-national level. And I can give examples of that, maybe not now. But what you've seen is that to get involved in policy decisions, you have to understand the policy-making process. Mm-hmm. Yeah? And I think every country now within their constitution, they provide for public engagement, public consultation. But I think the challenge you face is that most of the stakeholders don't understand these things. They don't understand the particular process. As a federation, we've attempted to document, for example, the policy-making process within the East Africa community. We've attempted in a number of countries to actually help our members understand this is how the policy process is actually done. What that actually means is that you also have to build relationships and partnerships. In some of our member countries, they actually have MOUs with the government. At the regional level, for example, ourselves, we have an MOU with the East Africa community. We work with Parliament. We have an MOU with COMMESA and AGRA, and that helps us then participate in that process. Then there's the issue of involvement. What is the quality of involvement? And I think she talked about it. You find that policy making is not a walk-in, walk-out kind of a process. It's a tedious process. You require a lot of technical involvement and engagement. It's time-consuming. It takes time. There are no fixed timelines. And even in terms of resources, it's quite heavy when it comes to resources. And then the last one is the issue of accountability that I talked about earlier. And the question we actually ask sometimes is, accountability goes beyond even us stakeholders, as non-state actors. What is the role of Parliament? What's the role of the Agriculture Committee, for example, with respect to ensuring that if, for example, the government has said that they are putting 5% to agriculture, why is it at the end of the fiscal period it's now 3%? Those questions need to be asked. So then we're able to allocate and say, okay, this is the challenge that government face. So that then tomorrow, how do we ensure that we're also mitigating with respect to filling the gaps of resourcing? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think, rounds of applause. So I think you are pushing, then you are also in the sea. You are part of the system. From the question I asked, I think you are happy, but you acknowledge that the work is not easy. Eh? So, but it's good you are together with the Solange, you are together with the prayers to make sure that you have your part. Now we have a different kind of personality, a researcher. Dr. Ulimwengu So we have always this much. So why always we have a good policy, but then measure for implementation, everything? So tell me, what does evidence suggest? What do we get wrong?
Thank you. Is this thing working? Yeah. Thank you. When in the context of food system transformation, something that we need to understand is that policies play the role of signals. Signals intended to trigger behavioral change in a way we produce, we process, we distribute, and we consume. If we agree, then the strength of those signals, the strength of policy depends on the quality and quantity of knowledge, of evidence that are used to design those policies. So one key lessons here, knowledge precedes policy design. That's critical. I know sometimes people think that generating knowledge is very costly, but designing policies on base of ignorance is even more costly. So that's the first principle. Now, let me dive into what I call the syndrome of policy fragmentation when it comes to food system transformation. The very first is fragmentation across institutions. Our food system is made of different institutions, right? From access to input, production, processing, all the way to health, nutrition, and all. So each institution tends to develop a set of policies. Unfortunately, many times we end up with incoherent policies. So that is the first level of fragmentation. You know, when one key example is the fertilizer, right? The Minister of Agriculture will push for increased fertilizer. That is a signal to producers. And then the Minister of Health or Environment will, run a campaign that fertilizer is not healthy for human consumption. That is a signal to consumers. So in the same government, you may end up with different signals and at the end, a net negative impact of the policy. The second level of fragmentation is the across food system component. Achieving food system outcome will require a lot of activities, right? And each component needs a set of policies. Sometimes you have policies to increase access to inputs, but there is no policy on land security. And then there is policy on mechanization, but there is none on post-harvest technology. There is policy on infrastructure, access to the market, but there is none on food safety. So you have, you end up with a dotted policy line across the system, which is not helping. The third is what I call policy discontinuities or time and consistent policies. Because of turnover of personnel, political cycle, you end up with one policy that started this year, a new government comes in, a new minister, and there is a change. I mean, to harness the impact of policies, it has to be cumulative. If we keep changing, we are wasting a lot of time. And then the last one, not the least, is inconsistency or fragmentation across locations. The CAADP framework is a common agenda. This requires involvement of every individual countries. But if we have fragmentation in the implementation across the countries, we end up with, again, dashed policy across continent. So why is this important? Because when you have policy fragmentation, you end up with investment fragmentation, innovation fragmentations, and gain fragmentations at the end, and we cannot achieve the type of system-wide outcome that Kampala is calling for. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Wow. This is, yes, I think I tend to accept now with these findings, is that this evidence is right. If you're talking about institutional memory. So now people come, then new things come. So then I hear also we have loopholes in our policies. They are different, so everyone has a place to mess up. This is very, very important. I think, gentlemen, I think we have where to fix now. And also this famous one of, if you wake up, you see something, maybe you see a bee crossing, then you want to put a policy against bees. So because you don't know if a bee is a problem or not. So this is how you make a policy without evidence. So I think we have learned. Now let's go to the higher category of professors on the other end. So Prof. Fatumbi, now Farah, now you are focusing, John was international policy researcher, now you are focusing busy with our continent. But you know, have a problem, it's only for professors. Kampala is there. We fed Malabo and Maputo. You teach us, policy-wise, Prof, what can we do differently as long as Africa food systems are concerned?
Yeah, thank you very much, facilitator, for posing this big question. And I want to start by saying that the Kampala Declaration is promising. As a person who is part of the last two, and Farah in the first one was the organization that was anchoring research and development, and we go across the country to ensure that they sign the compact there. Now, this third layer is really very promising. I reviewed the 22 targets overnight. I discovered that target 1 and 7 talks about the trigger of change, suggesting that we are not just looking at the problem or coming up with policy issues or framework issues. We are now looking at those things that will trigger the type of change we have in mind. I look again down, I look at target 18 that talked about sustainable land management, and that speaks to every other thing. But where the gap still lies, in my own opinion, is our failure to invest in the right trigger to pitch this change, investment. And I think the first speaker, the good lady there, talked about that. We are not lacking in policies and framework and instrument. And even this one in the early presentation today, you see 4 steps. Between step 2 and step 3, that is where implementation lies. We are not doing anything to trigger implementation of actions. We only say actions will be done at the country level. But what are we going to actually do to ensure that we take the right action? Now, let me make my biggest point here. For us to have the change we desire, we need to think strongly about markets and commercial opportunities. And this is what is going to drive the change that we want. Of course, you can agree with me that in the last 3 decades, investment has gone into technology generation, knowledge generation. In fact, we did innovation systems approach and all manner of things. But what we did not give strong attention to is how the farmers, for instance, will earn livelihood compliant income. And I'm sure, Steve, we agree with me that farmers can get the best technologies and become poorer for it, because they can produce and the market is going to fail them. Today, across the continent, it is the forces of demand and supply that controls the price that you get. And everyone is going to harvest at the same time, supply push down the price. Okay, and then the farmers is vulnerable at the end of the day. I think the truest political economy action that we can do for ourselves is to structure the pricing of commodity. This is what that is going to do. It's going to help the farmers to even speculate.
I'm not sure if you agree. I agree with you, but I'm not sure if you agree with the Timothy from the old man. So I think that's why he has to comment about that. But I agree with you, by the way. So,
yes. If we structure it in such a way that he can speculate, then he can increase his production. He can purchase the right input. Then he knows that I'm going to get profitable margin. I call it livelihood compliant income for farmers and people that are engaged in agriculture. If we fail to push this in at the country level, irrespective of the policies, they are not going to get into it. I'm so much involved in the Soil Initiative for Africa and the action plan implementation. And let me say this loud and clear. The farmer that we invest into soil productivity action is the farmer that is able to make profit. If he cannot make profit, he will continue to mine the soil, irrespective of what you are saying. You will agree with me that there is a lot of push across the continent for nature-based approaches, agroecology, regenerative agriculture, and the likes. You know, those are responsible farming. But a profitable farmer is the only one that we invest into all those things. So I go back to my biggest point, that the biggest and the truest political economy action is to structure strongly the pricing of agricultural commodity, especially from the smallholder system. Once you do this, it will trigger every other effect. People can invest strongly.
Very good, Prof.
Thank
you so much. Thank you, Prof. I think, now I confirm your title. So you are really a professor. So I think I agree with you. We need to trigger. Policies are just policies. So we trigger something to happen. Now you touch something on the soil. Now you have another Prof on your left, Tilahum Ahmed. Prof, AGRA has done a great job on this continent. Now I want you to touch on what Prof Ford talked about, the soil health and the fertilizer. My question is, but before you answer to this question, I want to warn you, because the commissioner in the room, and he's passionate about soil health, soil mapping, fertilizer manufacturing on the continent. Now, I think we need some hints on how to proceed. What policy measures do you think are needed in your expect to incentivize investment? Because after, of course, he touched one of them. If they have good prices, I think farmers will invest. But investment in soil health, investment in to have a healthy soil is really challenging. And the previous prof says it's very important. But what does it need? What kind of policy-wise? What do we need to do so that farmers, private sectors, invest in soil health? I want to talk about that and based on your experience and AGRA perspective. How can we do better to make this happen?
Yeah, thank you very much, facilitator. I want to start by a disclaimer, saying that, at least from our perspective, from the people who are working on natural resource management and soil health, policymakers are not taking soil health seriously. At the same time, our soil is our wells, our bank. It addresses productivity. It addresses climate risk. It is the source of water. It's the source of nutrients. But also, most importantly, when we talk about soil health, it's beyond the plot. It's about the farms. It's about the landscapes. It's about the mountains, the wetlands, the forests. So the whole ecosystem is based on soil health. Saying that, back to the question, there are, I think Professor Welle has talked about it a bit. For me, at least 5 areas of policy intervention that are required for our soil health to function. The first one is really financial incentives and credit systems to make sure that we avail critical inputs, we produce critical inputs within our continent, within our region. Critical nutrients like phosphorus, like nitrogen, like biologicals, even machineries, which are important for soil and water conservation, for natural resource management, are becoming very critical. The second area really is incentives, as you said. There are 2 types of incentives. One is really an outcome-based incentive, how do we reward communities, farmers who are doing well so that they can be good examples to influence their communities and wider. But also there are already approaches to reward practices. For example, the carbon finance system, based on what you are doing and the types of practices farmers employ, there are already institutions that are rewarding farmers based on the carbon they store in the soil. I think the other thing I just wanted to emphasize is, soil health management, natural resource management is a knowledge-intensive process. So it's beyond the input, it's beyond the fertilizer, it's beyond the seed. So how do we make sure that our extension functions in favor of these knowledge-intensive processes? So how do we train our extension agents, our farmers, and what types of really demonstrations, insights we should display and guidelines we should display to farmers, to access best paid technologies. So our extension is still a major problem for farmers to adopt, soil health solutions. Be it, the biological system, the organic, inorganic, all these concepts, the agroecology concept, are very complex. How do we unpack them and equip our extension agents to function better? I think the last thing I want to say is, the market-based incentives, particularly branding of products. We have, for example, farmers who are purely producing organic. Sometimes organic because, they cannot afford. Other times it's a deliberate move, but their products are, a mix to other things, and they are not really getting the value they deserve. So how do we make sure that those supermarkets, those aggregators and consumers respond, to those demands? And I think all of this is well captured in the Nairobi Declaration, and we are looking forward to see how governments are integrating these concepts. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Incentives, extension services, these are really, really very important for anything we need to have in agriculture. Before I give the last second for the takeaway message, I want to give opportunity for the audience. A question or intervention in three, one here, another in the middle, another on the other side. Then a chance to anyone who has a burning question or a burning comment, so that before I use my last 3 minutes. Everyone will be having a 30 seconds for the takeaway message. I'm coming. Any question? There's one on the other side, then the commissioner. No, start from the commissioner here. Here in front. Then the other on the other side, near the microphone, then two, that's the three. The commissioner is here in front, here. And you have one here. Now we have four. Okay. Listen to the commissioner. So others, give them mic so that they will be standing by. Give mic to that one, that lady there. And also give mic to this gentleman there behind. Where is he? Yes, that one. Give him mic. And then also give him mic. So then, but this one is not working. You gave wrong mic to the commissioner. Can you? This one is working? Yes, please.
I hope this one is working.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, moderator. Unfortunately, I missed some of the interventions concerning policy shift to ensure that we can transform, particularly our agricultural sector, because I'm mainly concerned about the agricultural sector. My question is because policies are evolving, which are the key interventions that can enable Africa, I'm now talking about Africa in general, to actually leapfrog and be at par with even the Western world? Because all governments come up with policies. Now, where is the missing link in particular? So that if we can come up and say 3 or 4 things that can enable us to transform our systems. Because we have these policies, we come with these policies, particularly in hotels and setups like this. But sometimes we end up forgetting the farmer. How can we therefore ensure that the farmer is fully involved, but at the same time, we can be able to meet even the first world when it comes to the policies? Where are they beating us? Thank you.
Thank you. I think this expert, we try to go through it. I think everyone will touch on this question. So because we need, I won't do that. He needs some insight. We need all insight. The other side?
Thank you, moderator. I'm in Ethiopia from Susakawa, Africa, a last mile delivery organization. My question is to Professor Tlaun. I totally concur that extension is still a problem in delivering soil health solutions to the farmers. But my question is what we should do differently to ensure that those technologies are on the hand of farmers and they are adopting them. Thank you.
That's your question? I promised 1 per category. Now I see 3 per category, so we can't have time. So this one, then the front one. Oh, yeah, then, no, let's start right here. Yes, you. At least I have 1 per, keep my promise.
Thank you, moderator. I would also like to thank the discussants. Thank you for your comprehensive analysis. My question is, as we know, different countries have
Can you introduce yourself?
Yes. My name is Zainab Tod. I am from Ethiopia, National CAADP for person. Different countries have different policy frameworks as well. They do have also different strategies. Maybe some have 20 years transformation strategy, some 10 years perspective plan, some 5 years perspective plan. Even some have also different nutrition strategies, food security strategy, and others. To bring this all together, how can we manage really to prepare a national agri-food system? Would you please propose some categories according to the category of these countries? Because some have, different institutions and prepare scattered plan as policies also scattered. How could we bring, for example, a 20-year plan? Some countries have a 20. How could we manage to bring into 10 years agri-food system? Some have 10. How could we manage this? Thank you.
Thank you. No, now it's too much. We can't manage that one. So, yes. Now I add 1. Yes. So, unless you talk together, because now you are in a group, right? Can you choose one who will speak on your behalf there? Then I come back to you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for all the panelists actually sharing their experience, how to link policy, how to translate policy into action and to inform our program development. My question is, actually CAADP is a program, it's not a policy, to my understanding. Did a continent, Africa, have a common agriculture policy, actually to inform the design of a continental program like CAADP? When we take countries, for example, Ethiopia has agriculture and rural development policy that will help to inform a series of national sector development program across program cycle. So if a continent have actually a continent common agriculture policy, that will help to align that policy across regional agriculture policy and national policy. Thank you.
So farmers, who did you choose? Okay.
My name is Okwo Andrina, small-scale women farmers from Nigeria. My question is this. on this soil, the government is promoting inorganic manure. That is natural manure, that we should be using it. And yet, they are distributing fertilizer that is inorganic manure. So they are promoting the two, inorganic and organic manure. They are saying that fertilizer is bad to our health, it's not good, but they are still distributing fertilizer. So which one do we take? Thank you.
So they are confusing you, huh? So Solange, you are confusing people. So then I think Solange will answer to this. If they are doing this in Rwanda as well, as Nigeria is doing. Good question, by the way. Yes. So give them now the lady and the man in the front, but quickly now, don't go beyond 20 seconds, you ask me your question. Yes, we come back to you.
Okay, in terms
Can you
of
be
the,
fast, huh?
In terms of the policies around the soil, there have been issues concerning fake fertilizers in my country, Kenya, that is. Which type of policies do you uphold to ensure that the farmers are protected against such kind of cases? Yeah.
So your CEO is here. So I don't think, so yes, front.
Thank you very much. Merci. Bon, moi, je suis Monsieur Warsama Osman, je suis du ministère de l'Agriculture de la République de Djibouti. Et ma question s'adresse au monsieur, excusez-moi, je ne me rappelle pas de votre nom, qui parlait du changement, par exemple, à chaque fois que des gouvernements changent ou des ministres partent, la politique... Oui, voilà. Est-ce que, par exemple, même si, bon, de toute façon, les hommes partent, mais les institutions et tout reste. Donc, est-ce que nous ne devons pas inclure dans les déclarations des pays ou les engagements des pays, est-ce que nous ne devons pas dire aux pays de s'engager à ce que les pays s'engagent à ce que, même si le ministre change ou tout le gouvernement part, que les pays respectent la politique qui a été engagée par les prédécesseurs? Merci.
Si elle est correcte. So, je ne sais pas. Ça dépend de la politique, non?
Oui, oui. Mais dans le cadre...
John, tu as bien compris la question dont il va...
Dans le cadre, c'est pareil. Hein?
Ah ouais, on a compris. On ne peut que retenir ce qui est bon, mais l'expert va nous dire. Last two. Yes. Lady and gentlemen. That lady there in front of you, and also the gentleman behind you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Permit me to stand. And my name is Ife Wandem from Rural Side African Alliance Limited. And my question is in regards structuring pricing of commodities to help farmers, right? Because this is one of the major challenges that those youths, especially in agriculture, we are facing, you know. Let me just give a brief example.
Just 20 seconds.
Okay,
you'll be fast.
So my question is, what is the recommendation if you were asked to actually put a structure to enable us succeed, right? Especially those in nutrition. Nutrition is a very, will I say, key aspects, you understand? Because you're not just farming, you're paying attention to, you know, the nutrient requirements and all of that. So how can we compete? How can this pricing be structured to make us thrive, you know, in our businesses? Thank you.
I think the professor will give us more hint about that. So your question looks similar to the focal person from Ethiopia, CAADP, who said, what can we put together if we want to avoid the fragmented policies? Last one.
Yeah, my name is Jonathan Said. I'm a vice president from AGRA. My question is a practical one, particularly maybe it's more for NEPAD, as to whether in the guidelines we can include a number of the political economy, since we're talking about political economy, but there's a number of tools, frameworks, and concepts developed by a number of universities and also practitioners that I think would be really helpful. And they speak also to some of the points that the commissioner was raising around what are the critical policies that can work from an improving the political economy perspective, different vested interests, how you align private sector, especially, and government around specific agendas where there's a positive political economy, and what are the policy tools that allow you specifically to do that. So it's a question whether we can amplify the guidelines with some of these tools, frameworks that are out there.
Okay, now we go to the practical point of view, policy tools framework. Maybe something independent to think about. Let's give you a chance, last one. So since, give her the lady here, second row. So as they are bringing the microphone, the three panelists, I want to request 6 minutes. And then the first 30 seconds, each one will have 1 minute. First 30 seconds, you try to answer to a question at your choice. I know you don't have to any question anyway, so this is another discussion I make before. But then the second part of your speech, you know what I mean? You do your takeaway message. So you the answer to the question to format your takeaway message. Or what are we going to do starting from now? Madam? Yes, talk.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the panelists for their presentations. And you all note that agriculture is largely private sector led. And we have talked about, having 10% GDP allocate, 10% of our GDP.
Wait, can you introduce yourself?
Oh, thank you. My name is Sarah Pendi. I'm a member of parliament from Uganda.
Yes, Honorable. Now proceed.
Yes, and a member of APSPAN. I just wanted to appreciate the presenters, but also to indicate that we all know that agriculture is largely private sector led. And, from the discussions here, you'll note that, especially from the last professor, you note that we have challenges with our soils today. But also aware that, dealing with the soils is rather expensive for individuals and the majority of the people who are involved in agriculture. While we are talking of policies and even allocating 10% of our GDP to agriculture, I have not had specific interventions, practical interventions that would support our local people to innovate. And I wish I could hear this. Because you realize that while we talk about 10% of our GDP to the agricultural sector, how is that going to help the ordinary person who is actually involved in agriculture? The farmers who are here. If they do not have access to affordable credit, what happens? How are they going to be innovative, but also, deal with some of these challenges that we are facing, like the soils, the pesticides, and all that? So I just wanted to find out from the team, what can the various governments do to actually ensure that we accelerate this CAADP and accelerate it in a way that the private sector has access to affordable credit. Without credit, I don't see us moving as fast as we would wish to be. Most of our countries, in most of our governments, even the African Development Bank, a lot of resources, are lent to the various governments. But much of this money goes to different programs. Not much. Can we also come up with a cap that in our own local banks, we have a certain percentage allocated to the agriculture sector? I think this could be a practical thing that we would actually do. Aware that in country, we don't have banks that support the agricultural sector. So I want to hear from the panelists of some practical things that can be done to ensure that we have access to credit and affordable credit that can actually support the private sector to innovate. but also deal with the challenges in the agriculture sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I think all the questions are valid, and also understanding what can be done to make the difference. And it's not either or. So the Honorable brought something of loan. It's part of CAADP. People, the youth, it's part of CAADP. The problem is, how can we take it together? Now I'm going to give you a last 30 seconds. I want to start from the farmer or CEO. So then I'll go to the farmer, then Prof. Ahmedi, then I come to Rwanda, then FAO, then Professor of Nigeria, Farah, then I end up by Ulimwengu. So we have a 1 minute. Can you do that thing or do much better?
So,
Steve.
Yeah, is this working? Thank you.
You had the issue of the farmers and others, address them, but also give the key message, because other questions can even come to next session, so we keep discussing.
Yeah, thank you. So, this I'm going to respond and wind up my session. This continent is importing rice from India. We're importing chicken from Brazil. Why are those countries ahead of us when it comes to agriculture production? If you look at the two countries, and these are examples I've given many times, the governments in those countries have been very intentional in investing in institutions that support agriculture, and number one being farmer organizations. In Brazil, where we work with one of those institutions, last year alone, they lent $1 billion to farmers, a cooperative that has been supported by government to ensure that there's affordable credit and farmers are actually accessing it for so many years.
So then Africa has to do the same.
So in Africa, we have to invest in institutions of farmers. You cannot be talking about production when you're not supporting the farm organization. You cannot talk about accountability when it comes to policy making. We're not supporting the farmer institution to be able to hold government to account. We cannot talk about value addition when you don't have the necessary investments to help farmers, add value, process, and so on. We cannot be able to compete internationally when you are exporting primary products to Europe. Mm-hmm. So we have to invest in the institution of farmers. We have to invest in extension, and it has to be intentional. That's my takeaway.
Why not it? Prof. Ahmedi, you do better. Just 1 minute.
Yes. Besides institutions, I think there are two other areas which can bring us to leapfrog, Mr. Commissioner. One is investing on rural energy. If you see what's happening in our systems, about 40% of the biomass, whatever comes from crop residuum, forest, manure, is going to fire because our people didn't have energy to cook, energy to get light. And that is mining the soils, degrading landscapes, and becoming, operations like, storage, cold storage, mechanization, all the field operations, so all these are really related to lack of energy. The second area, I think, is water. We cannot satisfy our people's demand and our food security without investing on water. Two areas. One is rainwater management, really capturing our water, storing our water, and efficiently utilizing them.
Then rural.
And the second one is really making an investment in irrigation expansion and making it efficient. The last question probably I want to respond is on the extension. If you go to the continent and the countries, the average extensionist to farmer ratio is about 5,000 to 1. One extensionist serves up to 5,000 people. They don't even know each other. So what we're really trying to do in AGRA is recruiting from within the village what we call village-based advisors. These are, young people who are university dropouts or old people who are retirees but are keen in agriculture. Give them the right training, the right extension tool, but also link them, train in business models so that they can make business in input and output markets at the same time serve communities, their own communities. And by doing that, we have seen a significant improvement in productivity. And that is now even slowly being institutionalized by countries like Burkina Faso, Mozambique, and other places. So I can stop here.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Rural energy, water, irrigation, extension services, very key. I think using e-farmers, I think you have the same in Rwanda, right? You can go ahead now, Solange. So what are your key takeaway message?
Thank you. I wish to react to the farmer from Nigeria about organic and inorganic fertilizers. I think they are complementary, they are not antagonistic. Organic manure is good in retaining inorganic fertilizers. That is the DAPs, the NPKs. When you use NPKs or mineral fertilizers without organic manure, then that is when you create a problem. So here in Rwanda, we are in a position to use both in a complementary manner, and we get more yields, and so far we have not yet registered any issue, be it for the soil health or human health. Now, my parting ways, if you allow me, I wanted to talk about also the affordable finances. Here in Rwanda, we have managed to work with the banks, actually, to afford to our farmers a single-digit loan. It is a subsidized interest loan, and it's working so far so good, which has actually allowed us to hit the target of 10% of the budget going into agriculture. So we need, and that leads me to my parting words. I want to say that, first of all, we need to understand who is our farmer, what are their contexts, and how can we meet their needs in a manner that is safe and sustainable. Because truth be told, I don't think there's going to be a one size fits all for all the African countries. But it is important to understand that the private sector needs to be the one in the forefront, and the government 10% budget injection will be to do two critical roles: to de-risk the sector and also to create an even ground for private sector to thrive and not to strive.
Thank you, Solange. I think it is a soil manure thing, so I think the policy of the Commission about the soil mapping, that will be something that will help us solve this issue. Not only fertilizer, but manure, but how do we optimize them? It's very important. If you know the nature of the soil, you can know how much to put, not to kill. I think the fertilizer is not bad. FAO, 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to tie up my takeaway with an attempt to answer the Commissioner's question, as well as possibly the colleague from Djibouti. But in terms of the political economy of policy making, one of the big shifts that we might need to see on the continent is more decentralized governance. So more local governance, but governance that comes equipped and financed and resourced with the human capital that is required, with the knowledge that is required, and of course with the finances that would be required. Local governance would help have policy-making processes that are more responsive to the farmers' needs. Local governance and local implementation would actually help connect that gap or bridge that gap between policy making and implementation. Implementation does not happen, as many of you have said, in these rooms or even in the capitals. It happens on the ground. So decentralization and local governance is something that we might want to look towards. And in terms of the kind of policy that we're looking at to try and leapfrog and make the kind of progress that perhaps we haven't seen for a while, I would say is really looking at protecting the investments that we've made and that we will be making. We're talking about $100 billion price tag for the Kampala Declaration over the next 10 years. It would be a fallacy to sort of invest, to raise those resources and invest those resources without looking at disaster risk reduction in terms of policies, in terms of strategies, but again, linking to decentralization and local governments, that local implementation, making sure that the last mile, the farmer on the ground, the household receives the kind of information and support that they need to in terms of climate shocks, in terms of economic shocks, in terms of conflict resolution, etc., to be able to take the kind of action that would help protect them, protect their assets, protect their livelihoods. There are indications that for every dollar that is spent in disaster risk reduction, up to $7 can be saved in terms of response. So this is something that we need to really look at, and it would be a smart way to sort of go about it. And just to close, in terms of the question that we had from the colleague from Djibouti, who was talking about policy discontinuity when we talk about the change in government. And I was talking earlier about the principles of responsiveness and inclusion. The more inclusive policy-making processes become, inclusive of civil society and the private sector and farmers, etc., the more you build the coalitions of the willing, and the more, let's say, difficult it would become then to simply scrap a policy that had been developed or implementation that is on the way. So the more inclusive and transparent a policy-making process can be, the more accountable it becomes, and it helps in that policy continuity process. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. So I think it is very good. Local decentralization, local to bridge the gap, also to speak to extension services, I think, then the first people to mitigate all these disasters. Professor?
Okay. Thank you very much, Facilitator. Your Excellency, the Commissioner, I reckon that we've not responded to your question. And it is just one word, sir, that the missing link is still the commercial opportunity. Technology adoption, policy compliance is driven by commercial opportunity. If it is not there, nobody will comply. They will dodge behind the finger, and they will do what they can just do to continue to live. And Your Excellency, it is not rocket science. There are documented pathways to just ensure that this is done. I want to just compliment what the director from RAB said about fertilizer, mineral fertilizer, and organic fertilizer. Scientific evidence abound, and I think strongly that this is the way the continent should go. If you understand the nature and properties of African soil, we cannot do without mineral fertilizer. The same way we cannot do without organic fertilizer. Why organic fertilizer, manure, and all those things? They boost the colloidal properties of the soil. Mineral fertilizer supply the nutrient requirement of the soil. Please don't forget that currently we have 40, nutrient balance is minus 40 on the continent. And so we cannot just go by social movement type of talk. And what scientific community needs to do is to inform, conscientize the soil user about the nature and properties of our soil. The last point that is raised by the lady from Nigeria, how do we structure pricing of commodities? A lot of models have been practiced in different countries that are documented already. FARA published a material about 4 years ago, strategies for transforming smallholder system. Chapter 10 of that respond to that. Time will fail me to go into the details because we need to close now. So we can discuss this further. But if you Google that material, that book is available for free download. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. And then finally, Limwengu, International Food Policy Research Institute. Tell us a hint about evidence. What you find?
Merci. Le micro est ouvert. Oui, oui. Je vais commencer par mon collègue de Djibouti. Il y a plusieurs manières de veiller à ce qu'il n'y ait pas de changements brusques de politique parce qu'il y a un nouveau ministre, un nouveau gouvernement. Il y a des pays où c'est le Parlement qui veille à ce qu'il n'y ait pas ces changements-là. L'idée ici, ce n'est pas de dire qu'il y a des politiques ou de stratégies qui sont éternelles, mais que tout changement de politique et tout changement de stratégie soit motivé. Il ne faut pas simplement que quelqu'un se dise qu'il a rêvé la nuit et puis le lendemain, il change de politique. Donc, c'est ça. Now, maybe going back to the commissioner question, I think my take is that let's start with knowledge. Show me the evidence before we start talking policies. And that is very important. Why are we pushing for soil mapping? It's because there is nothing you can do on that soil unless you understand what it is. So the same need for knowledge for soil, it's the same need. We should push for the same thing for the overall food system. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you so much. I think let's gather evidences before we talk about the policy. I think this is the best way to go. And with that, we'll be able to understand this is minus 40. This is not a farmer's language. So you have to tell people what it is. So, but with that, I think we'll be able to transit to a language that will be easy, consumed by farmers, as farmers so to be able to produce. Thank you, panelists. Thank you for the good job. As for me, thank you for the opportunity.
All right, can we have another big clap for this panel? If you're like me and you're paying attention, this was a really, really rich session. A lot of information, starting from what Tim Robertson from the World Bank presented before lunch, through this discussion about various policy issues. And I imagine if it's after lunch, we had a very good lunch, and we've been sitting, we might be a little tired. So I want to ask everybody to just stand up for a moment so that blood can flow. You can get some energy back. Just stretch a little bit where you are sitting before we shift to the next session. Actually, let me do one quick thing with you. If you have small children and you're teaching them how to count, this is one way you can teach them. This is one, eh? That's one. Look at me. That's one. Then this is plus. Then this is one. Then this is equal. And then this is 2. Okay, so let's do it together. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Okay, let's do another level. 2 plus 2 equals 4. Don't fall down, don't fall down. If you have high heels, be careful. Okay, 4 plus 4 equals what? 8. Okay, next session is very, very important. It's about exploring country readiness in terms of NAIPS. And I'd like to invite my friend and colleague, Dr. Hamadi Diop, to lead this session. He's just coming in, and so he will take us through and explain everything. Please pay attention. We have a lot of really interesting things coming up. Over to you.
No, thank you, Robert, and thank you, Dr. Musafiri, for facilitating brilliantly this past session. I would like to see whether Dr. Manu is in the room. Manu, okay, I need you to come here. So I think what we will do, we'll start with a presentation by Dr. Manu, who is a senior official at the AED NEPAD. He will share with us a presentation on country readiness before we get into our panel. So what I would like to do in the panel is that I was told that we have about 13 permanent secretaries in the room. Let me just maybe confirm very rapidly. Is Djibouti in the room? Okay, Djibouti is here. Is Eswatini in the room? Okay, I don't see Eswatini. Is the Gambia in the room? Okay, the Gambia is here. Malawi. Okay, Malawi is here. Somalia. Okay, I don't see them. Uganda. Okay, I don't see Uganda. Botswana. I don't see them. Togo. They here? Okay. Angola. Okay, they're not here. Central African Republic. La République de Centrafrique. Kampala. Sierra Leone. They are not here. Zambia. Okay, Zambia is here. So I think our task is going to be easier since we have less country. So we may go very rapidly with the country presentation. So with that in mind, let me invite Dr. Manu to give us a presentation. Then I'll come back and explain how we're going to proceed moving forward. Over to you, Dr. Manu.
Thank you, Prof. Hamadi. As you can hear from Prof. Hamadi, there's a lot of more interesting things coming up. So I'm not going to take too much time. I'm not going to repeat what has already been said. I'm not going to even bore you with a lengthy presentation, but I will really just warm up the stage for our member states that are going to come on stage to really tell us what they are doing with respect to readiness for domestication of CAADP Kampala. As we heard in the morning from some of the presentations, we have already started the process of supporting member states to be ready for the domestication of CAADP Kampala. We have work that we are doing at continental level in terms of preparing the instruments. Many of them were discussed in the morning, the instruments to support member states in the domestication of CAADP Kampala. But, in addition to that, we have already started the process of engaging key stakeholders. You heard in the morning that we've been engaging with the permanent secretaries in member states. We feel these are the engine room for the execution of government business in member states. They are also equally critical in driving the coordination that is equally more important this time around with the ambition of an agri-food system approach in domestication of CAADP Kampala. We have already also indicated engagements with parliamentarians that has already started. And many, you could see some of them are here. Engagements with farmer organizations as well as critical, pillars of domestication of CAADP Kampala going forward. At the member states level, we have already also started working with countries that are eager to move forward with speed, with looking at what they already have, looking at the resources that they require to be able to match the ambition with the ambition of CAADP Kampala. They are already looking at how to redress some of their coordination mechanisms to also equally match the food system approach that is really broadening the landscape in terms of the stakeholders that are involved in driving food systems transformation at the national level. So we have already processes of supporting member states. We have a lot of requests already by member states that are ready to move with speed in terms of domestication of CAADP Kampala. Some of them are here. You will hear from some of them. Some of them we have already spent time in countries to engage them, to understand what they need, to understand where they are, and also to understand in terms of how we can accelerate the domestication process. So before I finish, I just want to say that we are also coming across best practices, good practices, very encouraging lessons and best practices that we feel will support many of our member states that we are also actively documenting and working to utilize to really energize the process of supporting member states. So the next set of presentations would really summarize what is happening in member states. Some of them already have joint roadmaps that they've developed with us in terms of how they want to move forward with the domestication of CAADP Kampala. So this exercise is really about member states. It's really about understanding where they are, understanding the support that they require, to move with speed in the domestication of CAADP Kampala. So I want to leave it there and just give Dr. Amadi the opportunity to walk us through with member states in terms of where they are in really driving the CAADP Kampala domestication agenda, which is really the business end of things. And as you heard in the morning, 2026 January, it's all systems go with respect to the domestication of CAADP Kampala. Thank you so much, and I can assure you, you are going to enjoy hearing from countries and where they are. Thank you so much.
Give him a round of applause. I think I was expecting Dr. Manyu to be very long, but he shortened his intervention so that we can hear more from the country than from him. So there were 4 things that I would like us to do today. So the Kampala Declaration is very clear on what we need to do. So there are 4 blocks that I would like us to address. Number 1, whether the national or regional agriculture investment plan are important and what role they should play. Number 2, if we have the investment plans, are those investment plans integrating all the policies and the framework that we have currently? A good discussion that we had just in the session that ended was on the issue of fertilizer. And you all know that a year and a half ago, we had the fertilizer soil health and soil mapping summit. Then there is a declaration, there is a framework that was developed. How countries are integrating those frameworks into basically their knives. So that's the second round of discussion I would like us to have. Now, early on in the conversation, someone raised the issue of multisectorality. And you all know that when we moved from Maputo to Malabo, one of the issues that we integrated in our policy was the issue of multisectorality. The reason being that things cannot just be done in silo within one ministry. So many ministries have to be involved, but now also we have broadened it. And you remember also that when we moved from Maputo to Malabo, one of the key things that we integrated into the policy is to link agriculture policies to economic policies. That's why if you look at Maputo, if you look at Malabo, we talk about ending, reducing poverty, for example, halving poverty. Poverty issue is an an economic policy, but we link the 2 policies in Maputo, in Malabo. Now we're expanding it. So now we're saying agriculture goes beyond the Ministry of Agriculture. So we talk about agri-food systems. So since we talk about agri-food systems, we're bringing the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Environment, some other ministry into the discussion. So we may have to think about what kind of coordination mechanism we need to put in place. So I would like to hear this from the countries, because from one country to the other, you may have something that is very centralized at the very high level in, let's say, in the office of the Prime Minister, and in some other countries, very decentralized. So we want you to share those experiences so that we can see also, because not one size fits all. So the last one that I would like us to address is the issue of partnership. So if we decide on revisiting our investment plans, then we look at the coordination mechanism. Then we look at the implementation modality. We realize that, okay, we cannot do it alone. We need to do it in partnership, whether it's a partnership between the government and the private sector, whether it's a partnership between the government and the donors. So I want us also to look at those questions. So with that in mind, since we are in Rwanda, so if someone from Rwanda is still in the room, I would like to hear from them. So is our representative from Rwanda still here? Okay, I don't see, okay. You want to come to the front or you want to speak from where you are? Whichever you're comfortable with. Yeah, sure. It's fine. Whichever you're comfortable with. Okay, so Rwanda will address us first, and then we'll move forward.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself before you speak.
Thank you so much, Amadi. My name is Chantal Ingabire. I'm the Director General for Planning in the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources here in Rwanda. And I'm the focal person for CAADP implementation. It's a great honor to me. Yes, thank you. Yes, it's a great honor to me having this opportunity to share with you Rwanda's progress in domesticating the Kampala Declaration and advancing our national commitment to the CAADP agenda through implementation of the 5th Strategic Plan for Agricultural Transformation, PSTA 5. Here, I think I first have to clarify that for Rwanda, our NAIP, the National Agricultural Investment Plan, is called PSTA, the Strategic Plan for Agricultural Transformation. So we are currently implementing the 5th edition of our NAIP. So for Rwanda, the journey of domesticating Kampala Declaration, Kampala Commitment is being done through the implementation of PSTA 5, and it is more than a policy exercise. It is a transformational pathway aimed at building resilient and sustainable agri-food systems that drive inclusive growth and ensure food and nutrition security and improve our people's livelihood. The domestication process began with the design of PSTA 5. This document has been developed through a wide stakeholder consultations and expert dialogues, including the high-level sector working group and a national knowledge seminar, and also several technical engagement. Here, Excellencies, distinguished guests, I'm honored to acknowledge the technical guidance received from the African Union Commission, particularly the Directorate of Agriculture and Rural Development that particularly contributed in the organization and technical guidance during our knowledge seminar held here in Kigali in November 2023. So beyond being informed by evidence, consultations, and national priorities, and also the CAADP agenda, PSTA 5 is anchored in Rwanda's National Development Blueprint, the NST2, the National Strategy for Transformation, the 2nd edition, which envisions a climate-resilient, productive, and modernized agri-food systems that is targeting to grow agriculture by more than 6% of annual GDP growth in the sector. Our strategy, PSTA 5, focuses on 3 key priorities: modernization of agriculture and animal resources production for climate-resilient agri-food systems, inclusive markets and post-harvest management for sustainable agri-food systems, and strengthening agri-food systems enablers for effective and efficient delivery. These 3 priorities are fully aligned with the Kampala Declaration. And to give few examples on how we are implementing it, I will highlight 2 flagships programs that directly contribute to specific Kampala Declaration commitment. In alignment with the first commitment of the Kampala Declaration, for example, which is intensifying sustainable food production, agro-industrialization, and trade, Rwanda has launched flagship initiative that blend innovation and inclusivity. One of these flagship is a new land management model under which nearly 600,000 hectares have been geomapped to converge government and partner. Here, partner means both private and development partners' interventions on these specific sites that are geomapped so that we enhance our food and nutrition security while promoting commercialization. This coordinated approach fosters synergies among investment and generates greater collective impact. To ensure tangible results at the farm level, we are advancing the customized agriculture extension services, commonly known here as CAAS. It's a model that tailors support packages to specific farmer and soil needs, combining data, technology, and local knowledge. And this approach is increasing private sector participation in advisory services and enhancing the adoption of improved technologies at farmer level. Aligned with the sixth commitment of Kampala Declaration, Rwanda is also strengthening agri-food systems governance, and the ministry has already established a food systems coordination and delivery unit housed within the planning directorate with core functions including tracking delivery of flagship programs, synthesizing data through performance dashboards, convening thematic working groups, and mobilizing resources. This platform is proven instrumental in ensuring that development partners, private sector, and government institutions plan together, invest together, and deliver together. Excellencies, distinguished guests, allow me to conclude by reaffirming that Rwanda's experience demonstrates that domesticating the CAADP and Kampala Declaration is not a standalone process. It is about embedding continental aspirations within our national priorities and local realities. Our government has been deliberate and visionary in rethinking agriculture through a food systems approach, ensuring that productivity, nutrition, climate resilience, and market systems are addressed holistically, thus advancing the strategic objectives of the CAADP 10 years strategy and action plan. As we move forward, we are working towards aligned planning, stronger collaboration, and joint resource mobilization, particularly through enhanced engagement of the private sector, which is a vital instrument to sustain this momentum. We strongly believe that together we can transform our shared commitment into tangible results for Africa's farmers, consumers, and our national economies. I thank you for your attention.
No, thank you very much, Chantal. So I think what we can take away from her submission is that they have a fifth generation of a national agri-food system investment program. So that fifth generation has been developed in a very inclusive manner. They have decentralized groups working on it, on thematic issues. So it's evidence-based. It has different priorities. But something that I'm taking away from her presentation is that also they have different flagship programs that speak to each other. Then they have some extension services, private sector coming to support. But the coordination and the governance mechanism is basically anchored within the planning. So the planning has some, they work on different issues, whether it's a data-related issue, whether it's a thematic working group-related issue, whether it's on resource mobilization. So I think that's something that we should keep in mind. Now, let me invite Djibouti want to come in. Let me invite Djibouti maybe to come. So if you, I'm assuming he will be doing his presentation in French. So maybe you need to find your...
Oui, s'il vous plaît. If you can put on your headset. Thank you very much. Bonjour tout le monde. Je voudrais rappeler ici que je suis le conseiller technique du ministre de l'Agriculture de Djibouti et je représente ici le secrétaire général, le Permanent Secretary. Ça, c'est une petite parenthèse. Donc, Excellences, distingués invités, chers collègues, tout protocole observé. C'est pour moi, bien sûr, un honneur, au nom de la République de Djibouti, de présenter cette brève déclaration sur l'état de préparation de notre pays à la domestication et à la mise en œuvre du PTDA de Kampala. Donc, sur le premier point, l'état actuel du PNCA et les actions nécessaires pour l'alignement du PTDA de Kampala. Djibouti a déjà mis en œuvre le premier PNCA de 2016 à 2020 qui a permis, bien sûr, d'établir les bases institutionnelles du PTDA dans le pays, notamment à travers la création d'un comité multisectoriel et la participation active de la revue biennale du PDDA. Aujourd'hui, nous préparons l'élaboration du nouveau PNCA de 2026 à 2030 qui sera pleinement aligné sur le cadre de Kampala. Ce nouveau plan intégrera les priorités de transformation des systèmes agroalimentaires, la résilience climatique, la sécurité nutritionnelle et l'emploi des jeunes et des femmes. Donc, pour réussir cet alignement, Djibouti prévoit une évaluation de la préparation nationale d'ici 2025, l'organisation d'un atelier national d'ici la fin 2025, bien sûr, l'organisation d'un atelier national de validation de la feuille de route en collaboration avec l'IGAD, et un renforcement de la coordination interinstitutionnelle pour accélérer la mise à jour du PNCA selon les orientations du PDDA de Kampala. Sur le deuxième point, l'intégration du plan d'action africain sur les engrais et la santé des sols. Sur ce point, la question de la fertilité des sols et l'utilisation rationnelle des engrais constitue une priorité pour nous à Djibouti. Dans le cadre du PNCA 2026-2030, nous intégrerons les cibles et les indicateurs du plan d'action africain sur les engrais et la santé des sols 23-33, notamment la promotion d'engrais organiques et biologiques adaptés à des zones arides, le renforcement des capacités des producteurs sur les pratiques de gestion durable des sols, et la cartographie des sols en collaboration avec le CERD, ce qui est le centre scientifique de Djibouti, et la FAO, afin d'améliorer la planification agricole et la productivité, bien sûr, au niveau national. Sur la troisième question relative au mécanisme national de coordination du PDDA et transition vers une approche système agroalimentaire, le mécanisme de coordination du PDDA à Djibouti est fonctionnel sous la supervision du ministère de l'Agriculture, de l'eau, de la pêche, de l'élevage et des ressources halieutiques. C'est un très grand ministère, bien sûr. Ce dispositif inclut un comité national multisectoriel du PTDA, des groupes techniques de travail impliquant les principaux ministères, notamment ceux de la santé, du commerce, des finances et de l'environnement, et en collaboration avec les secteurs privés et les organisations de producteurs. Ce mécanisme évaluera bien sûr progressivement vers une plateforme nationale des systèmes agroalimentaires intégrant des dimensions One Health, nutrition et résilience climatique et du commerce agricole intra-africain conformément à la vision de Kampala. Sur le quatrième point, le partenariat en cours et domaine nécessitant un soutien supplémentaire, Djibouti, bien sûr, bénéficie d'importants partenariats pour soutenir la mise en œuvre du PDDA. Nous avons donc des partenariats avec la FAO pour la planification du PNCA et le renforcement des systèmes de données. Avec le FIDA, nous avons la promotion des chaînes de valeur rurales et des petits producteurs. Avec la Banque africaine de développement, la BAD, nous avons, c'est pour le développement des irrigations et la résilience des infrastructures rurales. Avec l'Union européenne, le PAM, c'est pour la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle.
Cependant, des besoins subsistent notamment, hein, l'appui technique pour finaliser le diagnostic de préparation et l'élaboration du PNCA 2630, le renforcement des capacités nationales sur l'approche des systèmes agroalimentaires et la planification basée sur les résultats, et le soutien financier pour mettre en œuvre le plan africain sur les engrais et la santé des sols. Finalement, donc en dernier, sur le plan régional, nous sommes en train d'élaborer pour la région de l'IGAD le RACIP, qui est un plan d'investissement régional de l'IGAD pour le système agroalimentaire, le RACIP 2026-2035, ou en anglais, par exemple, l'IGAD Regional Agrifood System Investment Plan 26-2035. En conclusion, chers amis et collègues présents ici, Djibouti demeure pleinement, je dis bien pleinement engagé à domestiquer et à mettre en œuvre le PDDA de Kampala dans une approche inclusive, multisectorielle et durable. Nous restons déterminés, bien sûr, à travailler étroitement avec l'Union africaine, la Commission de l'Union africaine, l'ODA, NEPAD et l'IGAD, qui sont nos plus grands partenaires, ainsi que nos partenaires au développement, afin de faire du PNCA 2630 le moteur de la transformation des systèmes agroalimentaires à Djibouti. Je vous remercie.
Can we give him a stronger round of applause, please? Thank you very much. So I think the takeaway here is that to the difference of Rwanda that has already an existing program that is aligned to the agri-food system, here they are about to start a new one. So it's very important that we keep in mind what kind of lesson we're drawing from those who are already implementing, have already their policy and they are implementing, and the others who are starting, but with the ambition that they fully align to Kampala. And I think the case of Djibouti is a very interesting one, because here not only they working on their national, they planning right now as we speak the design of their next policy, but at the same time also they are aligning whatever they're doing with the regional process, because he indicated that IGAD is designing its regional agri-food system investment plan. So let's just keep that in mind. So which country want to come next? Zambia? Which one? Please, come on. Zambia, you can come sit here, wait for him. We give him priority, but Zambia can sit next.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon to all participants with all protocol observed. My name is Henry Mdawe. I'm Principal Planning Officer in the Ministry of Agriculture in the Kingdom of Eswatini. I'm grateful for this opportunity to present what the country is doing with regards to mainstreaming its activities towards the implementation of the Kampala Declaration. The first point is on the existence of an investment plan. The Kingdom of Eswatini is currently implementing its second generation NAIP, that is a second generation National Agricultural Investment Plan, which is an instrument-based plan which has been developed through a consultative process using a multi-sectoral approach. And this plan has been presented to stakeholders and development partners with the aim of attracting investment towards the activities of, as contained in the plan, and development partners have responded positively to the call. Coming to the issues of soil health and fertilizer, the Kingdom of Eswatini is aligned to the SADC plan of action with regards to development of or establishment of a soil hub, a regional soil hub, which also includes a plan to also reconsider the agroecological zones, that is the soil mapping, which will lead us to realigning our agroecological zones so that they can contribute to production, increased production, as we will be able to determine the soil capabilities and produce accordingly. The Kingdom of Eswatini has also done quite a lot in terms of implementing some activities that will facilitate food systems transformation. One of our flagship initiatives is the establishment of a National Agricultural Development Fund, which provides affordable finance to agripreneurs, as well as everybody who wishes to play a role in the agri-food systems. The fund supports the farmers through concessional loans with a reasonable interest rate, which is attractive and also very friendly for investment in agriculture. With the country coordination, coming to the country coordination mechanism, we do have a National Agricultural Investment Plan Standing Committee, which is responsible for activities that revolve around implementation of our investment plan. But we still need to strengthen certain parameters, in particular issues of data management and data collection, so that we make informed decisions in terms of our policies and interventions moving forward. I can also mention that the Kingdom of Eswatini is enjoying a great political support. We do have a political will from the leadership of the country. They support the initiatives under the agriculture sector, and the aim is for us to end up attaining food sovereignty, which is our major aspiration. In that area, we are also looking at creating resilience rather than responding to crisis as a country when it comes to issues of agricultural production. We acknowledge the effects of climate change, and we have initiated the development of an irrigation master plan, which is one of the components of our NAIP. And in that master plan, we are looking at developing irrigation schemes as well as water harvesting infrastructure. At the moment, we are constructing a large-scale dam, which has a command area of 27,500 hectares, which can be irrigated. So this is a flagship project that is being supported even at the highest level of the country's hierarchy. We also have a deliberate move to align to the Kampala Declaration in the sense that we want to develop our initiatives so that they create a meaningful impact to the country's citizens and the population. As I conclude, may I reiterate the country's commitment to fully implement and fully align to the provisions of the Kampala Declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This was also a good presentation. So we're learning also a lot from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I would like maybe to make a very short parenthesis before I bring my friends here from Zambia. A few years back, we did a review of the importance of NIPes. So we realized NIPes, the National Agriculture Investment Programs or plans, or the regional agriculture investment programs were the most important instrument that we have in terms of implementing our policies. But having the NIP was not enough. You need to bring the private sector into the NIP to support the implementation. Even that was not enough. One of the most important things into deploying the NIPes was the anchoring of the NIPes into the national budget cycles. Because once the NIP is anchored within the budget cycles, it means it's prioritized by the country, and because it's prioritized by the country, at least some resources are available to support the implementation. So I would like also the next one who are coming to also touch a little bit when they talk about partnership. I know Djibouti has started listing all the partners that were supporting it, but I would like also to hear how countries are prioritizing their NIPes, because we're saying that the 10% budget allocation are not fully being implemented. We having the agriculture programs having different names, but my challenge is how are we financing the NIP? I know we will have a conversation on it on the third day of the meeting, but I would like also that we start reflecting on it. Let me invite my friend here from Zambia to come and guide us or walk us through what they do in Zambia. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. A bit of energy. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Victor Mbumwe, a national convener, food systems for Zambia. And the team Zambia here is led by the deputy chairperson of the coordinating committee for food and nutrition, in the office of the vice president. I wish to acknowledge Mrs. Lillian Kapusana. Please join me in welcoming her. Basically to emphasize, like the moderator has emphasized, Zambia's food systems actually started before 2021. For many countries, I think the transformation was anchored on the UN Food Systems Summit, 23rd September 2021. But for Zambia, the journey started in the law, the legal framework that placed the coordination of food and nutrition, or food systems as we speak, in the office of the vice president, under the law, the National Food and Nutrition Act, number 3 of 2020. So that already triggered the transformation. Particularly, I want to speak to the coordination. The challenge that was being faced was silo implementation, and that law allowed the vice president with the powers to coordinate all sectors across the country. But also linked to that, the office of the vice president has powers under the Disaster Management Act as far back as 2015 to coordinate disaster reduction. That complemented the food systems approach, and now we have even a stronger law that has just been enacted, policy rather, but it's also going to in the law. First tracking that, we have also the fact that the vice president has convening power over 3 subject matters: food and nutrition, climate change, and also disaster risk reduction. When you combine all these, you can see the convening power and indeed the power to call upon stakeholders. But not taking away their mandates, but rather having everyone come to the table with their mandates, speak to the subject at hand, find solutions, and implement according to the sector mandates. Zambia has experienced in the last 5 years quite some improvement that we have also the head of the public sector is the deputy chairperson for the Committee of Permanent Secretaries reporting to the vice president. What that means is that the policy that is made in cabinet and through the vice president goes into all the public sector through the secretary to the cabinet. That is a strength for Zambia because it allows cross-sectoral mandates to converge and indeed act as one. I'll just give an example as I draw to the close, that in 2023-2024, Zambia suffered the worst drought in living memory, and it required a lot of coordination. What I've mentioned before you was put into practice that we lost our maize production by almost 1.5 million. Our basic consumption is about 3.2 million. We came down to about 1.5. That means a lot to food security. But through this converging power and indeed the laws that are there and policies, we can safely say Zambia bounced back just in one season to over 4 million, just one season, owing to the fact that the president did declare a disaster. The vice president convened all the ministries to respond in terms of relief, but at the same time to go into production. That is what made Zambia bounce back in just a season. But that also had our energy issues. So now there's a driver by all the ministries, particularly the energy, to support the food security, job creation, and indeed healthier diets. So the vision now is a new policy framework that is being developed that will be able to deliver under the food systems approach, to deliver three things: jobs, to deliver food security, under the presidential delivery unity targets of moving our maize production from just about 3 million to 10 million tons by 2027. Wheat from about 500,000 to 1 million by 2027. The same also goes for soybeans. These are critical ingredients for industrialization. And the government now has put a policy that we are going to have a farm block agents to make sure that industrialization happens in the 10 provinces, taking about 1 million hectares. But the good news that is coming down is Zambia is now fertilizer secure as of last week. Congratulations to Zambia. As you have heard, we're importing, dependence on imports, but as of now, the new plant from the ground up has just been commissioned. And we are already exporting from that same plant to 8 countries, fertilizer. Soil mapping is on the way, and all other ingredients. But I want to end by this call that Zambia sits in the middle of Southern Africa. And already last week, the first export of beef to the region was commissioned. And that means a cycle of all the ingredients they feed. Mr. Chintala, are you here? The Millers Association of Zambia can confirm that with the drought we had and all the initiatives, all the 3 areas of the food systems in terms of outcomes, jobs, indeed food security, and also healthier diets are all being tackled. And now the PS is here. We have a stunting reduction strategy, which we want to also share with other countries. And indeed, we want to learn from other countries. In conclusion, the food systems is on course, work in progress, of course, But I think with the lessons we are getting from events like this, Zambia is headed for the good time. Thank you.
Perfect. So you want to go back to your seat? No, thank you, Zambia. Based on the four issue I wanted us to address, let me just say that for now I have been picking up from the conversation. Country have investment programs that are ongoing. Some have investment programs that are being planned for. Some have embraced food system before even we start talking about food system, like Zambia. In terms of coordination, I want us to basically remember three things that I'm picking up. Number one, we have a very decentralized coordination mechanism anchored within the Ministry of Planning for Rwanda. Number two, we have some coordination mechanism that are still within the Ministry of Agriculture, but those are super ministry like in Djibouti. Because when he presented the ministry, it's not just agriculture, it's agriculture, livestock, aquaculture, etc., etc. So it's a very, very big ministry that is doing that coordination mechanism. Then here we just heard from Zambia that they have things that are working, but it is anchored, the coordination, it is anchored at the very high level, which is the office of the vice president. So the lesson here is that we don't have one size fits all. Countries have different mechanisms, and each mechanism is working based on what the country is planning on doing. So is there any other country that is in the room that would like to share experiences? Yeah, I have two here, so you come, he's first. No, let him come first because he's coming. You can come and sit here if you want to join me here. So I'm letting people speak because this is a experience sharing session. The more we hear from the country as we move into Kampala, into the domestication of Kampala, the more lesson maybe some of you can draw. So what I would like to do after I maybe finish listening to the country, I may invite maybe one or two Rex to react to it, and then we'll open up the discussion with question and answers. Introduce yourself, sir.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, je me nomme Esiom Lekomi. Je suis le directeur de la planification des statistiques agricoles, mais aussi du suivi et évaluation au niveau du ministère chargé de l'agriculture du Togo. C'est vraiment un honneur et un privilège pour moi de vous faire économie de ce que le Togo fait en matière de développement agricole et précisément pour amorcer donc la domestication de la déclaration de Kampala. Pour vous dire que cette domestication, non pas seulement que ça a fait objet d'une réelle appropriation, mais ça a été tout à fait consommé. Et je m'explique, parce qu'au lendemain, en même temps de la déclaration de Kampala, le Togo a adopté sa troisième génération du programme d'investissement agricole que nous avons appelé le programme de modernisation de l'agriculture au Togo, en abrégé PROMAT, pour un coût global de 950 milliards de francs CFA. Alors, comment a été conduit le processus? Le processus a été participatif, comme on le dit souvent, mais aussi et surtout inclusif. Et ça a été amorcé un an plus tôt à travers ce que nous appelons le Forum national des producteurs agricoles du Togo, qui a été un cadre direct d'échange entre le président de la République d'alors, aujourd'hui le président du Conseil, qui a donc partagé, qui a donc été, comme je le dis, un creuset d'échange entre tous les acteurs du secteur agricole et son Excellence, le président du Conseil. Donc, au cours donc, de ce forum, les acteurs du secteur agricole, notamment les producteurs, ont relevé les défis persistants du secteur, mais aussi et surtout proposé des solutions qui ont été mûries par la suite à travers des réflexions concertantes entre donc, les différents acteurs, notamment les organisations de producteurs, les organisations de la société civile, les ministères sectoriels, mais aussi les partenaires techniques et financiers. C'est donc à la suite donc, de ces consultations que le PROMAT a été élaboré. Donc, le programme de modernisation de l'agriculture au Togo a été élaboré et fait suite aussi au bilan exhaustif qui a été fait de la deuxième génération que nous avons appelé le Programme national d'investissement agricole, de sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle, couvrant la période 2016-2026. Après toutes ces étapes de validation, donc, le document a été soumis au gouvernement et a fait son tour en Conseil des ministres en première lecture. Et c'est au cours de la deuxième lecture, en mars 2025, plus précisément le 26 mars 2025, que ce programme a été donc adapté. Comme vous pouvez le souligner, ce programme est en parfaite arrimage avec les engagements de la déclaration de Kampala, en l'occurrence l'axe 1 de ce PROMAT, qui est relatif au soutien à la production, ainsi que l'axe 2 relatif à la valorisation des produits agricoles, est arrimé à l'engagement 1, 3 et 5 donc de l'engagement pris à Kampala. Ensuite, l'axe 3 qui est relatif à l'investissement et à l'accès au financement est en adéquation parfaite avec l'engagement 2 de Kampala, stimuler les investissements. L'axe 4 du PROMAT, consacré au renforcement de la gouvernance, est également parfaitement aligné avec l'engagement 6 de la déclaration de Kampala qui se veut donc renforcer la gouvernance au niveau des systèmes agroalimentaires. L'engagement 4 relatif à l'inclusivité, qui, comme vous le savez très bien, est transversal, est pris en compte dans tous les axes du PROMAT. Alors, pour nous rassurer de la prise en compte effective des engagements de la déclaration de Kampala dans notre PROMAT, nous avons sollicité et obtenu, avec la facilitation bien sûr de la GZ, de l'appui de Academia 2063, qui a effectué ce que nous appelons une évaluation ex ante du PROMAT, et les résultats sont là, clairs, sans embâche, sur l'alignement du PROMAT à la déclaration de Kampala, à part donc quelques éléments, comme aucune œuvre humaine n'est totalement parfaite, donc à part donc quelques éléments dont nous devrons mettre l'accent à l'exécution, notamment pour ce qui est de la gouvernance et de la résilience. Alors, les recommandations formulées par Academia seront mises en œuvre dans le feu de l'action au cours de la mise en œuvre donc, du PROMAT. Je voudrais souligner que cet ambitieux programme suscite déjà un engouement sans précédent des partenaires techniques et financiers, en l'occurrence la Banque mondiale, qui a déjà financé un projet, le tout premier projet issu de ce PROMAT, que nous avons appelé le projet de transformation durable de l'agriculture au Togo, pour une somme, pour une ressource financière, j'allais dire, de 300 millions de dollars américains sur les 10 prochaines années. C'est le lieu également de lancer cette invitation à tous les partenaires techniques et financiers ici présents pour accompagner le Togo à la mise en œuvre de ce programme mirobolant dont nous pouvons qualifier. En ce qui concerne la coordination, disons qu'au niveau supérieur, nous avons ce que nous appelons le Conseil supérieur d'orientation, présidé personnellement par le président du Conseil. Ensuite, nous avons un deuxième niveau, présidé par le ministre de l'Agriculture, que nous appelons le Conseil technique national. Ensuite, nous avons un autre niveau, un troisième niveau, que nous appelons le Conseil technique de pilotage, qui est présidé par le secrétaire général du ministère de l'Agriculture et qui fédère donc les secrétaires généraux des ministères sectoriels. Si nous arrivons au niveau encore plus bas, nous avons ce que nous appelons les comités régionaux de pilotage. Et ensuite, au niveau commun, puisque le Togo est dans une posture de décentralisation avancée actuellement, nous avons également des comités communaux de pilotage. Pour ce qui est donc de la mise en œuvre du plan relatif donc, aux engrais et à la fertilité des sols, il faut souligner que depuis 2022, déjà, le Togo a élaboré sa carte de fertilité des sols et le Togo a été le tout premier pays à abriter donc, la table ronde sur les engrais et la santé des sols en 2023. Pour vous dire que tous ces aspects ont été donc pris en compte au niveau donc, de notre PROMAT, le programme de modernisation de l'agriculture au Togo. Voilà d'une manière ramassée donc là où nous nous en sommes par rapport donc, à la domestication de la déclaration de Kampala pour se dire que ça est déjà derrière nous et nous avons un nouveau programme qui a déjà suscité de nombreux arguments dont je viens de citer la Banque mondiale pour accompagner le processus. C'est sur ces mots que je voudrais vous dire merci.
Merci bien. Le Togo, so they are in their third generation of knives. The knives is being designed and defined based on the lesson they learned from the previous one. The policies they are designing is fully aligned with Kampala. They have a very decentralized coordination mechanism. They have a coordination happening at the Office of the President, another one happening at the Ministry of Agriculture, one happening at the level of the permanent secretaries, one happening at the regional level, and some happening even at the communal level. So it's a very, very decentralized coordination mechanism. So as we can see, maybe theirs is kind of similar to the one we saw in Rwanda. Just wanted to flag that out. Also something that is very encouraging, and then we think Togo should be congratulated for it. They have not even finished designing their program. They have already secured about $200 million in support from the World Bank, and then they said many investors are already knocking at the door. So let me, with that, invite my colleague, Nigeria, right? Okay, my colleague from Nigeria to come and take the floor and also share the experience of Nigeria with us.
All right, thank you. Let me also stand on the existing protocol. My PAMSEC is actually the one that is supposed to take this, but he couldn't make it because of other critical national issues of emergencies. For the CAADP, the adoption of the Kampala Declaration by the African Union heads of states and governments at the extraordinary meeting in Uganda signified a pivotal moment in African agricultural leadership landscape. This collective commitment aimed to establish a prosperous, resilient, and transformative agricultural system across the continent. But basically, Nigeria has been able to achieve some milestone from January to this moment. And I actually want to give that kudos to some of our critical partners who supported us in that process. And that's the likes of the GIZ, the Action Aid Nigeria, and then IFAD, and we also have AGRA on board. So basically, these are some of the critical things we've been able to do within the period under review. First, on the 15th of April 2025, we were able to establish the Agricultural Sector Working Group. This group comprises of critical stakeholders in the agricultural food system landscape. They are not limited to those in the private sector, of course, the government institution, and that includes the national and the subnational government, that is the state. And we also have the research institution in that group. We have that's the academia, and we have the financial institutions as well as the donor partners. More critically, the farmers' organization. Beside that, there is something unique that Nigeria has also done, and I would also love member countries to emulate it. And that is the development of the simplified CAADP Kampala Declaration. Here with me, I have two documents. One is the simplified Kampala for farmers. I have been reading documents, but I have not seen the one that is as simple as this. Even the farmer who is not well schooled will understand this document because it's loaded with series of animations. And this one is for the general stakeholders outside the farmers group. So, and basically one unique thing about this document is that it gives clearly the rules of every stakeholders in achieving the Kampala Declaration. We did not also stop there. Lately, on the 6th of this month, the Nigerian government met with the commissioners of agriculture. In Nigeria, we have 36 states and the federal capital. All the heads, the commissioners of agriculture in the 36 states, there was a centralized meeting to discuss how the Kampala Declaration can be seamlessly domesticated. And the outcome of that meeting was amazing because most of the commissioners committed to ensuring that the 6 broader outcomes of the Kampala Declaration will be included into their subsequent budget. And I think that is where the domestication process starts from, especially when government is taking ownership. Every other critical stakeholders will always align accordingly. Then again, another basic thing we've also been able to do during this period under review, we develop our third NIBE. And as you know, the NIBE is one of the basic instruments that helps to drive both the national policy and as well as a continental framework. And then on the 7th of May, the Vice President launched a very critical program, and it's known as the Value Chain Development Program, to the tune of 158 million USD. And the focus of that initiative is to support women, youths, people with disability, and as well as the displaced people in the northern Nigeria. And the essence is to see how their livelihood can be improved. Then again, the government is also intensifying the implementation of livestock growth accelerated strategy, which is also in line with the Kampala Declaration. And lastly, same this month, the Nigerian government launched the Nigerian Farmer Soil Health Scheme. That's on the 15th of October. And the essence of this scheme is basically to provide and guide farmers on the soil texture and the best way to plant as relating to fertilizer use. Lastly, as I conclude, we recognize the pivotal role of youth in shaping the present and future of agriculture. Leaders across all sectors must prioritize and meaningfully engage young people to ensure a prosperous continent. As we say, as the saying goes, a stitch in time saves 9, highlighting the importance of proactive involvement in cultivating a sustainable and a thriving agricultural landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigeria. Can you give him a round of applause, please? I think this morning when Madame Fortabong did a presentation on the domestication, she mentioned the identification of what she called flagship programs. And I'm seeing like more and more in the presentation, people bringing those flagship programs on very specific things, on the soil, on the seeds, etc., etc. So I just wanted to point that out.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my boss, Mrs. Nancy CAADP, the Senior Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security of the Republic of Sierra Leone, who sends our warm regards. I'm the Deputy Secretary. Lloyd Awiyomidrije is my name. Sierra Leone agricultural sector is guided by the National Sustainable Development Plan 2010 to 2030, which aligns with CAADP. The plans target an annual agricultural growth of 6%. Currently, we are implementing the Feed Saloon Strategy, a flagship initiative of His Excellency the President, retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Maada Bio. This strategy focuses on import substitution, increasing export earnings, creating rural employment, and strengthening the resilience of our food system. The Feed Saloon strategy is aligned with CAADP Kampala Declaration. His Excellency President Dr. Julius Maada Bio has pledged that the Feed Saloon program will be allocated up to 10% of the national budget over the next 5 years, in line with the Malabo commitment. In Sierra Leone, we have taken significant steps to enhance soil management and agricultural productivity. We have recently conducted a national soil mapping exercise to improve the effective use of fertilizers and promote sustainable soil health practices. This initiative is a key step towards transforming our agricultural systems for greater resilience and productivity. A major component of the Sierra Leone National Sustainable Agricultural Plan 2010 to 2030 has established a strong coordinating mechanism to strengthen policy formulation, planning, monitoring, and evaluation, and resource management within the agriculture sector. To reinforce this coordination, His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio chairs the Presidential Task Force on Agriculture, which brings together all relevant ministries, departments, and agencies, development partners, private sectors, and farmers' organizations. This inclusive platform ensures coherence in implementing our national agri-food priorities. Our strategic partners supporting Sierra Leone implementation of the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, CAADP, the 50 by 2030 initiative supported by World Bank, FAO, and IFAD to address our agricultural data gap, which feeds into CAADP BR process. The Livestock and Livelihood Development Project supported by IFAD to promote our livestock production. Sierra Leone signed its CAADP compact in September 2009, reaffirming our commitment to CAADP framework with support of regional bodies such as ECOWAS, the Mano River Union, the African Union Commission, to align our national strategies with regional and continental priorities. To further strengthen implementation, Sierra Leone seeks greater support for institutional coordination and governance mechanism in data monitoring and evidence-based decision-making. Inclusive approaches in empowering women, youth, and smallholders, resilience building against climate shock, and value chain private sector's developments, predictable, well-aligned financing and investment plan consistent with CAADP Kampala Declaration. In conclusion, investing in comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program is not only beneficial, it is essential for achieving sustainable food systems and a prosperous agricultural future for Africa. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Sierra Leone. Now, let me see whether there is maybe one or two countries that want to come forward, but if there are none, I will ask maybe my colleagues who's a parliamentarian maybe to react to what we have heard. Is there any parliamentarian who want to take the floor? None? Okay. Is there any farmers organization who want to react to what we have heard so far? So we don't have the farmers organizations here. So my question now would be the following. Okay, I see Dr. Manu Rish coming to me.
So Robert is going to the DPCG, so you can close, get a convenient point.
Okay.
And close and just announce that we start tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Okay, perfect. So let me just walk through the table and ask different people to react to it. So so you have heard from the countries. They have different experiences. Some have coordination mechanism at the very high level. Some have decentralized coordination mechanism. Some have financing mechanisms that are different. Something that I have not heard so far is how countries are financing their investment plan. That's why I was looking at the parliamentarian, because usually they are the one who hold the purse in terms of budget allocation. So they have been listening to the countries doing their presentation, and then I have not heard anything coming from the presentation on the role of the parliamentarian. So I just wanted to see whether one of our colleague parliamentarian here wanted to make some comments on what we have heard so far. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I want to hear from you guys. Okay, Kampala is very clear. In the last section of the Kampala Declaration, there is a call on the role of the parliamentarian in supporting the implementation of Kampala. Parliamentarians are the one who allocate budget. Countries are telling us, okay, this is our coordination mechanism, these are our priorities, but none of them has spoken about budget allocation. I want to see, moving forward, how you see your role in terms of supporting Kampala vis-a-vis budget allocation. We will be having a long discussion on the third day on financing, because on this Kampala, in terms of financing, there are three things that are mentioned in the declaration. One, we'll maintain the 10% target. Two, we will mobilize 100 billion in the next 10 years. And three, we would like the agriculture generated GDP, 15% of it to be reinvested into the sector, because that's how we're going to make the changes. But you are the one who will guide us on those 10%. So I just want to hear from you guys.
Do I need to start? Thank you for this opportunity to share a bit as members of parliament. You know, one good thing about this, the Kampala Declaration, is that members of parliament were involved from the beginning to the final declaration to the adoption of the the strategies and the actions plan. And members of parliament under the banner of the African Parliamentarians Network on Agrifood System came out with what is known as the policy brief, 10 years implementation plan for transforming the agri-food system in Africa. And in this policy brief, the African parliamentarians clearly outline their role vis-à-vis their functions of giving oversight to government action, adopting an allocation of approving of state budget, and representation of the other stakeholders who are involved in the Kampala Declaration. And members of parliament stand out with unique responsibilities of adopting policies and law that should align to the Kampala commitment. And here we are talking about the National Agricultural Investment Plan. Because members of parliament want to see this plan become legal instrument in their respective countries. Because some of these instruments remain at the level of declaration. But as members of parliament, we commit ourselves to convert these declarations into legal instruments so that we can be able to hold government accountable for the declarations that they have made in giving oversight to government action. And so as members of parliament, we have what is called a policy brief under the banner of the African Parliamentary Network on Agri-Food System. And we will circulate the policy brief that was launched in Senegal during the African Food System Forum that just ended. And so we are committed to accompany this process from the beginning as we took part during the process right up to implementation phase. And we stand out as the only unique stakeholder with the legal arm to control government and to bring all the stakeholders on board. Because earlier, my colleague was worried about how financing can be stimulated or robust within the context of the private sector. In our policy brief, you will see clearly how the members of parliament will go about it. So for now, I'll end here, and if there's any other conversation, we'll come back to it. Thank you very much.
I think since my colleague stood, let me also stand. I want to appreciate the various country briefs that were made, but just to say that yes, it is true, our role as members of parliament is appropriation. However, most times you find that we have to fight with the executive because they bring the budget, and yet already there is, the ministers have discussed the budget at cabinet level. And normally we have this challenge of, for example, now, there is a declaration that was made. At least we should have 10% allocated to the agriculture sector. Now, as members of parliament, I think what we can commit to do is to ensure that we task our governments to walk the talk. This commitment was done. And we must ensure that they walk the talk and support the position of parliament supporting the agriculture sector with funds. And this is why I raised what I raised earlier. All these things we are talking, you can have beautiful policies, but without financing, you are doing nothing. So the technical people need to know that members of parliament, and some countries are already into elections. There may be new members of parliament. As members of parliament change, the information also gets lost. So I want to appeal to the technical people. In your countries, the moment you have elections and you have new members of parliament, please ensure that you reach out to the relevant committee so that they have this information and they can be able to then undertake their roles with information. But now that takes me to the other, just to tell you about us in our country. We used to have a cooperative bank that was supportive to the farmers. And that bank was no more when government decided to, came up with different priorities, and the cooperative bank was no more. But as members of parliament now, aware that the agriculture sector is a big employer, and also aware of the various benefits in the agriculture sector, we are pushing to have the cooperative bank back. So we have come up with a parliamentary forum on cooperatives to ensure that we revive these cooperatives, but also push the executive to have a specific bank that will be able to support the farmers and, support the various innovations and whatever activities that the farmers have. So this is one thing that we are doing in country, and I honestly hope that, as I did advise the technical people, please take my advice. For us, we are there today, tomorrow we are not there. So as the new ones come, they will need this information. They may not have it. So this is really what I can say. Otherwise, we commit to continue doing our role, which is appropriation, but also ensuring that government walks the talk and on this declaration, which they actually already adopted. Thank you very much.
So I have one hand raised here. He has a mic. Okay. Oh, it's not working.
Okay, thank you. So I have just one question to the colleague who presented. It's a question to the colleague from the country who just presented. So we know that the biggest challenge remains translating policy coherence at the continental level into budgetary and operational coherence at national level, where ministries still operate in traditional silos with separate funding streams and political loyalty. My question now is, to which extent multisectoriality guides the Kampala implementation, guiding the Kampala implementation is comprehensive and fundamental, representing a strategic shift from what previously we did to fail attending the goal we had set for Malabo, yeah.
So since I have the chance to have a permanent secretary who asked for the floor, I will ask her maybe to address some of your questions if she can and make her comments.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are lucky to be here. Yes. Thank you so much, moderator. I write on the protocols already observed. I am Lillian Kapusana from Zambia. So I'm not going to go to that question first to answer it because I already had something to contribute. I just wanted to encourage a lot of my fellow technocrats in other countries who are trying to put coordination in place. So I will admit to you that it's not easy. It's not easy. So we've heard all the positives, and I was looking at all the speakers, and I'm saying nobody is saying the fours, the times you were kneeling, the times you were crawling, when you are rejected, when you have to coordinate other people, especially officers at your level. And that's really something that discourages. So one of the challenge is the fact that without coordination, of course, we are in silos. And as coordinators, your first task is to put everybody in one basket. So you have this fragmentation where the Ministry of Agriculture, they have their own budget and they're doing their own things. You have Ministry of Health and Ministry of this and Ministry of that. And they all have their mandate. And so for us, when elevating the coordination to a higher office, the first thing and their first fear is that, okay, they are now dipping into our budget. And because of that, you find that they are digging hills and they are not coming on board. Please, that's normal. no matter how surmountable that challenge is, just go around it, dialogue. The important thing about coordination is that we are not the implementers, we are coordinators. And so you make that very clear to our colleagues. Also, you find that there's inadequate funding and resources. Remember, we are starting this coordination in a lot of countries which wasn't there. There were so many ministries doing their own different things, and so you may not even be on the budget. So that's something that you have to deal with. You put up an advocate campaign to get funds to help you to coordinate. The other one is weak decentralization and local level coordination. So you may preach about coordination. You may advocate for people to come on board so that you work as one group. You give it a whole government approach plus a multi-sector approach, but not everybody is converted. So for me, is that don't relent. It's just part of the success that you have to come across. Of course, with coordination, you need data. And I don't know about other countries, but we did experience that we didn't have a lot of data to work with. And so that's one sector you have to look at. You have to ensure that you put in place, you lobby for us, GIZ, thank you to GIZ, they came on board. We launched an EPIN where we collect data domestically in our country, so that data helps us to go in these ministries, in these places, in these areas, to ensure that we are putting M&E in place and we are coordinating. There is also, of course, limited human and technical capacity. So we have this coordination factor. It's not yet in place. You don't have a lot of people. There are very few people there, but it's important that we soldier on and eventually lobby to get more people on board. Also, we have limited integration between food security and nutrition agenda. I don't know about other countries, but you find that in many countries, the agenda for food security is paramount. But let's ensure that in our policies and in our debates, nutrition security is moving at par with food security. So we have all these, the foods that are on the table, but are they nutrition sensitive? So you find that you have so much food. That's a situation in Zambia right now. We have, as you heard from the speaker that spoke, we have so much food, most of it maize-centric. So now we need to get other farmers, other producers to bring on board food sensitive and food nutrition sensitive kind of foodstuffs. So basically it's just a word of encouragement. I think the technical person has come. I really didn't hear what the question was there. He was talking of silos. I've just touched silos. I don't know what else he asked, but if he did re-ask it, then we could listen to it and attend to that. So I just thought I would encourage people that it's not all rosy. It's difficult, but we get there. We soldier on. I think in Africa, what we should do is not to give up. We don't start one project, and when we come next time, we're starting another project. We name it something. When we come next time, then we don't specialize. So for me, we are tackling coordination. We are on the right path. We all go coordination. So we go to other countries to learn. Like we are in Rwanda, want to find out how they are dealing with stuntedness and how to coordinate that. So we just learn from each other. That's the best way, because those are homegrown solutions. That's the way we go. Ownership by ourselves, then we shall sustain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now I'm seeing more hands being raised. I was trying to promise myself that I have taken some time from the coffee break, that I will take maybe 2 or 3, and then we'll close the session. But I have 4 hands raised, so this will be the last ones, and then we'll close. The lady has raised her hand before you. Let me give the priority to the lady. I'll come to you after that.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hamdi. Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Constance Okeke. I work for ActionAid International, and I'm also part of the CNG, CAADP Non-State Actors Group. I've listened to the country's submissions, and one of the things that I see missing or not adequately talked about save for maybe 1 or 2 countries like Nigeria, is the involvement of the non-state actors, the role they play. We've done 2 decades of CAADP, and now coming on to the 3rd one, we need to start seeing how we do things differently. A lot of the panelists, part of the speakers had laid down the fact that government cannot do everything. You have stakeholders that will help you run. Yeah, but if you don't ab initio include them in your plans, then that means you are still trying to do things the way you are doing things. So how can other countries which have not made plans to involve the non-state actors do that? We've listened to the MP raise issues of change in government. The parliamentarians are willing to do their jobs, but remember when they leave, the information flow stops. So whose job is it to make sure that this information flow continues? It's the non-state actors. We do parliamentary briefings, we share information, we support government in going to the grassroots, working with the women farmers. Okay, you bring women farmers to this kind of meetings. It's high tech. But as non-state actors, we do the briefing before we come to these meetings. We get those concept notes, we break it down, make them understand it, so that when they come into these spaces, they're asking questions. So if we want to get the CAADP 3 right, you need to, from ab initio, put in how you're going to work with the non-state actors. Most of our countries don't recognize non-state actors. They do ad hoc invitations. At times, they are doing plans because the donors have said they want it participatory. Last minute, oh, give me 1 name, give me 2 names. They don't recognize the groups. But there are a lot of platforms that can really help push this job. We help in data collection and generation. We have the evidence. We are the grassroots soldiers. If you do not integrate us into these plans, it becomes, plan to fail. And then lastly, we're talking about financing. Most of the times, it is all the non-state actors that is pushing government, asking for increase in budget allocation, reminding them of their commitments to the CAADP, reminding them of the 10% they pledged. These monies don't come to us, it goes to the ministries. But at times, the ministries see us as anti-government, fighting them. But I think it's high time they realize that we are partners in progress, and the earlier they include us in this process, then we plan to fail. Thank you. And I would like to use the opportunity to invite all of you. After this session, you can stay back and listen to the non-state actors and the parliamentarians explore ways we can shape transformative inclusion and financing of the CAADP 3. Thank you.
Okay, so there is another session that you're planning after this one. So there were like 2 hands over there. And, this one first here. And then we go to that one, and then you get the last one.
Thank you. So
I see a lady, so I cannot say no to a lady. So you will be the last one.
So thank you, moderator. My just quick question is on, my name is Bekele, I'm from AGRA. So 2 questions from my side is based on our experience in supporting countries is whenever a government changes, priorities change, and governments, previous governments that has been investing in many areas are deprioritized and new priorities comes in. And that's a bit of a challenge in terms of ensuring continuity of growth and development. Maybe parliamentarians can help us on that. Number 2 is we have heard countries presenting their NIBs, but NIBs must have a number of flagships within each of them. And that's what is translated into implementation. And because the resources are limited, we cannot implement the whole elements in the NIBs. So how do we make sure we prioritize flagships to drive implementation and mobilize resources? So I wish countries could also highlight those pieces. Over. Thanks.
That's well taken. I think over there, and then we're coming to you, and then she will close, and then we'll try.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Roberts. I'm from Liberia, and with the CAADP Non-State Actors Group. This is a very, very good dialogue. And I think it is good for all of us, especially those of us whose countries have not started the Kampala NASIP development. Earlier today, I asked a question concerning the issue of multi-sectorial coordination. Actually, I had an answer. And what I wanted to say was that most of what we are discussing today have been proposed from Maputo. If you look at the 4 pillars, for example, pillar 1, you will see all the issues of soil management, conservation, everything is there. So one of the problems that we have in coordination is that when other ministries, in fact, in Malabo, the CAADP implementation guidelines very articulate on multi-sectorial coordination. But the issue is, when you mention agriculture to the Ministry of Trade, they think it is not, they're not part of it. Even to the Ministry of Health, you have to make the case. So that is the issue, and we have to find out, especially as we're doing the NASIP, how to cross that hurdle. But to the issue of parliamentarians and this issue of the changes that goes on regularly. First, CAADP have always been with the executive, but thanks to non-state actors, we have been able to bring the parliamentarians on board. But I'd like to suggest to the parliamentarians, since you are always going, why don't you pass a law within the government to embed the 10% of the budgetary allotment? Thank you.
I think before you took I think you just walked in, but when they made the statement, they indicated that we need to legiferate basically CAADP into a law so that they can appropriate. I think they have already made that case. So who was, oh, here. Go ahead. Here.
Thank you. Just to share Ethiopia's experience in designing investment plans and mobilizing resources actually to implement the program. Ethiopia consistently develop investment plan. It starts developing policy investment framework following the Maputo Declaration, and then the National Cultural Investment Plan, second investment plan following the Malabo Declaration. So the NEP has been developed following the National Sector 10 Years Perspective Plan. And we translate actually in terms of resource mobilizing, we widely communicate the sector development plan and NEP for civil society. For example, there is a consortium for Christian Relief and Development Association, CCRD. We widely communicate that investment plan. We have also a donor government coordination platform within the Ministry of Agriculture, where development partners are engaging with the sector key actors. So we also familiarize that investment plan to development partner. And we are able to mobilize $2.4 billion by designing flagship program and projects. Recently, we have started engaging private sector actually. It's very infant. And communicate our investment plan to engage private sector where they have excellence and to bring their own resources in terms of supporting the National Cultural Investment Plan. In terms of actually coordination and collaboration, while we develop the 10-year sector development program, we are working with sectors that has high linkage with agriculture sector. For example, we do joint planning with the Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Mines. Actually, the Ministry of Planning and Development is a custodian agency who facilitates the government-wide planning, monitoring, and reporting. So through the facilitation of the Ministry of Planning and Development, we engage with sectors that have high linkage with the agriculture sector. Recently, following the Ethiopia Food System Transformation Plan, there is a national steering committee with a membership of 16 line ministries who have key role in implementing the Ethiopian food system roadmap. So this is one of the actually the area where we facilitate coordination and integration, and just to share this experience.
No, thank you for sharing that experience. So let me give the floor to our lady in yellow, and she will be the last one to speak, and then we'll close.
In yellow, okay. I'm Dorcas. I'm Dorcas.
You have the floor.
Yeah, my name's Dorcas Mwakoya. I work for AGRA.
Okay.
I have 2 comments, just from experience and from practitioner kind of view. So I've listened to the presentations, and I want to share that if coordination will work, and thanks for a colleague from Zambia who said it's very complex. If it will only work if the NAIPs are developed in a joint manner with all stakeholders involved, each identifying their role, and government at top leadership level driving and being the key convener to rally the initiative, then coordination will work. But what we are seeing in most countries is form following the function. A unit is established, then they start crafting out the roles of such an institution. That way, it will remain a sideshow for other sector ministries for quite some time. But if sector ministries, private sector, donors, and non-state actors are involved, then that shouldn't be a challenge. Okay, the other comment is, I really like the leadership of the parliamentarians on influencing policy change. But I want to say, can we support them through evidence-based data to charge and influence at government level the cost of inaction and the value addition of that particular policy reform? I think that would be very instrumental. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's maybe wrap up this session. So our goals was to look at 4 blocks. Number 1, the importance of the planning systems through our either agriculture investment programs or our regional investment program. Number 2, if we have to design those, because we have so many stakeholders involved, what kind of coordination mechanism we should put in place? So number 3, once we have that coordination and we have that plan, what kind of support we needed in terms of investment and in terms of support, in terms of partnership. So we have heard from the countries, and something that is coming consistently, that country plan. Whether they call them NIPes, whether they call them something different, they do have plans. Number 2, those plans are very detailed. Some of them have even prioritized flagship programs. Number 3, country have put in place, because of the multisectorality of the sector and the complexity of the sector, have put very innovative and creative kind of coordination mechanism. Sometimes those coordination mechanisms are very highly centralized. And we have heard the case of Zambia, where it is anchored with the Office of Prime Minister. Sometimes they are very decentralized. And we have heard the case of Rwanda. We have also heard the case of Togo, where it is very, very decentralized. Sometimes it is anchored within one ministry, but that has very wide scope, like in Djibouti. Okay? So those are the various types. I mean, I'm not listing them all. And then I'm not saying also one is better than the other. Countries have different experiences, and they are implementing what works for them. Then we engage the discussion on how do we fund our NIPes or our plans. And we realized one thing. There are some very critical stakeholders that need to be brought on board, and some of them are the parliamentarian. So the parliamentarian are telling us a story that is very compelling. If you want us to support you, we need to make sure that maybe that NIP or that plan, it is anchored within the budget cycle. How is it being anchored into the budget cycle? It is anchored within the budget cycle if we make it into a law. Okay? So that came very clearly from the parliamentarian. Now the second thing that came from the parliamentarian is that if we have to do this work, we need to create a momentum and it has to be continuous. We are not here at eternum. Because we are not here at eternum, we need to figure out a way to keep the information moving. And then the non-state actor came, say, oh, look, parliamentarians are right. What they're saying is on spot. For them to be able to help us to do it, we can play our role. We as a state, non-state actors, we can be the institutional memory to continue to put the pressure on the parliament. Okay? So that was very clear. Then AGRA came, AGRA came at the last and they said, okay, well, look, this is a very beautiful picture. Parliamentarians need to be empowered. Non-state actors should support. But for this to happen, we need to create evidence. And that evidence will help the parliamentarian to make a case. So let me stop here. Thank you all. This session was supposed to end at 6, and I think it is 6. Let me see. Wow, we are 4 minutes before 6. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session. So the session is adjourned. I was informed that we will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.
We're trying to look through some criteria on measuring the impact of foresight on food systems transformation. It will be up here, mezzanine room upstairs here. As you walk out by the right, you see the signpost and then you climb upstairs. We hope to see you there. Thank you.
I kindly seek for your attention such that we get started with this joint side session convened by the African Parliamentary Association on CAADP and the CAADP non-state actors group, where we are going to be reflecting and celebrating a decade of action, a decade of lessons, a decade of mass achievements, looking at that journey and then consolidating and organizing ourselves for the next decade. So we are getting started in a few minutes from now. And if you're picking your cup of tea or coffee, I suggest that you quicken that up such that we get started. For starters, this is the side session jointly organized by the African Parliamentary Network on CAADP and the non-state actors working group, non-state actors group, the CNG. And this is a session where we are going to celebrate the journey of the decade of Malabo, consolidating ourselves with our lessons and experiences and achievements, and of course the challenges, moving towards the implementation of the Kampala agenda. We have an action-packed program this evening, and I thought I could take you through it quickly. We are even going to go into the cinema hall. We are going to watch cinema of the achievements of the journey. We are going to have a keynote speaker to accompany that. We are going to have a panel where we are expecting to hear from the non-state actors themselves, the members of parliament, the farmers, the women, and guess what? We even have an opportunity of launching the magazine. So it is not about talking, it is also about a well-documented journey of commitments where we are going to launch the CNG magazine from Malabo to Kampala, Rising and Rising. But we're also going to relaunch the policy brief that contains the commitment from members of parliament in Africa going forward to the implementation of the Kampala agenda. To set this scene for us, I wish to take this opportunity to invite the chairperson for the CAADP non-state actors group to come and give us opening remarks. Please, yes, I need the mood of celebration. Chair Chikondi, please come and take the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. This is really a point of celebration, seeing how we have all worked together to deliver on the commitments from Malabo. I stand here representing all the great non-state actors across the continent who have entrusted me to just welcome you, but to also give you a few pointers of why we are here. So good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and partners in the room, the people that have worked quite hard to get us here. I recognize Constance, I recognize Joe and others that have been running the show from the get-go. It is an honor to stand before you at this pivotal moment in Kigali as we commemorate the 21st CAADP and the 16th Africa Day for Food, Nutrition Security. This evening, we are celebrating a decade of resilience, collaboration, and progress. 10 years ago, under the Malabo Declaration, we made bold promises. Today, as we usher in the Kampala decade, we renew our commitment to accelerate transformation with shared purpose and unwavering resolve. Over the past decade, we have seen remarkable strides, stronger governance frameworks, deeper engagement of non-state actors, and the rise of the African Parliamentary Network, AFSPAN, that champion accountability and inclusivity. We have witnessed farmers, young people, women, private sector move from the margins to the center of policy dialogue. These are not just milestones, they are stories of hope and proof that Africa can lead its own transformation. Yet, as we stand here, let us be honest, progress remains uneven. According to the latest BR, no Africa country is fully on track to meet all the Malabo commitments we had. Only a handful have reached the 10% public expenditure for agriculture. Today, 20% of the African population is facing hunger. We have 58% experiencing food insecurity. Over 307 million people go to bed hungry. And it's been said that if we do nothing, these numbers will keep rising and rising. This is why the Kampala Declaration sets these bold targets of increasing agri-food outputs, reducing post-harvest loss, tripling intra-Africa trade, achieving zero hunger, but also mobilizing investment. These numbers that we talk about, hungry people, they are just not numbers. They are lifelines for millions of Africans. There is an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. The next decade demands that we go far together. Farmers, women, young people, honorable parliamentarians, and all partners, we must become true architects of transformation. We are imagining an Africa where everyone is nourished, every farmer is empowered, and every parliamentarian a champion for inclusive financing. That vision is within reach if we move from consultation to shared power. Today, we'll be launching the CNG magazine of impact, but we also have the members of parliament commitment through the policy brief. Let these not be mere documents, but living commitments. Let us pledge to turn words into action, ambition into accountability, and partnership into prosperity. To all of you, African Union, parliamentarians, civil society, farmers, youth leaders, private sector, our development partners, thank you for your unwavering dedication in the past 10 years. The next 10 years will define Africa's future, and together we will make it a decade of transformation. From Malabo to Kampala, from achievement to action, let us unite for Africa's food. Thank you very much.
A hand clap again for our chair. Thank you so much, Chair, for those remarks. If we wish to go far, we need to move together. But if we wish to move fast, maybe we can choose to go alone. And for us as non-state actors, we don't think that is the most feasible thing to do. I promised you it is an evening of celebration. There is also going to be a moment when we are going to take the floor and dance. We are going to see strokes from the north of Africa to the south of Africa, to the east, to the west of Africa, to the center of Africa, saying all is not lost in Malabo. Africa is still united and it is still committed. Thank you, Chair. And I believe that everybody in the House would love to dip deeper a bit in understanding if we talk about the CAADP non-state actors group. Did it start yesterday? Is it the notorious connotation of words? Is it a formulation of self-seekers? Please, let's go for the Afro Cinema Hall. Control room, can we have the video?
Hello, my name is Chikondi Chafutamkawa. I am the chair for the CAADP Non-State Actors Group. The Non-State Actors Group came together as a collection of farmers, women, youth, the private sector, media, non-state actors that are networks at national level, at community level, just to have one voice that we can work together with the African Union in making sure that the CAADP is being implemented at the national level and also ensuring that there is inclusivity, but also the farmer voice is the one that is driving these commitments at national level.
Starting from 2009, when the Food Rights Team of the Actually the International, had a team retreat in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and one of the emergencies was the emergence of the CAADP program, and the team felt that it was important to understand this program, which was more like an overarching framework for African agricultural development. The team proceeded by going to the African Union office, then had a meeting with the Department of Rural Economy and Agriculture so that we can ensure effective participation of non-state actors in the CAADP framework.
The CAADP Non-State Actors Coalition is an organization that tries to bring together non-state actors in the agricultural sector to ensure that they speak with one voice and they work together towards engaging government on what kinds of things they would like to see in order to make the agricultural sector better.
African farmers are at the heart of agricultural transformation in Africa. They are the ones who produce the food. And fortunately, when it comes to policy making, whether at the continental level, national level, or even subnational and local levels,
they're the last ones to be consulted about what policies should be in place and what should happen generally in as far as agricultural policy making is concerned. And the policies will not be right unless they reflect the priorities of all the stakeholders, but especially the farmers.
Yala, that is the East African Legislative Assembly, and also for the ECOWAS Parliament. And we ran this for a period of time. But moving on, we realized that we needed more. We needed more of the legislators, especially those ones that are actively working in the countries. It's how, the issue of the African Food System Parliamentary Networking. We were ensuring that we were updating our local parliamentarians, our national parliamentarians, and then our regional parliamentarians. We were organizing what you call budget summit alongside other organizations. We had the Moxfam, we had Trust Africa, we had SRF, we had different national, non-state actors organizations working together, making sure that issues of agriculture budgeting was not left on the top burner. We held the first regional stakeholders event on the non-state actors and the CAADP, which was for West African region, where we pulled different groups from West Africa, Alachone International. We also went for that, worked with other organizations to do a study. And then we did a study that looked at what the small settlement farmers wanted from the CAADP, and also helped develop a guideline, or rather a guideline of engagement for non-state actors and the CAADP process. Started up process of developing a non-state actors value addition biannual toolkit. And this kit is geared to simplify the method of collecting data, involving non-state actors like farmers, like social organizations, having simple tools. It also helps us, develop advocacy, issues.
One of the things we focused in the earlier years she talked about was building capacity around agriculture budget monitoring, tracking and advocacy for farmer organizations and CSOs and the media, and also carrying out yearly budget analysis. Also started doing community participatory assessment on government expenditure and implement of community scorecards in different areas like extension services, access to credit, agricultural insurance, input, and just to provide enough evidence for farmers and CSOs and the media to be able to engage in the process.
We have been very happy to engage at regional level with the East African Legislative Assembly and the East African community to make sure that an enabling environment is put in place for the people in East Africa to see agriculture transformation.
The East African Parliament passed a Zanzibar resolution on Malabo on October 2016, which called for speedy implementation of Malabo in East African countries. The resolution saw East African Legislative Assembly MPs visiting member states to oversee the implementation of Malabo. Another major achievement is associated with 1 million farmer petition in July 2019, which was later submitted by the farmers to the East African Community Head of State Summit through the Speaker of East African Legislative Assembly, Honorable Martin Ngonga.
In the Southern Africa Development Community, in short SADC, the CAADP non-state actor group in the last Malabo 10 years attained remarkable achievements. These achievements include recognition of CNG by the SADC Secretariat and the SADC Parliamentary Forum, in short, the SADC-PF.
Working with the PSA Alliance, the SADC Parliamentary Forum, SADC-PF, passed a motion on CAADP Malabo in 2021, which called for fully and speedily implementation of the Malabo Declaration's 7 goals in Southern African countries. Another achievement includes institutionalization of the annual Farmers Agriculture Budget Summit in East Africa in the SADC. The summit brings together members of parliament, farmers' organizations, and NGOs to discuss and deliberate on the CAADP implementation.
As members of this committee, we have known our roles as local members to follow up the government programs locally, even in our families.
I've known my rights, how to track the budget. I have known when the budget is read and when it is done. It assures transparency between leaders and the community.
As a farmer, I have seen hope. What we once thought was impossible for a long time has now become possible. We started this process at a time when the agriculture sector had 0.3%, very little budget allocation. Today, we have reached 6%. We have undertaken many initiatives along the way, and the journey has not been easy.
We were also given the advantage to voice out what we as local farmers need. And some farmers need maybe to rear some animals like goats. We say, no, we don't need the fertilizer now. Our soils are healthy, are okay. But let's try, you give us goats. And these programs collectively have really benefited us.
So PETS project is very helpful. It has helped a lot, at least to see the project completed, like the situation of Malundu Goat project, where everything was almost unattended to for almost a year. But when we get into the intervention as ESAF Zambia through the project of PETS, the project was able to be completed, and up to now, the project is at a level where beneficiaries are happy about the intervention.
But much more, our extension workers are there at our doorstep.
The practice in Mvomero district has changed. Extension officers now assess the specific needs of each area, taking into account the type of crops grown and prepare tailored budgets, which are then submitted to the district agriculture officer to ensure the right inputs reach farmers.
SADC is the first regional economic community to domesticate the Kampala Declaration at regional level. The CNG is working in a coalition influencing the development of the SADC Regional Agri-Food System Investment Plan 2030, in short, the SADC RASIP.
In the new RASIP, for us, we've got 7 strategic objectives, but we're calling them programs, they are calling them strategic objectives. So the first program is on sustainable agricultural production, productivity, and food and nutrition security. The second program is agro-industrialization and value chain development, resilience building and capacity building, and management of natural resources and environment, sustainable environmental management, finance and investment. We want to improve resource mobilization for agri-food systems, including through operationalization of the Agriculture Development Fund, equitable livelihoods with a focus on the integration and empowerment of women, youth, and marginalized groups. The last program under the new RIPE is governance and policy coherence. The main objective is to focus on strengthening leadership, enhancing policy alignment, and improving coordination.
Maputo was 2003, and then Malabo 2014, and the Kampala Declaration, which has
just recently been endorsed by heads of states and government of the African Union. And basically, the Kampala Declaration is not very different from the previous declarations. It builds on the last two. But the major change is now that we are focusing more on agri-food systems rather than agriculture as we did in the past, rather than agriculture production.
We now have the Kampala Declaration of 2026 up to 2035, and in January 2025, Heads of State Summit was held in Kampala, Uganda, and they approved two things: the 10-year Kampala CAADP Strategy and Action Plan and the Kampala Declaration.
The new Kampala Declaration includes 6 strategic objectives.
The first one is around agri-food systems, food production, industrialization, and trade. The second one is about increasing finance in agriculture. The third one is about ensuring food security and nutrition. And the fourth one is advancing inclusivity, equitable livelihoods. We have a fifth, which is around building resilient food systems, resilient systems, livelihood systems. And then the sixth strategic objective is about agri-food systems governance.
The CAADP Strategy and Action Plan. This is the plan that will take us from 2026 to 2035. It's a plan that will now manifest or push the CAADP or Kampala agenda forward.
I will ask you this question about the non-state actors. We have CAADP non-state actors. How do you look forward to working with non-state actors?
State actors are very, very important because they are able, one, to do the advocacy on what you are planning, and if they understand the plan very well, they will be able to share with the large population of Africa. We cannot, as AUC, be able to reach out to all the African countries, but with state actors, it becomes easier because they are available throughout Africa. So I think they are very, very important.
We are here to make sure that what we have pushed through in the process of consultations, making sure non-state actors are part and parcel of driving this agenda is fully seen. And we appreciate the efforts of the African Union in making sure that non-state actors are not just here as tokenistic, but actually are part of the voice, making sure that their contribution matters in making sure member states are recognizing that for us to fully reach the ideology and the vision behind CAADP, it needs all of us to have a coordinated approach, for all of us to hold hands and leaving no one behind.
Nice.
Ulimwengo from IFPRI. That is what has been in Malabo. But exactly what should be the role of Parliament and non-state actors in strengthening accountability and really making the agri-food systems transformation agenda real. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for Dr. John.
Thank you very much. It's very difficult to beat the cinema, the film, and the narrative, and Can you please push my presentation? Colleagues from the back? No? Is it coming? Well, while we're waiting, I was asked to share a couple of slides on the role of parliamentarian and non-state actors as far as the CAADP declaration is concerned. As you all know, as far as Africa is concerned, the role of engagement to agriculture or agri-food transformation is defined under the Malabo, the CAADP, and then now the Kampala declaration. So first, why food system governance matters? Why is it important for us to make sure that we get the food system governance right? Just to maybe to be on the same place, here we refer to governance as institutions, rules, leadership, and accountability. So it matters because it is the governance structure that decide how resources are allocated, all the way to what we are going to produce, how are we going to produce it, and what should be the outcomes from that process. So here, governance really goes beyond government, includes civil society, local actors, the private sectors, and of course, the actors such as the parliamentarians. So that's how important it is to make sure that we get it right. If there is any innovation into the move from the Malabo Declaration to the Kampala Declaration, it is, among other things, the inclusion of a strategic objective under the, do I have the pointer here? All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So let me, okay, we have another. It's not moving. Okay. Yes. So finally, so I just wanted to show you, this is the theory of change of the Kampala Declaration, and you can see where governance sits. So we have the 6 objectives, strategic objective. You saw that in the film, but look at where the governance strategic objective is. It is a cross-cutting strategic objective with 3 main layers. The first one on leadership and ownership, the second on policy and governance coherence, and the third on evidence-based and mutual accountability. So I started by explaining why governance matters. Again, because it influences who decides and how resources are allocated and what outcomes emerge. In a way, when we decide on the governance, we also decide on how we are going to produce, to process, distribute, and even consume. So that's how it is important, and that's why it goes beyond just the government itself, including civil society, local actors, and the private sectors. Now, on the role of legislators and the parliamentarian, here, the first one is on legislative oversight. So we want to make sure that as far as the CAADP Kampala Declaration is concerned, that ensure that it align the agri-food system plan are budgeted and monitored. That's very important. And the second, use parliamentarian inquiries to track food system performance. It is very important that those that are called to implement the CAADP or the Kampala declarations, they feel some heat from the parliamentarian. That will help in terms of food system performance in general. Second, law-making abilities. In my presentation before, I highlighted the fact that we are observing fragmentation in terms of policies. There are key policies that are missing when you look at the food system landscape across the continent. You know, I mentioned the issue of land tenure, for example. It is good to push for increase in agri-inputs, but if there is no land security, there is no investment. So it's very important to make sure that policy for land is there, policy for food safety, agriculture incentive, and of course, climate smart agriculture. So those are few examples. Of course, one of the biggest engagement. Oh yeah. I can move. Yeah. So one of the big ask when it comes to parliamentarian is the issue of budget approval. Within the Kampala Declaration, as it was under the Malabo Declaration, you have the 10% budget allocation. So you need to make sure at least that the government allocates this 10% not only to the agriculture sector now, but all the way to all the food system. And of course, align national budget to Kampala target and metrics. So that's one. And then there is a civic engagement as well. Facilitate local voices and marginalized actors in legislative hearings and demand real-time public data via dashboard and scorecard. So it's very important that you put, again, pressure on the government, not only in aligning the national target to the Kampala Declaration, but also making sure that in the implementation, you are part of the process as well. Now, to the non-state actors, the first one is on the policy, influence, and participation. Here, the ask is to engage in multi-stakeholder platforms. Because the beauty of food system is the recognition that it's not one institution show. It's not one player show. It has to be a group of all stakeholders. And we need to make sure that this engagement starts from not only the design of the policy, but the assessment of what the issues that the country is facing, what the issues that the region is facing, what the issues that the continent is facing. We want that non-state state actors also be part of that process. We are expecting inputs into the National Agriculture Investment Plan as well as regional agriculture investment plan design and review. You should not just be invited to adopt a plan. No, you should be part of those designing and reviewing the plan. Shape inclusive agri policies with a grassroots voice. The second expectation is on transparency and mutual accountability. It is critical that the non-state actors also participate in the joint sector reviews across the countries, across the regions. That's very important. And of course, monitor progress via CAADP biennial review. This is something that we missed under the Malabo Declaration. It is very important that we get it right this time around. Last but not least, we also expect engagement in terms of community empowerment and awareness. This commitment are set at the continental level, but we want to translate this commitment at regional level, district level, even all the way to village level. So this is where I believe that non-state actors also have a say in terms of advocating for women, for youth, small orders, and translating those strategies into community actions. Because yes, we set the target at the continental level, but the actual activities are happening at a community, local level. So it is very important. What does it mean, those targets at the continental level? What do they mean when it comes to the folks working in community at community level? So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. John. And I think now it is not only the scene that is set, but also the task is clearer. Moving forward from Malabo to Kampala, the issues of deepening these CAADP conversations where commitments are made at the continental level by heads of governments and states, and the conversations are happening just as they are happening here. Dr. John is saying we must deepen not only these conversations, but also actions to reach the women, to reach the food producers, to reach the food consumers, the food vendors, the people that are down there. So how do we deepen and widen this conversation? And I think right now, let's get into exploring inclusive governance and strong partnerships between Parliament, the non-state actors, the women, the farmers, and see how this will fast track our steps towards making the Kampala agenda a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to put your hands together as I invite the following people to help us move this journey. And immediately after these people, because we all are featured in the video and we are featuring in this session, we are also going to have a moment to add your voice from the house. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Honorable Angle from the African Parliamentary Food Systems Network. The day you will become a member of Parliament and people clap for you like that, you will have a feeling. Honorable, can you come and take the floor seated here together with me? I also wish to invite my senior sister, Constance Okeke. Woo! Woo! Constance, come and sit here, and you carry our mantle as non-state actors. Ladies and gentlemen, if you had a meal today, thank you, farmer. Can you put our hands together for Jomi Zinga from Tanzania, the Eastern Southern Small-Scale Farmers Forum? Clap like you had lunch. And Rwanda has really fed us well, at least today. Okay. And lastly, but not least, not yet, Zainabu. Zainabu. Zainabu is going, yes, Zainabu is joining us to represent the women. And then I also take this honor to invite Oh, I'm missing somebody from GIZ. Patience. Yes, Patience from GIZ. Please, I was missing the name. Patience from the GIZ. Yes, you're welcome, and is going to speak to us on behalf of the development partners. And we are going to share this microphone. Let me start with Honorable, because the parliamentarians have not spoken since we started this session. Let me start with Honorable, and because we are going to share the mic, I'm disarmed. Okay. I think this one is working, yes. The table mics are also working. Okay, Honorable, I'm starting with you. How do we, in your experience on behalf of the members of parliament in Africa, stronger governance, stronger partnerships, moving from Malabo to Kampala?
Thank you for letting letting our people to hear the voices of members of parliament in Africa. Before I get into what I'm supposed to say, allow me to sincerely, on behalf of members of parliament, to appreciate the organization of this program. And more recently, to thank Dr. John for his last presentation, because he has actually captured what members of parliament are engaged and implicated to do as far as the new Kampala action plan and strategy is concerned. So, Dr. John, thank you very much for making the work of members of parliament very easy. I want to say that from Maputo to Malabo, members of parliament were observers. And now, from Kampala right up to 2035, members of parliament are actors. We have been implicated, and we stand with the non-state actors. I want to assure Constant and the rest of the non-state actors, because she expressed some concern when she was responding from the floor. She said approaching government is always very challenging. Government is suspicious of non-state actors, and non-state actors are suspicious of government. But I want to say that members of parliament are the in-between. You can count on us, because there is a time that the government bench bows down in parliament, and at that time, you can be assured that your aspiration and your desires can be translated into action. Like I said earlier, the African Parliamentarians Network on Agri-Food System was founded and implicated itself in the new Kampala Declaration. We work very hard through our member countries to make sure that the commitment for members of parliament were enshrined into the final declaration. We work through our individual countries. We approach the ministries of agriculture and responsible ministries in this regard, and our commitment were enshrined into the final declaration that came out in Kampala. And we came back and came out with a policy brief that clearly outlines the rules, just as Dr. John was presenting, outlining the rules of members of parliament, how we are implicated into this, so that we do not have another 10 years of speeches with no action. Because we have now to be accountable also. Not only the government needs to be accountable to us, but we also have to be accountable to ourselves and to the non-state actors, because we are the two new actors into the Kampala Declaration. And so we have to support each other in this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable, and especially assuring us that at least we have a go-between, even when aspects of suspicion arise. Let me hear from Constance, building from Honorable Angle. What has been our key barriers in really translating the non-state actors' interventions into action or quicken our steps to achieving and reaching the expectations from other stakeholders in the implementation of the CAADP agenda?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I hope you can hear me. The journey of ensuring that non-state actors are part of this process has been a long time coming, but we're getting there gradually. At least from the video we played, according to you, the cinema hall, you would realize that this process has not just started today. We've been part of this process. At times we go up, at times we come down, but we never give up. There have been challenges, and because of time, I was just going to mention a few. Some of the reasons why we've had barriers in translating our engagements to actions most times has been, one, limited awareness and understanding of the CAADP process by the non-state actors. You find out that there are different constituencies within the non-state actors. Yes, you have the civil society organizations, you have the media, you have the youth group, you have the farmer organizations, you have the smallholder women farmers, you have the private sector, you also have the academia and a whole lot of others. But then, level of understanding differs. And if you expect engagement to turn into actions, it has to start with understanding. So most times, some of these policy documents are high up there, loaded in heavy English acronyms. I remember in the past decades, people will say, oh, tell CAADP, as if to say CAADP is a human being. You understand? It's because of the heavy acronyms. So people struggle to understand some of these processes, so they're not even able to engage properly. And as they're engaging, at times the results are not coming. So you find out that that barrier, is there. But as CNG, we are trying as much as we can in our different levels, in the countries, in our local areas, at the continental level, to bridge this gap. But it's not easy. So that understanding is number one. Another one is insufficient capacity and resources, both in terms of finances, technical know-how, and human resources. You would ask yourself, how many organizations have that resources to actually pick up these policy documents like the Kampala 3, take it down to the grassroots, and ensure that every non-state actor is carried along and to understand this. So we work in unison. We try to work under our umbrella of CNG, but you find out that organizations lack resources to do a lot of things. I was happy when the Nigerian CAADP person showed how simplified or how they have simplified the CAADP document. They were not able to do that alone. They work with non-state actors, donor organizations, but in other countries, that has not happened because the resources are not there. So this also poses a barrier. At times, like we have this kind of meetings, not all the non-state actors are able to come because the resources are not there. So the few that come, you still need resources to step down what you've learned to a larger number of foot soldiers so that we'll have more people on the ground, pushing this, agenda, ensuring that implementation and ensuring that these issues are understood across board. So we still lack that, but like under CNG, we feel that the more the merrier. We are organizing, we are mobilizing, trying to strengthen our foot in all the countries. It's not yet Uhuru, but we are trying. but we still need more resources and more support to ensure that this happens. I will not emphasize about the language barrier. I know that over the years, especially this last decade, for every advocacy we do, the smallholder women farmers will say language barrier, break down these documents into languages we can understand. And happily, we were told during the Kampala declaration launch in January in Uganda that this Kampala document has been produced in all the AU languages, including Swahili, which is a recent one. So it's a step in the right direction, but it also is important that we're able to make it easy for everybody, especially the farmers, to be part of this process, because when we understand and we're able to communicate in the language everybody understands, it's easy for everybody to move on. Another main issue is fragmentation and lack or poor coordination within the non-state actors. If you watch the video very well, you will find out that we started off as CNC, and now we are CNG. And this was due to issues of fragmentation, poor coordination. We realized that it's not easy to bring different constituencies together to have one voice. So that, struggle is still there, but gradually we're overcoming it. We are trying as much as we can to make sure that information flow, evidence generation, mobilization is cutting across, and we're able to make sure that everybody comes together. CNG is not the only platform of non-state actors. You have a lot of we had the PAFO speak today. We have other different groups. The more, the merrier. But how do we build a rallying point? At what point do we all come together to speak to each other, appreciate what we are doing, and see how we can hold each other and move forward? That's very important. Limited access to funding. It restricts our ability to participate in meetings, in forums like this, in research, and continuing our advocacy activities. Yes, we come to the continental level and some national level, we're able to do advocacies, but it's not the same across board. We have 55 countries. How many countries can boast of strong presence of non-state actors in those countries? It's not there. We are not having enough funding from donors. The small, you could see a few of the organizations that are supporting, but the monies are dwindling. And we are still all saying that we have a role to play. How do we play that role if this funding is not made available? It has to also start with a conscious effort from the government to integrate the need of the non-state actors into their funding plans so that it can help us do our work. Last but not the least is weak relationship with government and other stakeholders. You find out that in some countries, non-state actors are working as a team, but they do not have strong relationship. And I raised some of those issues when I made my contributions from the floor. At times, some government will feel, what have they come to do? Why are you looking at our budget? Why are you asking questions? What do you want to know? But by and large, they begin to realize that we are not fighting them. We are allies because we also advocate for increment in the work that they do and also accountability. But then again, there is that need to build relationships that could help open up opportunities for engagement. We've been lucky at CNG to have the support of the African Union. Though the support is good, but we still need more. We still need more structured involvement. We still need more institutionalized involvement. We had opening ceremonies today. I didn't see a non-state actor speak. At what point would we be recognized? We need to be given that space. We need to be regarded as equal stakeholders in this process because we are playing a very major role. So these are the things that has debarred us from ensuring that we are participating as we should. But we also have things we have put on ground to overcome these barriers. Capacity building, training, improved coordination, networking, language support, translations. At times we have our non-state actors meeting and some of our language debarred constituencies. So for example, we come to ECOWAS, we want to have a meeting. If we do not have any of the organization bringing resources to bring translators, it becomes a problem. Like right now, we have our women farmers from Rwanda. We had to get a colleague that will be speaking Swahili, sitting down, translating for them. So it costs money. We've not even been able to mobilize as much as we want to from the northern part of Africa. Language barrier too. So we need all this support. We need all these things put in place. We need to strengthen our relationship with the government and other key stakeholders through dialogues, collaborations, mutual understanding. And then there's need to improve on inclusive participatory approaches. How do we have structured inclusion? Are we allowing non-state actors to contribute to policy development and implementations? And I particularly like the example from Nigeria. Nigerian government will tell you that since they started working with the community of agricultural non-state actors, it has been different, it has been better. They set up a strong agriculture sector working group where all the key stakeholders, everybody's on that table, and it's still open. You understand? So it gives room to hear everybody and ensure that everybody is integrated into the process. But as CNG, we want this to be replicated in other 54 countries so that when we come out and we are pushing for implementation, it will be the same across board. I think I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know whether it is interesting or depressing listening to barriers, especially if you're concluding a decade, but you're also putting yourself together to move into the new decade. And Constance is raising quite pertinent issues, but I'm going to abuse my powers of the chair and pick on what I think matters to me, and that is money. Funding, we know that the envelope is shrinking, but now that Dr. John has overemphasized that our role as non-state actors is well prescribed in the CAADP Kampala agenda, we need the money. Maybe we need to hear from Precious from GIZ. How do we consolidate when everybody is telling us, go and look into domestic resources available? But we are here saying, even when it wasn't only domestic resources available, we have been given work without money as non-state actors. How do we bring and build strong partnerships, Precious rather? I'm sorry for butchering your name.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Agnes. You're right, the funding ecosystem is going down. Public funds are also reducing. But this calls us now to really reflect on how we work, to work differently, to think about our approach towards work both for development partners and for everyone involved in food system transformation. And I'll start by saying that it's very important, this topic, we can't overemphasize the need for resources to achieve all the indicators that we have set out. I mean, the 6th strategic objective urges us to strengthen governance and to improve on improve ownership, ensure strong ownership among stakeholders. And how do we do this without resources? What I would say is that for us as development partners, it's important to really step out from funding, directly funding, to facilitating, to really bring in this environment where all stakeholders can be together, to show the importance of every stakeholder's contribution to achieving our results. And in this space, we need the academia, we need the research, we need evidence-based data to show the impact of everyone's contribution to achieving our results. Once again, the private sector are key players in this topic of funding. And how do we make sure that the private sector see an opportunity for them to invest in this if there's no data to back it up? Official development assistance is reducing, but the private sector with businesses can be a huge part to support this process and the engagement of the non-state actors as well. For us in AXIS is a Sustainable Agricultural Systems and Policies Program. The program is funded by the German Ministry for Development and Cooperation, and one of the approaches that we take to implementation is co-creation with partners, that we work together with the right partners and say, how do we do this? What do we do? How do we bring it together? What's the benefit for everyone involved? One of our approaches is institutionalizing tried and tested innovations, for example. And how do we do that? We work with green colleges. We look at the innovations that have been tried and tested over the years by different interventions. How do we bring this into curricula? How do we institutionalize, this support that we are providing, and not just directly doing this for sustainability? We also look at working together with the non-state actors. We work together with the government partners as well on both sides, ensuring that processes are inclusive, that even the participation is also the capacity of the non-state actors that are participating, the capacity is built, they are able to contribute and not just sit to be inclusive and participate, but to also have agency and resources to contribute to decision making. These are ways that we can try to ensure sustainability in our interventions, so that beyond funding times, beyond project implementation, the results are sustainable, that every actor contributes their quota into implementation. And, for us in Axis as well, we're looking at support to non-state actors, like I mentioned already, to strengthen civil society inclusion across all our countries. Axis is implemented in Kenya, in Madagascar, in Cameroon, Togo, Nigeria, and Zambia. And we also try to foster peer learning between countries, within regions and across the continent. We see capacity development as one way to sustain measures that have been already started within the sector. We cannot direct funding. It's not sustainable for our food system transformation process, which we want to achieve. But if everyone is on board to really see the benefits that they can contribute as different actors, that the government actors make sure the processes are inclusive, everyone is part of decision-making processes, the private sector can also see benefits, policies that attract the private sector. This is also what we talk about when we say that the NASIPs, across countries, NASIPs developed and contains the components of the Kampala and ECOWAP as well. So I'll leave it here, and thank you very much.
I think you're not only clapping, you have also heard, as non-state actors, these things of co-creation, but I think it should be deliberate among development partners. Now that you're aware that we have a role tasked to us, we do not want to come to the end of Kampala and we are being judged, yet we are not resourced. Again, from Precious and Constance, it takes me to the farmers. We are diving deep. Joe, you've had co-creation. You've heard how Africa is rich in languages, language barriers. Earlier on, a farmer complained, we are confusing you. But we are not talking about the confusion now. How do we strengthen your organizations such that you tap as farmers into the low and high-hanging fruits of investments that are geared towards transforming the agri-food system in Africa? There is a loose mic.
Yes, I think first of all, the Kampala Declaration, I think it was a very good process that was very participatory and brought farmers and civil society under the CNG, and we have our issues in the declaration. We fronted some issues as CNG and farmers through CNG. The issue, for instance, the forgotten rural development that was there under the Maputo, but was not in the Malabo. but also the issue concerning particularly putting farmers at the middle. There was some argument that we need to maybe change and move to much more industrial agriculture, which a majority of the smallholder farmers in Africa could not afford. So farmers are still at the center. And thirdly, very important, the decentralization of the Malabo, of the CAADP itself. And I will see that is the way to go. Because when we started before, we thought maybe demanding the 10% and 6% growth would be the way to go. But in fact, it's very, very difficult. The Minister of Finance says we don't have money. The executive are not listening very much to the registrators and so on. But at the end of the day, we noted that the way to go is on the grassroots. Having farmers organized at the grassroots and demanding accountability from the local government, district government, that was the way to go. And we see a lot of changes in terms of when farmers are organized at the grassroots level, demanding specific projects that are not funded to be funded, being it irrigation, being it a small processing plant, being marketing, being storage and so forth. So we see farmers are very motivated and are very much organized through the issue. So the organization of farmers really should be centered on issues, and it should be centered on tangible issues so that they can come to and speak to their leaders at the local level and demanding specific issues, being rural roads, being services on health and so forth. And that really works. So in a nutshell, what I can say, the organization of farmers under the Kampala Declaration will be based very much on issues, and we will see very tangible results by the end of the 2035. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're assured the farmers remain committed even as we walk towards Kampala. And finally, for this route, let us listen to these people that fantastically and fantasized always how Africa's agriculture is dominated by women. In some countries, 70% at Africa level, around 60+%, that they are always the ones bending their back, tilling the farms, and they're the ones feeding us. Zainabu, you're representing those people in Africa, the women, that are providing the vast majority of the labor in the agri-food system. What do you want to see done differently for women as we leave Malabo to Kampala?
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. You have said it all. You know there's power in number. And I'm happy when you mentioned the strategic number position that we occupy in Africa. Yeah, we've gone a long way to reach here. And I want to take it up from my colleague, Sad, the person that spoke before me. The issue of investing in women farmers is very critical because we are a unique group. Not only farmers, we are women and smallholder women farmers, to be specific. That's why our issues are very, very important. So, but before I move on, I would like to appreciate and recognize the effort of Action Aid, Oxfam and CARE that really mobilized us into cooperatives, into women groups. Without them, we will not be here. Without them, we will not be opportune to listen to our ministers, listen to our members of the parliament, and also this afternoon, we were opportune to listen to their readiness, the plan they have as it regards to the transformation or translation of the CAADP processes into action. So our hope and dream, Madam Moderator, we want to change the narrative. I think it's high time we walk the talk and see that the life of those of us at the community level, just like my previous speaker said, seeing us implementing projects that will really enhance what we do in terms of capacity building. We're talking about digital farming, digital, era. We want to see situation where the capacity of us rural women farmers is being built to meet up with other global practice in terms of first, financial inclusion. I was happy when the issue of soil health was raised this afternoon. It's a very interesting area because land is our life and our seed is our future. Our hands is our strength. These are the powers of the rural woman farmer. If our land is secured, is fertile, and we can access this land, not only accessing the land, we can also control the land, till it to our needs, provide this nutritive food we are talking about. I think we'll have a very safe food and there will be food security. I was happy when I heard most of the investors talking about modern equipment or modern ways of farming, especially mention of policies. The question here is, what is the position of the rural woman farmer in that policy? I'm happy some of the countries, like Nigeria, where I come from, do have bottom-top approach because we are always involved in this policy formulation, and more often we also track and see the implementation. But it's just a drop of oil in the sea. What will be the fate of other women farmers across the continent? I was happy we were in Uganda and we had ministers speak about the future of agriculture in Uganda. And this afternoon, we've seen some countries that came out here to really say, these are the areas they are really, planning to see that the CAADP process is being taken, forward, most especially the Kampala Declaration. But we want to see more of those, promises. I was happy when one of the members of the parliament spoke on issues of financing to women farmers. She made mention that it's so difficult for us because of the collaterals. It's more often we see two-digit interest in this, loans coming. Though we have banks of industries, we are also happy we heard from the World Bank this afternoon, but the processes are just not easy. We want to see it being simplified, that every woman from the rural to the urban will speak proudly that, yeah, she's here, we have had these policies, and now we're seeing it translated into what we are doing. One of the professors that also spoke from Nigeria specifically mentioned about a practice now where I come from, where subsidies were removed from food, and some of these food items are even imported to Nigeria. What is the fate of a farmer that has invested a lot of money into the farm, and now bags of rice are being, reduced? So we need to see, just like what he has said, to improve our livelihood, a structure on ground that will moderate and control these prices. And please permit me to mention, when you mention issues of money, I was happy. Because for a farmer to be financially independent, she needs finance, she needs money, she needs to own land, she needs capacity building, she needs to be exposed to modern techniques and equipment. Yes, a lot of, when you look at the picture of an African woman farmer, we are the faces of poverty in Africa. We no longer want to see us, getting old just because we are bending. We want to use modern equipment so that we can produce in large quantity, so that we can export, so that we can also compete with other markets. We need to see us accessing e-markets so that we can also talk that, yeah, we are no longer small women farmers, but we are big farmers. I don't know, before I hand over, I'm sure our farmers are here, and one of our slogans is, women farmers, oh yeah, you are here. We feed the nation. So we tried, we are resilient, despite all the hard, conditions, climate, changes, insecurity, but yet we still try to bring food on the table. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Zainabu, on behalf of the women. It is not about that soil, it is not about their land, that land is saying it is motherland. It is them, the women. But she also says, if you're looking for the face of poverty in Africa, please don't turn around, just look for a woman farmer. But she says they remain resilient and commitment to feeding Africa. If we don't let them down, if we allow chicken parts, then you're killing their poultry efforts. If we allow vegetables to be imported, then we are deepening the ugliness of their faces of poverty. I want to bring this to an end, and Emmanuel, I'm in a party mode. Please establish for me if there is somebody, one or two from the floor, that we would wish to add to this conversation. And the question that I'm asking the House is the last question I'm asking the panel as we walk from Malabo, going into implementing the Kampala Declaration. How do we ensure that we are not imagining the positions of smallholder farmers, the women, the non-state actors, whether they should be at the center or at the bottom or at the periphery, but they are at the lead of the agri-food systems transformation, but also benefiting from the transformation of this agri-food system in Africa. Who do I start with? Let me start with Honorable. As Emmanuel, you assure me if there's somebody on the floor that would love to add a voice to this conversation. This not being a monologue. Is there a hand on the floor? Okay. Let me start with Honorable, as you're identifying for me at least 2 people from the floor.
Thank you. Before I respond to that question, allow me to introduce my colleagues, because as members of parliament, when we come before you guys as partners taking commitment, it's good that we should be able to demonstrate to all of you how inclusive we are in Africa. And I will begin by introducing Honorable Mustafa from Tunisia. Honorable Mustafa Tunisia. He's a member of parliament in Tunisia. And Honorable Yusuf from Libya.
Wow.
He's the coordinator of the African Parliamentarian Network for the Northern Africa. You see a problem that you said you have not been able to mobilize the non-state actors in Northern Africa. You can now engage with 2 of them. And you see that the African Parliamentarian Network are already bringing to you the solution of non-state actor mobilization. So I have next to him is Honorable Francois from the East African Legislative Assembly, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the African Parliamentarian Network on Agrifood System. And next to her is someone I call Bullet Mizai, Honorable Sarah Opendi from Uganda. Is a member of the African Parliamentarian Network on Agri-Food System. And lastly, you have Honorable Issa Mado Jabi from Chad. You see that here we are represented from all the regions of Africa except for Southern Africa for reasons beyond our control. And so you see the engagement, the leadership that members of parliament are bringing on board as far as the new CAADP Kampala Declaration is concerned. And so we continue to commit ourselves to see that this discussion should not only be at the level of discussion, but it should be translated into action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable. Is there anyone from the floor, Emmanuel? I need at least 2 people. If you got 1, I'll be happy. Please remember to introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Nkirika Stella Okonkwo is my name. A member of COANSA in Nigeria. I just want to lend my voice to what the panelists have said. I think it's time for us to move just beyond advocacy, capacity building. Let's try and be more strategic in our engagement. For instance, CNG can request for a desk in the AUC Dabe, and then also Ayuda NEPAD. That way, whenever any engagement is ongoing, we know that there is somebody or there is a desk that can address that. That's if that's not already done. Then at the national level, working with the ministries of agriculture and related ministries, it will also be good, especially as we are moving towards the NASIPs, the RASIPs, and all that. If we have that desk, it helps in database, gathering. Precious talked about evidence-based data. So I feel that can also help. Then it will be good for CNG as a platform to identify, if possible, do a stakeholder mapping to know within the CNG, at least I know for now, there's ActionAid, there's GIZ, there's AGRA, and the rest that are bringing the funds. But beyond them, are there other funding organizations, for instance, that we can identify? What do they fund? That could also be one way to engage. If they are funding capacity building, who are they funding? How can we use that? Then those that are good in research, there's FARA and the rest, how do we engage with them? I think if we're able to do that, it also helps to spread CNG across the continent and make us more strategic. Thank you.
Thank you. The next, there was also a hand at this end. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Christelle Jackson from Cameroon, and I am business owner. I know that my profile is different, and I would say, first of all, thanks to all the panelists. And this is an opportunity for me to maybe raise the voice of private actors. We keep talking about public, parliamentarian, but I do believe that we are the one adding the real value. Because at the end, if you want to sustain in terms of economy, in terms of environment, it's the people who transform that can really add value. So my first suggestion, it was, apart from investing on farmers, we also need to see how we can improve by investing in processing. Because today, people want finished goods, not just raw materials. Maybe a few weeks ago, the new president of Afreximbanks were talking about the fact that even if we are talking about international trade among African countries, we need to process goods before exchanging. So I think that there should be a room for processing. Maybe having a common lab where all those rural women, since they can't afford to have individual equipment, we just build them how to use the same and the common standard products, machine that they will bring at the same level. So for me, it's the first thing. And also the second aspect is to having competitiveness at the end of the day, because if we want to strengthen our different economies, we need to make sure that the finished goods that we are proposing to the market is competitive. So this brings the point, how do we protect local economy from those exportation, even if it is not part of the program. But I think that we should just also think about it, because at the end of the day, we want to sustain the economy. Also, the second thing, I think we need to also maybe work seriously on it, because in my countries, I am coming from the central part, and all those places, let's say, where we source the different products, actually they are affected by the crisis. We secure food, we also need to secure people that farms there. So now, when we are looking for funds for the banks, they can't give loan for people that are involved in agriculture, because it's a highly risky activity. So when we talk about insurance, how are they going to mitigate that risk? That is important for me, because if I process, I don't have the raw material, I won't be competitive. And the second, the third, maybe the last one, is about the language barrier. I do believe that we need to include more youth, women, because we have a disruptive way of solving problems. Because we are able to deal with national people, we are able to have a, let me use the word, smarter approach and simplest with a small means. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally,
Good afternoon. My name is Sydney Piri from, I'm a member of the CNG, but in the media constituency. First of all, allow me to acknowledge, the presence of one of, the great, leaders, or one of the pioneers of CNG, I can say CNC, Chris Muyonda, who is amongst us. Unfortunately, we did not, recognize you in the video, but you played a very, important role in the, formation of CNC. My point I'm making is just a curveball. This curveball is to, the parliamentarians. Us as media, we are constantly asking to say, why is the messages of CAADP not spreading even to the communities when we have national broadcasters, that it can take just, a single signing, even of an agreement, as members of African Union to say, we are members, let's give ourselves, each of the 54 countries, let's take maybe 1 hour or 30 minutes of the time for production of, things like, documentaries and maybe stories about, successful stories about, the CAADP. It was shocking this morning when I had an interview with a young lady from South Africa that said, she doesn't know anything about CAADP. And I felt so sorry because I say, why? But I blame myself because I'm one of the members of media based in South Africa, but CAADP is rarely, heard of, in the communities. So my point is, parliamentarians, yes, we are calling you United States actors, but are you really United States actors? You are amongst us, are you still United States actors? But this is a call for you to stand, in for us, to say maybe make a noise within yourselves that at least, the messages of CAADP, of CNG, are relayed through national broadcasters. That is my call.
Thank you so much, Sydney. Emmanuel, bring back my mic. Leave that man Sydney alone for leaving. He should leave my chief guest alone. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, our time is fast spent. And as I invite my panel to stand up gently and honorably for a group picture, I'm also inviting Henry Roberts to come and make a wrap-up on behalf of the non-state actors. How do we go from here to Kampala? And thereafter, I will also invite Honorable Francois Omkiza to also come on behalf of the members of parliament to do a wrap-up from Malabo to Kampala, and then the party begins. So as Henry Roberts, you come to take the floor, I invite my panel. Please stand up gently and honorably, such that they take a group picture of you, because we are concluding Malabo.
Should I speak now or after the group photos? Okay. Robert Omar said today that all the protocol issues were taken care of. So I like to stand with the permission of the moderator, to stand on the existing protocols. I'm trying to get to my recorder. The first thing I would like to do is express my sincere appreciation and thanks to all of us who are still here and all of the non-state actors who have done extremely well to hold this program. I think this is a very important program, and the question that I'm asked to respond to is a very, very important one. Where do we go from here? It's an easy question to answer. It's an easy question to answer, but it's also a difficult question. As I said, and I keep saying, Kampala is not very different. There are a lot of differences, but there's nothing really absolutely new in Kampala. If you go back to Maputo, a lot of the issues that were discussed and raised in Maputo are being raised today. Even the issues raised in Malabo, as some of the issues being raised today. We can say over the years that we have experienced many successes as a continent. And I expect that we even achieve more, especially now that we have our parliamentarians, in my country we say legislators, on board to address some of the issues that we have been struggling, not just non-state actors, but the government as a whole. And as we plan to move on to Kampala next year, I want to say something that most of us seem to be missing. Of all the successes and all the things that we have achieved over the years, one thing remains constant: the cost of food we import into Africa. 2 years ago at my first PP, it was said to be $50 billion annually. Last month in Senegal, the president of this country, His Excellency Paul Kagame, said that it had reached $75 billion. And today, one of our presenters said that it could reach $275 billion. I really believe that if we cannot and do not put a dent in that, it doesn't matter what we do. We will still be poor. Our farmers will also be poor. So what I'm suggesting, and I've been talking to the chair about, we need to re-strategize. Stella, my colleague and sister, said something about it. We have to start moving away from talking, not just about creating awareness of the CAADP, but creating awareness of the importance of agriculture. How do we build our farmers to earn more money? What strategies can we use? I was looking last night at some statistics, and it says that cassava, if you take cassava flour, cassava bioethanol, you take cassava or starch, by 2032, it will be worth $100 and something billion. Thailand they don't eat cassava. They have a 1.5 multi-billion cassava industry. Nigeria, the largest producer of cassava, only exported $1.5 million, while Thailand exported $1.5 billion. This is something for us to think about. I wrote a book a year ago, this book, called Cassava, Producing Cassava, a Guide to Growing Cassava Profitably. I think those are one of the things that we need to talk to our farmers about, to train them how to grow and process cassava products, like my sister said over there. But not only cassava, but what other products that we can grow, that we can train, build the capacity of our farmers to grow, that they can export to put a dent in that food input bill that we have. So my recommendation to us is that we have to rethink of who we are, where we want to go, and where we want our farmers to go. I don't think it's enough for us to come here annually to talk. And our women farmers are still talking about being poor and not making enough money. So I want to challenge CNG and all the appendant bodies of non-state actors to rethink our process. I think one of the most important things for CNG, we have to engage and encourage the establishment of national coalitions. Without that, CNG will not be what it should be and where it should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Henry Roberts. The party begins. Let me invite Emmanuel. Emmanuel, who is going to help me manage the party as I put on my dancing shoes.
Yes. So I promise to take only 5 of your minutes, and then we close this session. So may I please invite Honorable Francois, please come, accompanied by the honorable members of parliament, kindly, of AFSPAN. Please join us here. Just come and stand here. We are now launching this, and please play the music. Feel free to play the music. Yeah, you can play it. You'll be lowering the volume a little bit as we proceed. Yes. That's an African dance. Okay. Pause. Yes, that was for you to wake up.
Brief developed by ASPAN, the African Food System Parliamentary Network, in close collaboration, of course, with CNG. And we are glad to be with some of them. Chairperson, Madam Chairperson, thank you very much for your support. We want also to register the efforts of Action Aid. Yes, Madam Constant, you have been there. And in absentia, I also add Zero Hunger Coalition that tirelessly contributed to the development of this policy brief through Francine. But first and foremost, we wanted to acknowledge the support by His Excellency Dr. Mayaki. So we are here to make sure this policy brief that was launched on September 9th, 2025, during the Africa Food System Forum in Dakar, Senegal, ASPAN policy brief, a 10-year parliamentary call to action for agri-food system transformation in Africa, supported by the Zero Hunger Coalition, AU, NEPAD, FAO, and the Shamba Center, provides a comprehensive roadmap for parliamentarians to support the post-Malabo CAADP agenda, specifically the Kampala CAADP Declaration, January 11, 2025, and the CAADP Strategy and Action Plan, as it is well stated from 2026-2035. The reason why we are here to make sure we end up the Malabo Strategy, Malabo Declaration, and we are embarking on a new journey. As we embark on this new journey, we are here to commit again as parliamentarians. A lot was mentioned before. I just want to appreciate the efforts of our partners, those who tirelessly have been doing an unwavering job to make sure members of parliament through ASPAN and support to national efforts by domesticating now the Kampala Strategy, Action Plan, and Declaration into tangible actions. It's time for members of parliament as a catalyst to be drivers of changes. It's time to come from dreams now to realities. It's no longer time for us to go back, but we have to speed up our process, and together with all of you, and with support of our governments, we will continue to implement our 3 roles. The first one was mentioned by Dr. John through his presentation. I also take the advantage to appreciate that presentation. It's about legislation. We will do that with your support. We will support farmers, small-scale farmers, for instance. We will be in touch with like cooperatives, ESAF, you are all here, EAFF, you are here, each and every one. Honorable colleagues, thank you very much for joining this launch here in Kigali. It's for the second time. You have been in Dakar. Some of you are new faces here, but we are here to make sure we move together, and with your energy, your wisdom, we will speed up even our process. Let's accelerate. The last word is acceleration. No time to lose. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the cameras, all the cameras here, they are going to take a picture again with this. May I also invite the chair of CNG and the co-chair for a quick picture with the parliamentarians. All cameras here, and then we now launch the CNG magazine. Okay. I think this is a time you should be celebrating, at least clapping or doing something, stamping. And some music, please. The music. It was paused. They have taken Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable members of parliament. You can take your seats. Chikondi, you'll still stay here for a quick minute. Now we want to launch the CNG magazine. And Chikondi, would you please tell us why we are launching this and what's here?
Thank you so much, Ngore. This has been tremendous work from non-state actors that have walked this journey for the past 10 years. This magazine symbolizes our collective effort to support governments in realizing the CAADP dream. And we are here to thank the youth wing of the CNG Kayak, who has worked tirelessly to have this magazine out. Special shout out to Nathan, who has worked night and day to design and have this product out. A special shout out to our women farmers, our regional constituencies, our private sector, everyone in this room who has contributed to this journey. We have done this in Malabo, and this is just a snippet of what we did, and we look forward to Kampala. A huge also thanks to Ngore here with the kayak team. This team is an amazing team. I have a lot of words to say and thank them for the tireless and sleepless nights they have spent over the last couple of weeks to have this product out. Thank you. To more of impact.
Now all of you come. Everybody, we are finishing now. Just come. Let's have a photo session with the magazine. I'm chair. And Chris Muyunda. Honorable Chris Muyunda. Yes, he's here. And everybody else, please come. Please, all of you, just come to the front. Because after the pictures, we will have the final closing remarks from a very important person who we invited here. Yes, I think we should take the picture here, right? Just come, just come here.
I have my flag. Don't mind.
Oh, we have flags?
Yes, I have my flag.
All right, just join. Play the music. Yes, all of you, please join. Honorable members of parliament, please, if you can join us too. This is a joint thing. Oh, we have them here. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So as you take your seats, I would like to have an honor of, as you take your seats, I have the honor and the pleasure of, are you still there? Hello? Are you still there? Are you still there? The very, very final thing in the next 1 to 2 minutes. I have the honor of inviting the father of NSA coalition. Are you there? If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. Clap twice. Thank you very much. So it's an honor to invite Dr. Chris Muyunda. As you were told before, Dr. Chris Muyunda was the first chairperson of the CAADP Non-State Actors Coalition. So he has seen the journey of NSA engagement from the start. And right now we are moving into the next phases. So I would like Dr. Chris Muyunda to very quickly, tell us what he thinks about the journey, what has he seen, and what is his, vision for CNC or CNG as we move on to the next phase. Dr. Chris.
Yeah. Is it working? Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. It's late in the afternoon, so this is a 1-minute operation. Congratulations, the CNG, for your wonderful partnership with parliamentarians. Anything we do that has no impact is not worth doing, not even worth starting. I congratulate you again on your innovation to produce this magazine, which is talking about impact on the ground of the CAADP agenda. And my last word, ladies and gentlemen, comes from one of the innovations, one of the voices within your own Impact magazine. This is the voice of your brother, David Inaku Adama. And he says, a true measure of the success for the Kampala CAADP Strategy and Action Plan 2026 to 2035 will not lie in the strength of government institutions alone, but in the depth of partnerships that recognize the indispensable roles of civil society, parliamentarians, and young people. Civil society amplifies the voice and vigilance of communities. Parliamentarians provide the policy, muscle, and accountability, while youth infuse innovation, energy, and forward-looking drive that turns commitments into tangible change. When these three forces converge behind a shared CAADP vision, then there will be inclusive, resilient, and transformative agri-food systems. And these will become not just an aspiration, but the reality for the African continent. So, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on these partnerships that you are building. This is the way forward. My personal vision is that you continue to deepen such impactful partnerships in order for us to realize change in terms of policies, in terms of markets, access to markets for our producers, in terms of technologies, and finally, access to finance for our producers to expand their operations. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Chris. And now, Chikondi as the chair, you want to close the session? Okay. So thank you for attending our side event and have a good evening. So the bus is outside for those using the bus. The buses are outside.